Chapter 1. The Great Chieftain. Something terrible has happened. Grandpa just coughed up blood. Quick, find Uncle Lihu. What are we going to do? The sacred fire is gone, and now Grandpa is on the brink of death. The commotion was loud and chaotic. What's going on? A frail young boy slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? The boy looked around, dimly lit, with dark stone walls surrounding him, a flicker of light not far away. A cave? He sat up, immediately clutching his back. Ouch, it hurts. How did I end up here? He pushed against the makeshift bed, glancing down to discover a bed of straw beneath him, beside which lay a vividly patterned animal hide. Animal hide? The boy was taken aback, digging through his memories. Are there such creatures in the Tibetan region, living in caves? Before he could comprehend the situation, two figures clad in furs entered the cave and were surprised to see the boy awake. They clearly paused for a moment before their expressions transformed into joy. Wonderful! Feng has awakened. Come, we must take you to Grandpa. Before the boy could take in their features, he was swiftly pulled out of the cave. Who am I being taken to? He wondered anxiously. Stepping out of the cave, the brightness momentarily blinded him. His eyes adjusted to reveal a crowd of panicked faces, all rushing toward a certain direction. The people had wild hair, adorned in various animal skins, their faces so dirty that their features were unrecognizable. The boy felt a surge of shock. What is happening? How can there still be such primitive inhabitants in Tibet? Someone in the crowd spotted the boy being supported by two others and exclaimed, "Look, Feng has woken up." The crowd parted to let them through, leading the boy to a thatched hut. Inside the hut, the light was once again dim. Yet, the boy could make out several figures surrounding an elderly man seated beside a wooden stool. The old man's eyes were half closed, yet even in the faint light, his pallor and the dried blood in his gray-white hair were apparent. At the sight of the elder, memories surged involuntarily in the boy's mind. Grandpa, an unnamed individual, the chieftain of the tribe, the one who rescued him from the wilderness, someone who had treated him with great kindness. Alongside the memory of the elder, fragmented images flashed through his mind. An old man with a cane, a 3-foot clay platform, people shouting excitedly around a wild beast. The boy was momentarily stunned, puzzled as to how these memories belonged to him. Grandpa, Feng has come, someone announced. The elder opened his eyes, gazing at the boy with a breathless whisper, Feng? Even amidst his hesitation, the boy found himself instinctively rushing to the elder's side, crying, Grandpa. The elder reached out, faintly touching the boy's head, and said nothing, slightly tilting his head toward those beside him. Where is Lihu? Before he finished speaking, the light in the hut darkened as someone bent down to enter hurriedly, calling out, Grandpa, I'm here. A man like an iron tower knelt before the elder, grasping the elder's other hand. Grandpa, are you all right? The elder shook his head slightly, his voice weak. I have little time left. Grandpa. Nearby voices trembled in unison. Grandpa, you must not leave us. What will we do if you are gone? Lihu implored eagerly. The elder's expression was filled with bitterness, yet there was a hint of stubbornness in his gaze. He shook his head, saying, I cannot go on, but you all must survive. Lihu gripped the elder's hand tighter, filled with reluctance, wanting to say more. The elder raised a hand, prompting Lihu to fall silent. Taking a deep breath, it was clear he was preparing to make his final arrangements. After I am gone, Feng will be the chieftain. You must honor him as you have honored me. A wave of shock swept through the assembled crowd, who nodded earnestly, their emotions laden with sorrow. Yes, the sacred fire has been lost. Our only hope for survival lies in migrating eastward. Lihu murmured, migrating eastward. However, he nodded solemnly to the elder. Yes. The elder then turned his attention to the stunned boy, Feng. Instinctively, the boy responded, Grandpa. Yet, he was further bewildered, recalled being a historian at Jiangxia University, and while researching ancient Kunlun ruins, he had accidentally fallen into a dark opening. And now, waking up in a cave surrounded by people in primitive garb, it was clear he had traveled through time. From one cave to another, he had found himself in the body of another boy, also named Feng. The memories of this boy flooded his mind in an instant. The elder before him was the chieftain of the Jiang tribe, grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Most critically, the tribe's sacred fire had been stolen. Thinking of how the elder had treated him so well, as if he were family, the boy was overwhelmed with sorrow and exclaimed, "Grandpa, please don't leave us." The elder released Li Hu's hand and slowly raised a hand to wipe away the boy's tears. "Silly child, soon you will be the chieftain of the tribe. No more tears." "Grandpa," Feng cried, his voice racked with grief. Others echoed his sorrowful call, "Grandpa." The elder gently shook his head, placing a hand on the boy's head. "Let this old man contribute one last effort for the tribe. From now on, you will be its hope." Just as the boy was trying to process this, he suddenly felt a tightness at the back of his head and instinctively closed his eyes as a wave of mysterious information surged into his mind. Around him, the expressions turned grim as they all called out, "Grandpa." One person looked to Li Hu chief. Li Hu's expression deepened with sorrow, yet he resolutely shook his head. "This is Grandpa bestowing the mantle upon Feng. We will not sever the lineage of chieftains." "But," Li Hu exhaled heavily and retorted, "there are no buts in this matter." Time passed, though the boy could not tell how long, until he opened his eyes again to find the elder's face pale, his previously rising and falling chest now barely moving. The light was fading, time was running out. The faces surrounding him were etched with sadness, yet their eyes radiated hope as they all gazed expectantly at Feng. Li Hu was the first to kneel, one hand raised toward the boy. "Chieftain." The others followed suit, kneeling like Li Hu. "Chieftain." Feng remained in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. He had barely grasped what had happened, and now found himself thrust into the role of the great chieftain of this primitive tribe, confronting an enormous burden. Chapter 2. The Art of Fire by Friction. Kneeling on one knee, the young Feng found himself seated before the elderly chief, surrounded by a dozen individuals similarly kneeling, one hand raised in salute. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment from The Godfather, depicting the transition of power from the old to the new. Yet Feng was indifferent to the spectacle. He turned and grasped the old man's hand once more, exclaiming, "Grandfather, grandfather." The elder's breaths were faint, his chest devoid of discernible movement. "Ah!" A profound sorrow welled within Feng's heart. Had he just arrived in this world only to face the imminent loss of his dearest kin? In that moment, a voice echoed within him. "The great chieftain system has been successfully activated. You have been awarded 100 achievement points." The great chieftain system? Achievement points. Having played games and read novels in his past life, Feng was familiar with the concept of systems. Although he found it somewhat absurd, the thought that he could traverse worlds made this system seem almost trivial by comparison. The great chieftain system is. He dismissed the system's self-introduction, eagerly inquiring within, "System, what can you do? Can you save lives?" "This is what I wish to know most. The rest can wait," he internally shouted. The system promptly fell silent. He could distinctly sense something akin to a scanner moving through his body. Before it spoke again, "To save a life, you may exchange achievement points for a healing technique." "Then I shall exchange for the healing technique," Feng declared decisively. "Apologies, but you currently possess only 100 achievement points, while the healing technique requires 1,000 points. Damn it." Feng couldn't suppress a curse. "Is there no other way?" The system replied, "There is a compromise. You may exchange 100 achievement points for a life-sustaining pill, and then complete the requirements for 1,000 points within 3 days. A life-sustaining pill. Feng's eyes sparkled. 3 days? Indeed. Then I shall exchange, he commanded vehemently, but he disregarded the 1,000 points and the system, fully aware that even a moment's delay could cost the elder his last breath. System prompt. Are you certain you wish to exchange 100 achievement points for a life-sustaining pill? Absolutely. Confirm, he urgently called out, exasperated by the system's delays. Ding! Exchange successful. In an instant, he felt a small pill materialize in his palm, exuding a faint herbal aroma. Stunned, he disregarded the reactions of those around him and shouted, "Fetch water." A nearby individual hurriedly presented a wooden cup filled with clear water. "Help the grandfather sit up," Feng ordered. The person complied. After all, Feng was now the great chieftain of the tribe. Gently, Feng pried the elder's mouth open, placing the pill inside, followed by a sip of water, and only after confirming he had swallowed it did he gesture for him to be laid back down. The onlookers were momentarily frozen, gazing at Feng. "Great chieftain, what are you doing?" Feng shook his head, signaling for silence, anxiously watching the elder who had reclined once more. He was uncertain whether the pill would be effective. As Feng remained silent, the others, including Li Hu, dared not utter a word, their eyes filled with anticipation. 3 minutes later, the elder's chest began to rise and fall once again, and Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, witnessing the elder's renewed breath, the crowd erupted in expressions of joy and exhilaration. "Wonderful, grandfather," he. Yet Feng turned and shook his head. "I can only prolong grandfather's life for 3 days, that if no other solution arises within that time. He will still—" He did not finish his sentence as the elder stirred awake, attempting to rise, but failing to. Feng had to assist him once more. "Grandfather." The elder's eyes glimmered with renewed vitality. Without unnecessary inquiry, he spoke directly. "You have merely delayed my fate. I have at most 2 or 3 days left." Feng was taken aback. The elder possessed an astonishingly acute awareness. "Do not concern yourself with me. Gather your strength and migrate east swiftly." Clearly, the elder was prepared to sacrifice himself for the tribe's salvation. The others once again displayed sorrowful expressions that Ihu interjected. "But this is our ancestral land." Yet, the elder replied weakly, "Remaining here only invites death. Most importantly, our fire has been stolen. Without fire, the Jiang tribe may face extinction. Do you wish to be the one responsible for our ruin?" Li Hu appeared struck by this statement, rising with determination etched upon his face. "All right. Wait." Feng suddenly interjected. "Your fire. The tribe's fire is gone?" Li Hu and the others looked at him quizzically. "Have you forgotten?" Feng realized, having traversed to this world, he was still unaware of certain circumstances. He quickly fabricated an excuse. "I just awakened and cannot recall some things." The crowd nodded in understanding, awaiting Li Hu to continue. However, what Feng said next astonished them all. "I can create fire." "What?" Li? His companions, and even the elder gasped in unison. "You can create fire?" Feng nodded, suppressing his astonishment at the tribe's ignorance. "I can create fire." Li Hu abruptly seized Feng's hand. "Great chieftain." Feng was startled. Yet beside him, the elder inquired with near-manic fervor. "Feng, can you truly create fire?" Feng nodded, raising his voice. "Do you have dry wood? The more decayed, the better, along with a dry twig and some dried hair." The crowd was puzzled by his request. Yet none dared to question it, for he had just proclaimed, "I can create fire." The requested items were soon gathered, and Feng inspected them with satisfaction before recalling the method of fire by friction from his past life. He requested a bone knife, carved a small hole in the dry wood, placed the twig atop, and clasped it between his hands, vigorously rubbing. The onlookers held their breath, fixated on Feng. Before long, wisps of smoke began to rise from the junction of the wood, prompting Feng to hastily place the prepared animal hair on top and gently blow. The smoke thickened, igniting excitement among the crowd, especially Li Hu, who nearly lunged forward. But Feng continued to rotate the twig and blew a few more puffs. When suddenly, a flicker of yellow flame burst forth. Though it was but a small flame, it illuminated Feng's face and ignited hope within all present. "Heaven bless the great Jiang!" the elder exclaimed with fervor. Struggling to sit up, his voice trembling that in that moment, the crowd was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Kneeling once more, one hand extended towards Feng. "Heaven bless the great Jiang." Chapter 3. The Great Chieftain System, with Feng's successful creation of fire. The elder finally breathed a sigh of relief and reclined once more, entrusting the remaining matters to Li Hu de Ihu bowed slightly, addressing Feng. "Chieftain, you should go inform the tribe that we, the great Jiang, have a new chieftain." Feng took a moment to collect himself, glancing at the resting elder, then nodded to Li Hu. "Very well." Simultaneously, he resolved within himself, "Since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable. Now that I am the great chieftain, let us see what I can accomplish." Thus, he followed Li Hu out of the village, who held a torch aloft, as they stepped out of the thatched hut. Li Hu proclaimed loudly. Our tribe is fire once more. You need not migrate. And the one who created the fire is none other than our new chieftain, Mu Feng. With that, Li Hu knelt on one knee, extending a hand forward. Great chieftain. In that moment, the surrounding individuals also knelt. Great chieftain. Only a young girl remained frozen in place, incredulously exclaiming, Brother Mu Feng, great chieftain, Baida. Li Hu turned sharply, admonishing, Do not be disrespectful. Father, Baida cried out, hastily kneeling. Upon hearing her voice, Mu Feng rushed over to assist her, waving his hand at the others. What are you all doing? Get up, Brother Mu Feng. Baida naturally called out. Mu Feng felt a warmth in his heart as memories of the young girl resurfaced. Baida, the chief's youngest daughter, was akin to a childhood companion, 2 years his junior at 14, that although she was clad in coarse gray fur, her beauty was still evident. Baida was quite striking. With a heart-shaped face, willow-like eyebrows, and bright almond eyes, her hair tousled, but her expression brimming with joy, devoid of the respect shown by the others. Instead, she radiated familiarity. You need not be so formal. Just call me Mu Feng, he said, scratching his head. No need for such formalities. This seems inappropriate. Someone hesitated to voice, glancing at Li Hu did L, I who also appeared troubled. Yet Mu Feng, with his modern ideals of equality, felt uncomfortable with the reverence. Finally stating, I am the great chieftain. If I say there is no need, then there is no need. The young girl, Baida, smiled broadly, content in the knowledge that her brother Mu Feng, now the great chieftain, continued to treat her with kindness. That it was only then that the others relaxed. That as Mu Feng helped Baida to her feet and prepared to speak, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Achievement unlocked for creating fire by friction. You have earned 1,000 achievement points. What? Mu Feng was taken aback, then elated. Just for creating fire, I received 1,000 points? The system chimed in once more. Creating fire by friction holds epoch-making significance for primitive tribes. Thus, the achievement points are naturally higher. The system then prompted, Would you like to enter the interface to understand the system now? Mu Feng contemplated for a moment. With 1,000 achievement points, he could exchange for the healing technique, which was crucial to saving lives. Resolutely, he thought, enter the system interface. In this moment, Mu Feng remained motionless, appearing to outsiders as if he were lost in contemplation. Li Hu, holding a torch, glanced at Mu Feng's expression and, with a look of astonishment, quietly commanded, The great chief is currently in a meditative state. Everyone must leave. The surrounding individuals quickly dispersed, leaving only Mu Feng behind, who remained completely oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, he was engrossed in understanding the great chief system within him. The Great Chief system is designed to assist the host in swiftly becoming the Great Chief and to promote the tribe's development. The host may accept corresponding tasks within the system, and upon completion, will earn achievement points. Achievement points can be exchanged for items or skills, with the required points varying according to the level of each item. Mu Feng nodded and scrutinized the tasks presented by the system, noting that they were all closely related to the tribe's welfare, such as resolving issues of sustenance, increasing population, enhancing combat strength, and so forth. Each task bore different achievement points, yet none surpassed the points associated with igniting a fire. Where is the exchange interface? I wish to see it, Mu Feng commanded. Soon, a marketplace-like interface materialized in his mind, with certain icons illuminated while others remained dim, that he understood that the illuminated icons represented items he could currently exchange, while the dimmed ones were beyond his reach. Fortunately, the icon for healing technique shone brightly. System, exchange for healing technique. The system prompted once more. Are you certain you wish to exchange 1,000 achievement points for healing technique? Confirm. Ding. Exchange successful. In an instant, Mu Feng felt a surge of information flood into his mind, revealing a complex incantation and hand gestures he had never before encountered. What is this? Mu Feng paused. A spell? This is a type of technique, the system clarified, which, when combined with incantation and hand signs, can summon the secret power of this world to invigorate the elder's life force, thereby saving him. Mu Feng was momentarily stunned. Technique? Isn't that the same as a spell? However, now was not the time for such musings that he mentally rehearsed the incantation and gestures, realizing he had already mastered this technique. Consequently, he opened his eyes to find no one around him and promptly returned indoors. Extending his hands to rest upon the forehead of the unconscious elder, he softly recited the incantation, lifting his fingers in a delicate manner. Soon, a faint green light emanated from the surroundings, converging entirely into his palms. Before flowing into the elder's head, Feng stood in awe, scarcely able to believe the spectacle before him. This truly is magic, he marveled inwardly. In a short while, the elder's eyes fluttered open, and upon noticing Feng's actions, his gaze reflected astonishment as he suppressed the impulse to speak, patiently awaiting the dissipating green light. Feng, the elder called out softly. Have you entered meditation? Meditation? Feng was taken aback. Have you comprehended the healing technique? The elder inquired again. Feng's thoughts raced, and he quickly realized, nodding earnestly, Yes, grandfather, I was solely contemplating how to save you, and thus acquired the healing technique. Good child. The elder's eyes glimmered with gratitude and surprise, gesturing for Feng to assist him in rising. Feng complied. Please summon Li Hu and the others. Yes. Feng turned and called out. Grandfather wishes for everyone to come in. Li Hu and the others reappeared, rushing joyfully into the hut. Upon seeing the elder sitting upright on the straw mat, his complexion noticeably improved. Li Hu exclaimed with delight, Great chief, what has transpired? It was Feng who saved me, the elder replied calmly, adding, I now feel as though I can endure for a while longer. Ah, that's wonderful. Our tribe now has a guide. Cheers erupted among the crowd. The elder, however, smiled and shook his head, saying, The great chief of the Jiang tribe is now Feng. He is the one who will guide you. As the crowd turned their gaze toward him once more, Feng felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Me. Chapter 4. Accepting tasks, establishing the tribe great chief. Everyone looked to Feng, awaiting his words. Feng hesitated, glancing at the elder for assistance. The elder shook his head. I have already stated. You are now the chief of the tribe. Me? Feng felt a surge of anxiety. Having just traversed into this world, he was expected to shoulder such immense responsibilities. At that moment, the system chimed in his mind. Task 1. Assist the tribe in overcoming difficulties. 300 achievement points. Task 2. Resolve the tribe's survival issues. 500 achievement points. Task 3. Inspire the morale of the tribe. 200 achievement points. This can't be happening. Tasks are already assigned. Feng scratched his head, realizing he had no choice but to accept them. After all, he was now the great chief of the tribe, and he certainly did not wish to be a mere figurehead. He pondered the crises facing the tribe. Their fire had been stolen, their furs ruthlessly plundered, resulting in significant losses and widespread panic. The dire situation was compounded by the fact that, although the raiders had departed, there was no guarantee they would not return. Therefore, Feng's primary focus had to be on ensuring the tribe's sustenance and safety. Suddenly, he knew exactly what needed to be done. He rummaged through his memories and addressed Li Hu. Gather the able-bodied individuals of the tribe. I have something to convey. Additionally, collect all the bone knives within the tribe. Yes. Great chief. Li Hu respectfully withdrew to organize matters. Before long, he returned with over 50 strong men in front of the thatched hut, where more than 30 bone knives lay on the ground. Feng felt a wave of despair. This is far too weak. It seems there is much work to be done. Following Li, who was a man even taller and more robust than Feng, with chiseled features, thick brows, and resolute eyes, a figure exuding an air of loyalty and bravery, Feng recognized him as Ming Guang, the leader of the tribe's hunting team. Great chief. Ming Guang began to bow, but Feng gestured for him to refrain. Looking at him and the 50 others behind him, Feng declared, The hardships our tribe has just endured are now behind us, but we are still alive. Whether those who raided us will return is unknown, but we must be prepared. As long as we work together, we can overcome these challenges and resolve our food shortages. But their able-bodied men number over 200. We cannot compete, someone interjected. No matter. Mi ven no ved. Smiling as he replied, Please trust me. I have a plan to ensure the tribe's safety and to provide enough food for everyone. Li Hu, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback that he had not anticipated that Mu Feng would adapt to his role as great chief so swiftly in the span of merely half a day. However, adaptation alone would not resolve the issues of food and safety for the tribe. That Mu Feng contemplated further and said, Uncle Ming Guang, there are 36 bone knives. Divide them in half. Take one half to the back mountain to dig up thorny wood, uprooting it entirely. For those that cannot be uprooted, chop them off and gather them all on the western side of the tribe. Thorny wood? Ming Guang asked, perplexed. Great chief, why do you need thorny wood, which is covered in thorns? Mu Feng smiled. I have my reasons. After a brief pause, he continued. As for the other half of the bone knives, use them to cut branches from the mulberry trees. Avoid the thinner ones. They should be at least the thickness of my forearm. If they are unwieldy, chop them down to a manageable length and bring them back. Intended to specify around 3 meters. Mu Feng hesitated, realizing that the concept of meters might not exist in this primitive society. So he gestured accordingly. After conveying these instructions, Mu Feng looked at the crowd. Is that clear? Clear. Ming Guang nodded earnestly. Although he was curious about the purpose of the mulberry branches, he suppressed his doubts upon seeing Mu Feng's confident demeanor and hastily selected individuals. Ming Guang quickly organized a group and set off in 2 directions. The remaining individuals stood behind Li Hu, awaiting further directives from Mu Feng. Then Mu Feng addressed them, saying, The rest of you should collect stones. Look for ones of suitable shape and size. Larger ones are acceptable as long as they can be stacked together. Place the gathered stones by the large tree on the western side of the tribe. Li Hu found himself perplexed once more. Unable to comprehend Mu Feng's current intentions, that he understood that the thorny wood in the northern mountains was abundant, and the mulberry trees and stones surrounding the tribe were exceedingly common. That Mu Feng turned to Li Hu, naturally inquiring, What is it, Uncle Li Hu? Li Hu was momentarily taken aback, hastily waving his hand. You are the great chief now. Just call me Li Hu. I have no issues. Mu Feng shook his head in exasperation. Uncle, you watched me grow up. Let's refrain from calling me great chief. Just call me Mu Feng. Please convey this to the others in the tribe as well. All right. Li Hu was astonished, but nodded earnestly. He then turned to the 2 young individuals who bore a resemblance to him, saying, Qinya, Hongya, take everyone to collect stones. Yes, father, the 2 responded, promptly leading the others away. Qinya, Hongya, and Baiyu were Li Hu's 2 sons and 1 daughter. As Li Hu turned back to Mu Feng, he asked, Chief, Mu Feng, do you have any other instructions? Mu Feng shook his head. For today, let us complete these tasks before sunset. Tomorrow, we will venture into the mountains to hunt. Understood. Li Hu's expression grew serious, and he hurriedly departed. Chapter 5. Thorny defensive wall. As evening approached, Mu Feng made his way to the western side of the tribe. The Zhang tribe was situated in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only the western side offering an exit. This western side was relatively low-lying and wooded, through which the previous raiders had infiltrated the tribe. That Mu Feng's objective was to construct a defensive wall to fortify the tribe's western flank. First, we need to excavate a deep trench from here to there and bury the mulberry branches. As Mu Feng spoke, he took a bone knife and began digging into the ground. That he then inserted a 3-meter-long mulberry branch into the trench and compacted the soil with his foot. Standing up, he used the bone knife to draw a line at the foot of a nearby mountain, stating, All the mulberry branches should be buried as deeply as I have done. Understood. Ming Guang responded eagerly. Moreover, once the mulberry branches are buried from here to there, we must pile stones behind them, just like this. As he spoke, Mu Feng began to stack stones one by one, akin to constructing a wall in his past life. What is this for? Ming Guang asked, puzzled, as he cautiously approached Mu Feng. Chief, what purpose does this serve? Mu Feng pondered for a moment and tried to explain in simple terms. I intend to build a wall here to protect the tribe. A wall? Ming Guang was taken aback. To protect the tribe? Mu Feng was somewhat speechless. Ming Guang did not even comprehend what a wall was. However, he soon realized that it was understandable, given that the entire tribe, and indeed the entire era, was still steeped in ignorance. A wall is something that can block outsiders, preventing them from easily entering the tribe. Feng clarified as he began to bury the mulberry branches alongside the others. After burying the branches about 2 to 3 meters deep, he commenced the wall construction. Some stones were uneven, so he took a smaller one to chip away at the protruding parts before stacking them. Ming Guang watched in awe. No one in the tribe had ever done such a thing, nor did anyone understand the significance of this endeavor. He dutifully squatted down to help Feng, asking as he worked, "Chief, if the wall is built so high that others cannot enter, how do we get out?" "Oh!" Feng suddenly remembered something and quickly stood up, saying, "Do not bury the mulberry branches here, nor build the wall." He recalled that he seemed to have forgotten to leave space for a door. Fortunately, the branches had not yet reached the point he indicated, avoiding any wasted effort. With dozens of people working together, it did not take long for the mulberry branches to be buried, forming a fence on the perimeter, while the stone wall at the back became a fortification that Feng observed the gaps in the wall, applying water mixed with a bit of mud to seal them for reinforcement. However, he soon realized that water was a scarce resource for the tribe and had to abandon the effort, making a mental note to address the water issue immediately after solving the food problem. Noticing that the fence and stone wall were complete, Feng added, "Now, bury the thorny wood roots near the mulberry branches, and then place the thorny wood atop them." "Ah!" A chorus of gasps arose from the crowd. The thorny wood earned its name for resembling modern climbing roses, covered in thorns. However, the thorny wood was thicker than rose vines, with thorns up to 2 inches long. Many had already suffered strains and punctures while digging up the thorny vines, and now they were expected to bury them near the mulberry branches, inevitably leading to further injuries. "Chief, this is—" Ming Guang hesitated. Just then, Li Hu arrived, supporting the old chief. "Grandfather." Feng rushed forward to assist the elder. The old man placed his hand on Feng's arm, surveying the constructed protective wall and the thorny wood being buried, and asked with confusion, "What is this for?" Feng patiently explained, "It is early spring, and the mulberry branches can still sprout and grow. The thorny wood will climb up the mulberry, forming a defensive barrier. Thus, if anyone wishes to raid the Jiang clan, they must first pass through this wall of thorns." The elder's eyes lit up as he looked at Feng in astonishment. "This is indeed a brilliant idea. Why has no one thought of this before?" Li Hu and Ming Guang finally understood Feng's intentions, their faces expressing delight. The Feng continued, "The tribe's primary concerns now are safety and food. With the tribe's safety secured, the next step is to address the food shortage." He turned to Li Hu, asking, "Uncle Li Hu, how much food does the tribe have left?" Li Hu's expression darkened. "There is hardly enough for 2 days. This." Although Feng had already entertained a grim plan, he had not anticipated the situation to be this dire. Ming Guang lowered his head. "It is my fault." Feng waved his hand. "You have all done remarkably well. It is merely a matter of approach. I will accompany you this time. I have a way to help you catch more game." "A method?" Ming Guang's face displayed confusion, which quickly shifted to excitement. "More game?" "Yes. Mi ven novet. I have a plan. But—" Ming Guang hesitated, glancing at the elder. The elder remained silent, simply observing Feng. "I am the chief," Feng declared firmly. Reluctantly, Ming Guang agreed. Chapter 6. The domestication plan. Feng silently exhaled with relief. He had feared that Ming Guang might be too stubborn to change his mind. However, it was evident that he had underestimated the influence of the great chief on Ming Guang. "Very well. Tell me where you usually hunt and what game you pursue," Feng inquired. Ming Guang candidly replied, "In summer, we have access to more game. We can fish in the Dragon Lake and hunt in the forest. But now, in early spring, we can only venture into the thickets. There, we might find horned deer, long-haired rhinoceroses, and occasionally catch a few flower-haired dragons." Horned deer, long-haired rhinoceroses. Feng compared these names to what he knew from his past life and gained some understanding, then asked, "Flower-haired dragons?" Before he could continue questioning, a new interface appeared in his mind, displaying an image of a creature remarkably similar to a chicken. Primitive chicken. Feng instantly recognized it. The flower-haired dragon Ming Guang mentioned was indeed the ancestor of chickens. He recalled that the earliest ancestor of chickens was a dinosaur. Thus, it made sense to refer to the primitive chicken as a flower-haired dragon. This creature has a truly delightful flavor. Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Knowing that the flower-haired dragon was a primitive chicken meant it could be domesticated. Simultaneously, the system presented a new task: domesticate animals, each yielding 300 achievement points. Excellent! Feng felt a surge of joy. Aside from the achievement points, I can also domesticate animals. Once we successfully tame the flower-haired dragon, the tribe will have a steady supply of meat and eggs. At that moment, an idea for an animal domestication plan began to take shape in Feng's mind. As he smiled, Guang scratched his head and said, "Chief, while the flower-haired dragon is delicious, they run far too quickly for us to catch." Feng realized chickens were indeed swift creatures that if they weren't fast, they would have long been hunted to extinction. "No worries, I have a method to catch them," Feng replied with a grin. "What method?" Guang asked, puzzled. "Do we need to prepare anything?" "Preparation is indeed required." Feng nodded. "However, we won't be hunting in the forest this time. We must first address the most urgent matter, as everyone is nearly out of food. We will deal with the flower-haired dragon later. So, what shall we do tomorrow?" "Fish, fish." Guang paused, suddenly realizing and shaking his head. It's early spring. The mountains are colder, and the ice on Dragon Lake's surface is still thick. Even if there are fish, we would have to wait for the ice to melt before we can catch them. Feng chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I have a method." Guang was skeptical, but upon seeing Feng's expression, he felt inexplicably reassured. That night, Feng slept alone in the cave, pinching his thigh hard to confirm he was not dreaming. That he began to organize his thoughts, confirming that he had indeed traversed time and space. The day's events felt surreal, as he had only eaten twice, both meals consisting of smoked roasted meat, the charred and slightly bitter flavor making it difficult to swallow. He glanced at the salt provided by the person roasting the meat. It was a yellowish-white color with impurities. Clearly not pure salt. "The salt issue is bearable," Feng muttered to himself, "but the meat is truly difficult to eat. Besides salt, don't they know to add some other seasonings? And the drinking water is equally unsanitary, filled with mud and sand." The next morning, Baya called from outside the cave. "Feng, big chief, it's time to get up." Feng rubbed his eyes and climbed out of his straw bed, shaking his stiff and sore neck. Lamenting the discomfort of sleeping on a bed of hard stones, that he exited the cave, smiling as he said, "Didn't I say yesterday that you can just call me Feng Ge?" Baya nervously glanced around and playfully stuck out her tongue. "My father won't allow it." Feng shook his head with a smile. "Just tell him it was my instruction." "Okay." Baya's eyes sparkled with joy as she said, "I told him, but he didn't believe me. By the way, I heard from my father that you were going to Dragon Mountain to catch fish today." Baya continued to ask. "Yes." Feng smiled, observing the girl's excited eyes. He playfully asked, "You wouldn't want to come along, would you?" He knew she had always wanted to join the hunting team for some adventure and to gather wild fruits herself. "Is it okay?" Baya asked. Both anxious and hopeful, Feng thought for a moment and nodded. "Sure, since we're going to Dragon Mountain, there is not much danger." "Splendid," Baya exclaimed. "Then let us hasten to have our meal, and after that, we shall set off at once." "All right," Feng replied, following Baya as they sought out Li Hu and Guang. They had agreed the previous day to venture to the Long Mountain together. Upon hearing that Baya intended to accompany them to capture fish at the Long Mountain, Li Hu glared and admonished, "Nonsense, we are going hunting." "No matter." Feng waved his hand dismissively. "There should be no danger. We are merely going to catch fish." Seeing this, Li Hu could only glare at her fiercely. "Then you must be obedient on the way and refrain from wandering about." "Father, you need not worry." "Very well, Feng. Shall we depart?" "Yes, let us go." Chapter 7. Ice fishing to Long Mountain was not far from the Dajiang tribe. However, due to the surrounding 3 mountains, Feng and his companions needed to navigate around the northern peak to reach their destination. Feng recalled that 2 years prior, Guang had taken him to the Long Mountain to catch fish. But that was during summer when the ice had melted, and they had waited on the shore with wooden sticks to strike the fish as they approached. This time, however, Mu Feng was leading them. Equipped with more than mere wooden sticks. Before their journey, he had instructed Li Hu and Ming Guang to gather a substantial amount of black bamboo from the back mountain, sharpen the ends, and fashion makeshift fish spears. Along the way, Mu Feng inquired of Ming Guang, "There is a jungle near the tribe. Surely there are wild beasts there. Why must we venture so far away?" Ming Guang replied with a hint of resignation, "Indeed, there are wild beasts in that large forest, but they are exceedingly cunning, and we cannot catch them." "Cannot catch them?" Mu Feng asked, puzzled. "What sort of wild beasts?" "They are not particularly formidable, just very swift. They are forest sheep," Ming Guang explained, shaking his head. "These forest sheep are faster than horned deer when they run in the woods. Moreover, these forest sheep intentionally appear near our hunting grounds. As soon as we approach, they flee, creating a commotion that alerts other beasts." Mu Feng was astonished, sensing that the intelligence of the forest sheep seemed quite high. Observing Ming Guang's expression, it was evident he felt helpless against the forest sheep. Mu Feng meticulously searched the term forest sheep within his mental system and soon conjured an image akin to a goat from his past life, with the distinction of its fur being a mottled blend of yellow, brown, and white, giving it a more robust appearance. We shall raise these forest sheep in the future." Mu Feng nodded to himself. Ming Guang, however, was utterly astonished. "Chieftain Mu Feng, the tribe's food supply is already insufficient. How can we raise them? Just because we lack now does not mean we will always lack." Mu Feng replied with a smile, "Rest assured, today we shall gather enough provisions from the mountain and then devise a way to catch other wild beasts." All right. The group soon reached the summit of the long mountain, where they indeed found a sizable lake. Approximately the size of 2 football fields that as they approached the lakeside, glancing at one another, they ultimately turned their gaze to Mu Feng. Mu Feng, it is all ice. What shall we do?" The tribe members had finally adjusted to addressing him as Mu Feng rather than chieftain, although their faces displayed embarrassment. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. "It is simple," Mu Feng responded with a smile. "Take out the bone knives and begin to chisel the ice." "Chisel the ice for what purpose?" Ming Guang inquired, puzzled. "Are we not here to catch fish?" Mu Feng countered with a question. "And where are the fish?" Ming Guang paused, instinctively replying, "In the water, but it is all frozen now." He then realized, "I understand." Mu Feng nodded. "Good. Now do not dawdle. Each of you find a spot to chisel the ice, but keep your distance to avoid falling into the holes." "Understood." The crowd buzzed with activity, beginning to chip away at the ice. Baya puffed her hands, her small face rosy from the cold, appearing quite adorable as she approached Mu Feng. "Brother Mu Feng, will this be effective? We are merely chiseling ice. The fish may not be beneath it. Do not worry. Wherever we chisel, as long as there are holes in the ice, the fish will appear." Mu Feng assured her confidently. Meanwhile, he mused, "If only you had witnessed the winter fishing at Chagan Lake in the northeast, you would not find this so strange." "Why?" Baya's almond-shaped eyes blinked curiously. Perhaps due to the chill from the lake's surface, a fine mist gathered in her eyes, enhancing their liveliness. "Because the fish, trapped beneath the ice, feel stifled and seek to come up for air." "I see." Baya tilted her head in contemplation and then asked, "May I join you?" "Of course." Mu Feng smiled. "We shall guard this hole and wait for the fish to surface." All right. Before long, the group of 40 to 50 individuals had each chiseled their own holes in the ice, then withdrew their bone knives and looked to Mu Feng. "Mu Feng, what shall we do now?" Li Hu and Ming Guang asked in unison. "Now we wait for the fish to surface, armed with our bamboo spears. We shall catch them. If anyone is unsure how to use a spear, a wooden stick will suffice. But there are no fish yet. Who can guarantee they will appear?" Before Ming Guang could finish, he suddenly exclaimed in delight, gazing at the hole before him. A fish mouth, nearly the size of a half fist, emerged from the hole, opening and closing as it began to breathe. Ming Guang was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Ah!" Baya gasped, peering curiously at the hole. "There really is a fish." Mu Feng, however, seized the nearby bamboo spear and swiftly approached Ming Guang, aiming directly beneath the fish's mouth for a thrust. With a muffled thud, Mu Feng felt a tremor in his palm. The others watched with bated breath as Mu Feng leaned over to inspect the hole. "Did you miss?" Baya asked anxiously, her eyes glistening with anticipation. Unexpectedly, Mu Feng leaned down, grasped the spear in one hand, and reached into the hole, pulling upwards against the surface of the water that was now tinged with blood, and then he fell back onto the ice. Emerging from the hole, he had caught a fish roughly 1 meter long, flopping vigorously on the ice. Just as the large fish threatened to tumble back into the hole, Mingguang quickly grabbed a nearby bamboo spear to block its escape. The fish flailed a few more times before lying still on the ice, motionless. "Oh, oh, oh," a cheer erupted from the crowd. "There truly are fish." Chapter 8. A bountiful harvest with the jubilant cheers rising. Those around began to stand guard at their respective holes, awaiting the emergence of fish. Shortly thereafter, Li Hu shouted in delight, "Look, I have a fish too." Before he finished speaking, Li Hu thrust his spear down, and the surface of the water turned crimson. Upon glancing back, Li Hu was seen mimicking Mu Feng, reaching in to haul up the large fish. That a fish comparable in size to Mu Feng's was soon pulled up by Li Hu, only to thrash a few times before becoming still. Although it was early spring, the waters of the long lake were quite frigid, causing the fish to freeze quickly. That Li Hu, excited, warmed his hands and looked at Mu Feng, exclaiming, "Mu Feng, we can truly catch fish. Now the tribe will not suffer from food shortages." "Indeed." Mu Feng nodded, surveying the large fish before him, estimating it to weigh at least 15 to 20 pounds, and felt pleasantly surprised. "I did not expect the fish here to be so large." Before he could finish his thought, more cheers erupted. "Look, I caught one too. Ah, look here, I have a fish. Come help me." "This fish is too large. I cannot pull it up." Shouts and cheers rang out, rising and falling in tumultuous waves. Mingguang and Li Hu, witnessing the large fish being caught one after another, were flushed with excitement, shouting and rushing to catch fish themselves. Baya leaped high, her eyes and mouth alight with joy as she cheered for Mu Feng. "Brother Mu Feng, you are truly remarkable. How did you think of such a method?" Mu Feng smiled in response. "As long as we can resolve the tribe's food issues, that is what matters. I also want to catch one," Baya declared, her eyes filled with determination, brandishing her bamboo spear. "Very well," Mu Feng nodded. "When the next fish surfaces, you may take your turn." "All right." Baya's almond-shaped eyes squinted into crescent moons, radiating beauty. "I am quite capable as well." Before long, the hole they were guarding revealed an even larger fish mouth than before it. Mu Feng bent down, signaling to Baya. Receiving the cue, Baya cautiously crept towards the hole, then swiftly launched her spear. However, whether due to excessive force or the slickness of the ice, Baya unexpectedly lunged directly toward the hole, teetering on the brink of falling in. "Baya!" Mu Feng's heart raced as he lunged forward, catching her around the waist and tumbling to the ground. That in his eagerness to save her, Mu Feng did not pay heed to the details, only realizing upon hitting the ice that aside from the softness of her fur, he could feel a warmth emanating from her. "Ah!" Mu Feng blushed furiously, quickly retracting his hand and rising, intending to help Baya up, yet hesitating and pulling back. Meanwhile, Baya's cheeks flushed, resembling the rosy hues of dawn. As she lowered her head, unable to meet Mu Feng's gaze, and stood up straight, she brushed off the ice shards from her attire and then turned back to the hole, exclaiming, "Brother Mu Feng, quickly, the fish spear." With that, she prepared to leap once more. Baya's fur collar had opened wide, revealing a glimpse of spring. That Mu Feng hastily averted his gaze, his face burning with embarrassment. Yet he quickly regained his composure, pulling Baya back and grasping the bamboo spear that was still bobbing in the water below the ice. Clearly, Baya had struck the large fish beneath the ice. Mu Feng pulled hard on the spear, feeling the force transmitted through it was far greater than before. "Come, someone help!" Mu Feng cried out. Not far away, Li Hu was busy lifting a large fish onto the ice. Upon hearing the commotion, he kicked the flopping fish and hurriedly approached the two, taking hold of a bamboo fork and reaching out to grab the water's surface. "Ha!" Li Hu exclaimed with a deep voice, exerting strength with one arm to directly haul up a fish that was nearly the size of a white tooth. "So big!" Vite exclaimed, having never encountered such a sizable fish before, and she couldn't help but cheer. Ah, I caught the biggest fish. As she spoke, she couldn't resist hugging Mu Feng, laughing and jumping. Did you see that, brother Mu Feng? I caught the largest fish. And Mu Feng was somewhat breathless from the girl's embrace, his gaze drifting elsewhere despite the enchanting scene before him. You are quite impressive. Meanwhile, Li Hu was exceedingly exhilarated, bursting into hearty laughter. He looked around and noted that nearly every ice hole had a considerable pile of fish nearby, some with only 2 or 3, and others with 4 or 5. With this, the tribe need not worry about food for several days. Chieftain, Li Hu knelt on one knee again, extending a hand forward with immense joy. Thank you, great chieftain, for your guidance. At this moment, everyone around witnessed Li Hu's gesture, setting down their bamboo forks and kneeling on one knee as well. Thank you, great chieftain, for your guidance. Baya sensed the gravity of the situation and realized the solemnity of the scene. Swiftly releasing Mu Feng and kneeling down, that Mu Feng instantly transitioned from embarrassment to helplessness. He hurriedly helped Li Hu to his feet, then assisted Ming Guang and Baya as well. Everyone need not be so formal. We are all members of the same tribe that I have been raised by all of you since childhood. And what I am doing now is merely my duty. Rather, it is I who should call you uncles and brothers. From now on, please refrain from such formalities. Just call me Mu Feng. Simultaneously, Mu Feng sighed internally. Pondering, it appears that advocating for equality among all in this primitive society is indeed a formidable task. Nevertheless, the people around him remained invigorated, their spirits soaring. Their great chieftain was distinctly different from others. He was willing to address them as uncles and brothers in person. Most importantly, he was someone who could lead them to a bountiful return. Chapter 9. The white-furred maiden. The fishing expedition soon concluded, as nearly everyone had to carry 5 or 6 large fish. This filled Li Hu and Ming Guang with extraordinary excitement. They had never anticipated capturing such an abundance of food in a single hunt. Mu Feng was equally astonished, having never envisioned that ice fishing would yield such a bounty. No wonder Uncle Ming Guang said that in the past, one could catch fish merely by standing on the shore with a big stick. He recalled a childhood article he had read about the vast wilderness, which described clubbing deer and scooping fish, wild chickens flying into the pot. He had previously scoffed at it, believing it to be mere fiction penned by the author. After all, deer and wild chickens were rare protected species in his past life. Would they simply wait to be caught? Yet, reflecting on the earlier scene of fishing in Long Lake, he suddenly found himself believing it. Based on the fishing conditions just witnessed, the fish in Long Lake seemed almost adorably naive. After one fish was pulled from an ice hole, within a few breaths, another would surface to breathe. It seems there are quite a few fish in Long Lake, Mu Feng thought. Brother Mu Feng. Baya joyfully leaped around him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How did you think of this? Our tribe will surely have an abundance of food for quite some time. Mu Feng smiled. In the past, Uncle Ming Guang took us fishing, and I thought perhaps we could catch fish when the ice formed. Who knew it would actually work? He spoke half-truths, for he could hardly confess. It's merely that your current generation's intelligence hasn't caught up. Baya clearly didn't fathom this layer, and in her jubilant state, she dashed towards Li Hu, exclaiming, Father, father, look, the largest fish you're carrying is the one I caught. Li Hu beamed with pride, ruffling Baya's hair. Indeed, you did remarkably well this time. He then turned to Mu Feng. How about we bring more people tomorrow to catch even more fish? Mu Feng nodded. That sounds good, but it's getting warmer down the mountain. If we catch too many, they'll spoil, though we only need enough to last for a while. In truth, he contemplated retrieving ice from the lake to transport back to the tribe for fish preservation. However, considering the labor involved in ice cutting, transporting, and storing, he ultimately dismissed the idea that he resolved to consider freezing them when the time was ripe. Moreover, there were numerous issues within the Jiang clan that needed addressing before freezing could be prioritized. As Mu Feng pondered while walking, he suddenly noticed Li Hu halt, standing directly beside him. What's the matter? Mu Feng asked, perplexed. Baya, who had been chattering next to Li Hu, suddenly fell silent and cautiously positioned herself behind him. Although Mu Feng did not see her expression, he distinctly sensed her tension. Mu Feng wondered, what is going on? Before he could finish his thought, Ming Guang approached him with a grim demeanor and spoke in a low voice. Mu Feng. There's a group of people ahead. A group of people? Mu Feng replied, confused. What's the issue? They outnumber us and are blocking all paths. Ming Guang said darkly. I fear they may be here to plunder. Ah! Bai Ye's face instantly drained of color. Her eyes filled with terror as she evidently recalled the tribulations the tribe had recently endured. Li, who was also taken aback, pain flickering across his face. Plunder. He then gritted his teeth and declared, if it comes to it, we'll fight them. With that, he tossed the large fish he was carrying to the ground and genuinely prepared to confront them. However, Mu Feng swiftly grasped his arm. Uncle Li Hu, don't act impulsively. Stopped in his tracks. Li Hu's expression was a mix of surprise and anger. Chieftain Mu Feng, the tribe has already suffered one bout of plunder and has run out of food. If we are raided again, our people will truly starve. Mu Feng shook his head, insisting, don't act rashly. Even if they steal our food, what of it? We can simply give it to them. If worst comes to worst, we can catch more fish. As long as the Green Mountains remain. We need not fear a lack of firewood. What Green Mountains? What firewood? Li Hu was momentarily stunned by this phrase. That Mu Feng shook his head. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Take me to see what is happening. No. You are the chieftain. You cannot take risks. Rest assured. I am well aware and will not take unnecessary risks. With that, Mu Feng strode directly toward the front of the group. That Li Hu and Ming Guang were extremely anxious, quickly following after him. Upon reaching the forefront, Mu Feng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, there was a group of people ahead, their numbers greater than theirs, and several bore brightly colored markings on their faces, with their hair neatly tied back. Mu Feng recognized that these were individuals from a large tribe. Only members of a large tribe would possess the leisure to adorn themselves and distinguish warriors from ordinary tribesmen through color. The adornment and coloration symbolized status and identity, akin to how wealthy individuals in his previous life drove luxury cars and wore designer watches. What astonished Mu Feng the most was that the leader among them was a girl riding an unknown beast. The girl donned a pure white fur garment, her eyes gleaming like autumn waters, resembling a fledgling phoenix. What caught Mu Feng's attention was that this girl possessed a perfectly oval face, surpassing even the beautified celebrities he had encountered in his past life. If one were to nitpick, the only flaw was the uneven flush on her cheeks, which bore visible frostbite scars. Yet, her imperfections did not overshadow her beauty. Her pair of sword-like brows added a touch of heroism, presenting her as a formidable woman. Flanking the girl were painted warriors, mounted on impressive beasts themselves, and without uttering a word, they exuded an air of confidence, unlike the tension felt by Li Hu and Ming Guang. Mu Feng was reminded of a long-desired aspiration, to train hawks and walk dogs, living as a carefree and leisurely young master. With this thought, his eyes glimmered. Chapter 10. Understanding interests and consequences. The white-furred maiden was striking in appearance and exuded a commanding presence. And with her considerable entourage, the entire Jiang clan found themselves rooted in place, hesitant to act rashly. Bai Ye, concerned for Mu Feng's safety, followed closely behind. Upon seeing the white-furred maiden and her mount, she felt a pang of inadequacy, instinctively lowering her head. The others, naturally oblivious to the shift in her demeanor, were focused on the unexpected guests before them. Li Hu stood behind Mu Feng, his expression tightening as he assessed the number and attire of the newcomers. Upon spotting the white-furred maiden and her steed, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hissed, "Armored Earth Dragon! Armored Earth Dragon!" Mu Feng was taken aback, quickly communicating with the system in his mind and realizing the implications. The so-called Armored Earth Dragon was akin to a descendant of the ancient hammerhead dragon, clad in armor, with its head and tail twisted into a large knot, covered in scales. Strictly speaking, the Armored Earth Dragon could not be classified as merely a beast. It was more an extraordinary creature. A girl capable of riding such a creature surely possessed an extraordinary identity and background. It was no wonder the Jiang clan felt apprehensive, having recently suffered from a raid by the Monglong tribe. Mu Feng frowned slightly. After some contemplation, he clasped his hands over his chest in the ancient tribal greeting and inquired, "May I ask what brings your esteemed party here?" A steam party was a term used by smaller tribes to address larger tribes or tribal alliances. By stating this, Feng had already signaled his intentions. Given the opposing party's numbers and their own disadvantaged position, he had no choice but to demonstrate goodwill. The girl on the steed regarded him with mild surprise. As the pride of her tribe, she had visited numerous small clans and was accustomed to the anxious demeanor of those who dared not meet her gaze. Why did this boy, appearing to be of similar age, seem so composed and unflustered? How did he know such ancient customs? Furthermore, how was it that he stood at the forefront of the group at such a young age, without waiting for the maiden to speak? A robust young man, towering over 6 feet tall and more formidable than Mingguang, bellowed, boldly insolent. Knowing we are from the upper tribe, how dare you not kneel in reverence? Emma, a wave of unease washed over Feng as he narrowed his eyes at the man. Clearly unaccustomed to being scrutinized in such a manner, the man glared back, his eyes wide with anger as he stepped forward, ready to take action. Both Li Hu and Mingguang, sensing the tension, instinctively moved closer. Unexpectedly, the girl in the white cloak spoke, her voice melodious like a nightingale. "Idyllic, do not be rude." With that, the maiden gracefully dismounted from her steed and stepped forward, mirroring Feng's gesture of placing her hands together. Though hers were not pressed against her chest, but held elegantly at her sides. "Greetings, I am Ke Changning, a member of the Qingyao tribe." The man reluctantly retreated, yet maintained an air of arrogance. The white-cloaked maiden smiled, her demeanor as radiant as flowers blooming in the wind. "My kin and I are merely passing through. We harbor no ill intentions." However, Li Hu and Mingguang remained tense, not daring to exhale. Li Hu's face betrayed his astonishment. The Qingyao tribe, located in the far western reaches, is one of the 3 largest tribes in the world, reputed to possess numerous clans of the Jiang lineage. His knowledge of this was solely due to the unique history of the Jiang clan, which also migrated from the extreme west. Feng felt a momentary jolt of relief and gazed calmly at the girl who introduced herself as Ke Changning, bowing once more. "If the upper tribe is merely passing through, we shall take our leave." "Wait," Changning interjected. "I have a few inquiries to make." "What would you like to ask me?" Feng replied, taken aback. "How did you manage to catch so many fish?" Changning's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Emma, Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge such information. Behind him, Li Hu and Mingguang exchanged alarmed glances, whispering urgently, Feng." Feng's thoughts raced as he looked at Changning. The maiden's expectant gaze radiated sincerity, but the man beside her, Aguli, narrowed his eyes, exuding a menacing aura. Weighing the circumstances, Feng sighed inwardly, recognizing the necessity of humility under the current roof. Moreover, Changning did not pose a direct threat. It would be more advantageous to foster goodwill. After all, his methods of hunting were plentiful, and the efficacy of a particular technique could vary significantly based on time and location. "That I in an instant," he resolved, nodding in agreement. "Very well." "Ah!" Changning's eyes widened with delight. "Wonderful. Please share." Feng proceeded to explain the intricacies of ice fishing. Upon finishing, the maiden looked astonished. "Is it truly that simple?" Feng nodded. "Indeed." A thoughtful expression crossed her face as she murmured to herself, "Such a straightforward concept. Yet no one has thought of it before." After a moment, she seemed to recall something, glancing behind Feng. "You mentioned using bamboo to craft your fish spear?" "Yes," Feng confirmed, surprised, for it was evident that Changning's intellect and quickness surpassed those around her. She recognized the uniqueness of the bamboo fish spear. Historically, every advancement in primitive society stemmed from seemingly trivial innovations, yet their significance was monumental. Whether it was the discovery of fire through friction or the use of stones for hunting, such developments distinguished humans from beasts. Even simple wooden clubs or stone tools could tip the scales in various conflicts of primitive society. The use of bamboo for crafting fish spears might go unnoticed by many, but those who grasped its value understood its potential, for such a weapon had never been seen before. Chapter 11. The fish spear as a javelin. Changning regarded Feng with astonishment, scrutinizing the members of the Jiang clan and the fish they bore. Li Hu and Ming Guang exchanged uncertain glances. Though the maiden had claimed to be merely passing through and had no malicious intent, her scrutinizing gaze made the two remain on edge, while she appeared friendly. Aguli's demeanor suggested otherwise. Just as their hearts raced with trepidation, Changning suddenly asked with a smile, "Could you take me to see your tribe? See our tribe?" Feng felt a wave of concern wash over him. "Rest assured, I truly mean no harm," Changning replied, her laughter light and airy. "I have no interest in your food, nor would I steal a tea least while I am accompanied by the warriors of the Qingyao. Such behavior would be unthinkable. I merely wish to meet your tribe's chieftain and seek his counsel." "Seek counsel from our chieftain?" Li Hu instinctively turned to Feng, but quickly averted his gaze to Changning. "What do you wish to consult our chieftain about?" The maiden chuckled softly. "I simply want to ask him if he can create weapons beyond this fish spear." "Fear not. I shall not ask without offering something in return." Li Hu remained skeptical. Changning pointed to the armored earth dragon behind her. "If you grant me an audience with him and provide me with the knowledge I seek, this earth dragon shall be yours." "Really?" Li Hu's breath quickened. The earth dragon was more than just a mount. It instilled fear in most beasts of the jungle. With such a creature, their tribe would be shielded from many ferocious predators. The possession of an earth dragon also signified their tribe's strength and status among the larger clans, ensuring they would no longer face incursions from rival tribes. "How outrageous! Does the Qingyao tribe's word hold no weight?" the earlier flower-faced man retorted with arrogance. "Aguli," Changning's brow furrowed in evident irritation. "If you continue this way, I shall inform my father to prevent you from leaving the tribe." The man fell silent again, letting out an annoyed huff. Changning turned back to Feng and Li Hu, bowing gracefully, her expression contrite. "Please forgive my clan's impetuousness. I genuinely wish to consult." Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "There are too many of you." He did not finish his thought, yet it was clear Changning understood. Indeed, she placed one hand on her heart and pointed skyward, gazing intently at Feng. "I swear by the Qingyao totem, if I harbor any ill intent, let my tribe never fly again." This declaration left Li Hu and Ming Guang momentarily speechless. "Yamato, you are the jewel of the Qingyao tribe. How can you swear such an oath before this meager clan?" The earlier man erupted in anger, clearly enraged. To invoke the totem's name for such a weak tribe is a grave offense. To everyone's surprise, Changning's brows knitted in defiance, her beautiful eyes gleaming with determination. "If you refuse to uphold this oath, you may either kill me or leave the Qingyao." Remarkably, upon hearing this, Aguli's bravado faltered, his anger dissipating, replaced by sheer panic. That he knelt on one knee, hands raised in supplication, head bowed. "I shall uphold what Yamato has proclaimed. The Qingyao tribe shall abide by it." Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Whether in this life or the last, he understood that the Qingyao was the totemic faith of this tribe, that an oath sworn upon a totem was not to be trifled with. Yet why was the maiden so fervent? Perhaps her tribe faced some dire predicament, prompting such urgency. In this era, superstition ran deep. Thus, an oath sworn upon a totem was not something anyone dared to break. Otherwise, divine retribution would surely follow. "Very well." Feng steadied himself and asked, "What would you like to know?" Channing was taken aback. "What did you say? Did you not wish to meet our tribe's chieftain?" "I am he," Feng replied calmly. "You?" Channing looked bewildered, her brows furrowing again in a most endearing manner, causing Feng to stifle a chuckle. "Does that surprise you?" Feng teased lightly. "You are the chieftain." Channing appeared to grapple with the revelation. "How can that be? You are not even taller than me. In our tribe, you would still be undergoing training." Feng sighed inwardly. The children of the poor mature quickly. Nonetheless, he turned to the visibly anxious Li Hu and Ming Guang. "Enough of this tension. Let everyone set down their fish for a moment." Li Hu nodded and turned to the group behind him, issuing instructions. Only then did Changning realize, her eyes brimming with curiosity, "You truly are the chieftain." "Indeed." Feng was somewhat surprised. The once fierce maiden now appeared as a starry-eyed admirer, gazing at him with awe as the young chieftain. Yet, despite her curiosity, she quickly returned to the matter at hand. Since you are the chieftain, this saves me the trouble of a long journey. Beyond catching fish, what other uses does this bamboo spear have? Or perhaps, do you possess the skill to craft other formidable weapons? Pausing for a moment, she quickly added, if you tell me, I shall gift you this earth dragon. Feng felt a stirring of excitement. He had initially considered acquiring an eagle or a hound, but having this earth dragon as a mount would surely be more impressive than those who rode horses in his past life. However, he was acutely aware that the earth dragon would not be easily obtained, especially with Agili watching him with predatory intent. Very well. Feng nodded, reaching behind him to retrieve a bamboo spear from one of the men. Though referred to as a spear, it was merely a sharpened end of a black bamboo stalk. While simple, Feng had other ingenious uses in mind. Everyone, step aside. Feng called out to those near a tree about 10 meters away. The onlookers hesitated, but upon Changning's encouraging gesture, they quickly moved aside. Feng inhaled deeply. Recalling the techniques learned during physical education classes in his previous life for javelin throwing, he stepped back a few paces, then swiftly advanced several steps forward, gripping the rear end of the bamboo spear with his right hand. Aiming at the tree, and suddenly flung it out. The bamboo arched gracefully in the air before piercing straight into the trunk of the tree. The bamboo quivered incessantly, its tip embedded 2 to 3 inches deep. Hiss! Someone gasped in astonishment. Chapter 12. Deserving the respect of my Qingyao warriors. After much deliberation, Feng's decision was evident to all upon witnessing the bamboo spear's effectiveness, particularly for Ming Guang. As the chief hunter, he understood the significance of such a weapon in the realm of hunting. Great chief! Ming Guang exclaimed, filled with excitement and regret. You shouldn't have. Before he could finish, Feng smiled and shook his head. It's all right. Meanwhile, he contemplated. It's merely a bamboo spear. I have plenty of ways to defend myself. On the side, Chongning stood with her mouth agape, her eyes wide with shock. Is this the harpoon you mentioned? It's so impressive. Turning to Feng, she asked, can my people give it a try? Feng nodded and handed her a bamboo spear. Chongning then passed it to the previously mentioned man with a painted face. Aguli, you go. The man appeared quite taken aback as he reached for the bamboo spear, casting a glance at Feng. Before mimicking his actions, stepping back, then sprinting forward a few paces, and finally launching the spear. Feng was slightly surprised, not expecting Aguli to replicate his technique so adeptly. However, it was clear he lacked the proper javelin throwing skills and failed to hit the large tree, the bamboo tip merely grazing the bark. Nevertheless, that single strike ripped away a square patch of bark half a foot wide. The bamboo continued its momentum, embedding itself about 10 centimeters into the ground. Feng was astounded, thinking to himself, Aguli possesses remarkable strength. Aguli, clearly embarrassed, slightly lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Ima Duo. Yet, Chongning paid no mind to this, dashing over to the large tree, picking up the bark, and inspecting the exposed area, where a noticeable dent nearly a centimeter deep was evident. Chongning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling and a smile adorning her face. Come look for yourself. The man hurried forward, taking the bark from her, examining the scratch on the tree before reaching for the bamboo spear, feeling its power, and displaying a look of shock. How is this possible? He had initially thought it was merely a simple harpoon, but in an instant, he recognized the extraordinary power of this simple harpoon. He could almost guarantee that if the warriors of their tribe wielded such bamboo spears, the destructive potential would be astonishing. With this realization, he could no longer afford to underestimate this young chief of a small tribe who had managed to wield such power with a simple weapon. Chongning, overwhelmed with joy, trotted back to Feng. Her excitement still palpable, with a serious expression, she inquired, if many people use it together, would its power be even greater? Indeed, Feng nodded. If many people use it simultaneously, aiming would be unnecessary. Did you hear that? This weapon, this power, will undoubtedly serve our Qingyao tribe well. Absolutely, Aguli replied, equally exhilarated. With such a weapon, our Qingyao tribe will surely be free from the disturbances of the local natives. Chongning excitedly gestured towards a nearby earth dragon. This earth dragon is yours. As a token of my gratitude, I can also provide your tribe with what you most need. What do you most need? Mu Feng pondered, realizing that the tribe's most pressing issues were food and clothing, particularly furs and salt. The chill of spring was upon them, and if this situation persisted without the Monglong tribe's intervention, they would either freeze to death in the cold or suffer from a powerlessness due to the salt shortage. Any danger could spell disaster for the tribe. Yet he considered that if the girl learned of the Jiang tribe's whereabouts, they might be at risk. However, he quickly remembered that even if he said nothing, the Jiang tribe was not far away. They could easily discover its location. After contemplating, he nodded. All right, I need furs and salt. Just these? Chongning was taken aback. Nothing else? Mu Feng paused, feeling a bit relieved, and shook his head. I only need these. Nothing else for now. He aimed to state only essential requests to avoid provoking hostility. Good, Chongning replied earnestly. Then we shall give you this earth dragon first, and I will arrange for salt and furs to be sent later. You will send them to us? Mu Feng furrowed his brow. Chongning sensed his wariness and quickly explained. Rest assured, I have sworn an oath by our totemic faith. So, Mu Feng fell silent again, realizing that the girl indeed planned to visit his tribe. Chongning grew anxious, her cheeks flushed, raising her voice. Our Qingyao tribe has never favored plunder and slaughter, otherwise we wouldn't have been forced out of our homeland by the other two major tribes. We have only come here to settle and thrive, yet we are surrounded by formidable local enemies who continuously provoke us. Mu Feng's eyes brightened, thinking, an outsider. It seems the Qingyao tribe has not had an easy time either. There's a saying that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, regardless of how formidable the Qingyao tribe once was. Now that they had migrated here, they would undoubtedly face oppression from the indigenous tribes, who might even seek to annex them. Hence, the Qingyao tribe's situation could be quite precarious. Although they appear to be a large tribe, they had to remain vigilant against the predations of the local tribes. This made Chongning's words more credible, and by extension, Mu Feng's Jiang tribe was also afforded a measure of safety. Nevertheless, Mu Feng still harbored some reservations and asked, how many warriors from your tribe can venture out? Now it was Chongning's turn to hesitate in silence. Clearly, she was wary of Mu Feng. Mu Feng's mind sharpened, realizing that her tribe's situation might be dire, that if this were the case, merely knowing their tribe's location would not be of much consequence. He possessed mightier weapons, and as long as they secured the canyon terrain of their tribe, it wouldn't be easy for just anyone to breach. All right, Mu Feng nodded. You may accompany us back to the tribe. Great chief. Ming Guang and Li Hu exclaimed in unison. That Mu Feng shook his head. It's fine. Nearby, Agu Li was eager to join, wanting to see what such a young chief's tribe was like. Unexpectedly, Chongning said, Agu Li, you stay here with half the people, and I will go with them. Understood, Agu Li said. His spirit dampened, wearing a look of resignation. After thinking, he turned to Mu Feng with a serious expression, bowing slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, you have allowed me to witness the power of the bamboo spear. For that alone, you deserve my respect and the camaraderie of the Qingyao warriors. Mu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Agu Li appeared fierce, yet he was just a big softy. Meanwhile, Chongning was perceptive, recognizing his concerns and proactively leaving half of her group behind, thereby posing no threat to him and extending a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 13. No benefits. No deal. Mu Feng led Chongning and her group back to the tribe. Throughout the journey, Li Hu and Ming Guang stayed close, wary of any sudden moves from Chongning. However, upon seeing that the number of people she brought was fewer than their own, they felt slightly reassured. Upon reaching the thorny wooden wall surrounding the tribe, this sense of security grew stronger. Chongning and her companions paused before the formidable thorny barrier, momentarily taken aback. Everyone exchanged glances, puzzled by its purpose. Only Chongning, after a brief daze, suddenly turned to Mu Feng. Did you also teach your people to construct this? Mu Feng nodded. Indeed. This. Chongning's expression turned fervent, her cheeks flushed with excitement, ignoring the risk of pricking her fingers on the thorns. She reached out to touch the wooden spikes, her expression shifting repeatedly before finally turning to Mu Feng. earnestly stating, I implore you to teach me this method as well. Do you wish to learn this too? Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Ning's face flushed with determination, her eyes sparkling with the realization that her journey had been worthwhile in this seemingly modest tribe. She had encountered one astonishing discovery after another. Bamboo spears for fishing, javelins, thorny stakes. These were inventions she had never witnessed in any other tribe, including her own Qingyao tribe. While she could not conceive of them, she could distinctly sense the profound impact these tools would have if employed en masse. Feng recognized that Ning had discerned the extraordinary nature of these implements. After a moment of thought, he replied, Very well. However, the earth dragon and furs you mentioned do not include this. Teaching her about the wooden walls posed no issue and would not affect anything significantly. Yet he would not undertake any task without corresponding benefits. Ning bit her lip, declaring, I can offer you more furs and salt. 300 furs and 30 jars of salt. Ah! Both Li Hu and Ming Guang gasped in astonishment. Feng scrutinized her gaze. Noticing no signs of deceit, he understood that if someone were being dismissive or lying, their eyes would betray them with flickering glances. Despite her youth, Ning spoke with remarkable assertiveness. Clearly holding significant influence within her tribe, that on his way back, he discreetly communicated with the system and learned that here signifies future heir, and that this future heir's authority is nearly equivalent to that of the tribe's great chieftain. Comparisons to any future crown prince or regent are utterly inconceivable. Once she makes a decision, the entire tribe, from top to bottom, must comply, and even the great chieftain would not dare to refute her easily. What a peculiar system, mused Feng, a historical researcher who understood how astonishing such a situation could be, yet it existed nonetheless. What reassured him most was that the girl had indicated it would be advantageous for him. Excellent. Feng turned to Li Hu. Ensure their envoy is well arranged. Great chieftain, Li Hu replied in a low voice. Glancing nervously at Ning, Feng shook his head in resignation. If they wish to act against us, they would have done so long ago. You need not worry. Understood. Li Hu turned to begin his arrangements. Feng then looked at Ning. So, which aspect would you like to learn first? Perhaps this one? Ning replied, her brow lightly furrowed as she pointed at the thorny wooden wall. My tribe is numerous, and our dwelling requires such fortifications. Very well. Feng nodded. This structure is known as a defensive wall, comprised of 3 layers: inner, outer, and middle. As he spoke, he gestured for Ning to step inside for a better look. From the innermost to the outermost, there lay a stone wall, a wooden fence, and thorny wood. This is quite simple, that if your tribe wishes to construct a wall, begin by properly preparing the wooden fence and burying it in the ground. Feng demonstrated, then stack stones against the wooden fence. They can be piled thicker. Finally, plant thorny wood on the outermost layer. However, Feng bypassed many details, such as how deep to bury the fence, the need for flat stones, and how to manage the gaps in between. This could not be blamed on him. Even a cat would leave some tricks hidden from a tiger. But the thorny wood will continue to grow. Perplexed, fear not, as it grows denser. It will form a solid barrier for the tribe, protecting it from external threats. Ning's eyes brightened, her long eyelashes resembling an enchanting crescent. I understand now. Ning looked up, beaming with a radiant smile that revealed charming dimples. Ah! Feng marveled inwardly, feeling a tinge of bashfulness. I cannot be blamed for holding back. It is for my own protection. However, oblivious to his thoughts, Ning meticulously examined the thorny wall, assured that she had mastered this vital technique, then bowed respectfully to Feng. Thank you for your guidance. Ahem. Feng shifted the topic. Li Hu, have the fish been properly divided? Huh. Li Hu, recovering from his astonishment, set down the fish in his hands. The food has been entrusted to Ji Yang for distribution. Good. Then keep an eye on him. Ensure the remaining fish is cleaned thoroughly, salted evenly, and hung out to dry. But, Li Hu hesitated, glancing at Ning. We don't have much salt left. This, Feng was not surprised and turned his gaze to Ning. She quickly caught on, her brow relaxing and her pretty face alight with a smile. Rest assured, I will deliver the salt to you. Feng nodded. He had been awaiting this assurance from Chongning. Suddenly, she performed a deep bow. "However, I have a request to discuss with you." "What is your request?" "I wish for you to lead your people to join my tribe." Chongning's expression was earnest and sincere, her dark eyes fixed intently on Mufeng. "Ah!" Lihu immediately turned to Mufeng, visibly anxious. "No need." Mufeng firmly rejected. "Although the Jiang clan is small, it remains an independent tribe. But you do not even possess your own totem." Chongning urged. "By joining the Qingyao tribe, you could obtain a totem immediately, and your people would receive more food and greater security." She was indeed a person from a large tribe, although she did not fully comprehend the Jiang clan's circumstances. Her comments touched upon its very foundation. "Fear not, we will have those things in due time," Mufeng replied nonchalantly. "However, the Jiang clan is an independent tribe, and that will not change." Noticing Mufeng's stance, Chongning felt a twinge of discomfort, somewhat irked by his apparent ingratitude. Nevertheless, she composed herself and said, "In that case, I shall return and instruct my tribe to send you the supplies." With that, Chongning stood abruptly and turned to leave. After a moment, she added, "However, my tribe is quite distant. It will take at least 7 days for me to return with the supplies." Mufeng remained unperturbed. "No matter. We can wait." Initially taken aback, Chongning looked back at Mufeng, her beautiful eyes revealing both disappointment and curiosity, an inexplicable complexity. Yet that was all. She merely waved to her accompanying followers and departed, coming and going in haste. Chapter 14. Just defensive bamboo spears. "I have my methods." Once Chongning had left, Lihu grew anxious. "Great chieftain, why did you teach her the use of bamboo spears?" "Not to worry, the methods of employing bamboo spears are not limited to just this. Besides, I have my ways to defend against them." Lihu, still uneasy, asked, "They won't come to raid us, will they?" "Not at all." Mufeng chuckled, shaking his head. "Did you not hear that Agili express his disdain for our tribe? But you taught her how to use bamboo spears. What if she changes her mind after returning and leads her people to raid us?" "Huh?" Mufeng laughed heartily, shaking his head. "What are bamboo spears? They cannot breach our defenses." Lihu hesitated. "Bamboo spears are quite large. What if they come at us with them?" "Simple." Mufeng replied with a grin. "Fetch me some dry grass. Wooden boards, wooden sticks, and rope." "Understood." Lihu hurried off to gather the materials, returning shortly with everything prepared. Mufeng took a nearly 1-meter-long bundle of grass, aligning the ends, gripping it tightly, and then binding it at intervals with beast sinew, forming a grass bundle, which he placed on the ground, that he then repeated this process, creating over 10 grass bundles. Finally, he arranged the bundles in 2 layers, adding a layer of wooden sticks atop them, securing it all tightly with beast sinew. After binding the grass bundles together, he affixed them to the wooden sticks, which in turn were secured to the wooden boards. Thus, 2 layers of grass bundles combined with 1 layer of wooden sticks formed a square grass shield, approximately 1 meter on each side. Mufeng exhaled, smiling. "Done." However, Lihu's face was a mask of confusion. "What purpose does this serve?" "Simple." Mufeng handed the grass shield to him. "Hold it above your head to protect yourself." "All right." Though perplexed, Lihu nodded and complied. Mufeng then picked up a bamboo spear, taking a step back before throwing it directly at the grass shield held by Lihu. Thud! The bamboo spear struck the shield, and Lihu felt a tremor in his arms, but otherwise, there was no further anomaly. "All set." Mufeng nodded approvingly. "Now do you understand how to defend against bamboo spears?" "Ido!" Lihu exclaimed with excitement. "So bamboo spears can indeed be defended against." "Correct?" "Exactly," Mufeng replied with a grin. "Even if she brings her people, we can simply make more grass shields to defend ourselves. But just now, that girl..." Lihu pondered. "Didn't the Qingyao tribes invite us to join them? What if they become enraged because we refused?" Mufeng paused momentarily, then nodded. "You make a valid point. Better safe than sorry." "What?" Lihu was puzzled. "Nothing." Mufeng shook his head. "It seems prudent to make some preparations." With that, Mufeng turned to Lihu. "Gather around 20 people." "Why are we calling for people?" Lihu asked, bewildered. "To dig a well for water." Mufeng replied firmly. "Dig a well for water." Lihu was taken aback. Isn't there a river past the East Mountain? Mu Feng shook his head. Too far. Inconvenient. If someone blocks the tribe's exit, we could perish from lack of water, and have them bring bone knives and other tools suitable for digging. At this point, he suddenly thought of something and waved his hand. All right. Go and call them. Understood. Li Hu hurried off. Meanwhile, Mu Feng directly connected with the system. System assigned tasks. The system prompted. Task 1. Assist the tribe in overcoming difficulties. Completed, earning 300 achievement points. Task 2. Resolve the tribe's survival issues. 500 achievement points. Task 3. Inspire the tribe's morale. Completed, earning 200 achievement points. Your current achievement points total. 500. Mu Feng felt a surge of joy and quickly inquired. Can I exchange these achievement points for a few shovels? The system immediately displayed the exchange interface. Shovel exchange. 50 achievement points each. Mu Feng contemplated for a moment before stating, Then I shall exchange for 6 shovels to dig the well. At that moment, a bold line appeared beneath the shovel icon. Exchange limit. 2 shovels. Seriously? Mu Feng couldn't help but complain. What a ridiculous system. Why is there a quantity restriction? The system paid him no mind and continued to prompt. Are you sure you wish to use 100 achievement points to exchange for 2 shovels? Yes. Yes. Mu Feng replied impatiently. Can I exchange for more? The system prompted again. The system only provides basic assistance and cannot grant you an advantage far exceeding what currently exists. Of course, excluding the advantages you have created for yourself. My word! Mu Feng was left speechless. Chapter 15. Digging for watered I who quickly gathered the people. Mu Feng handed 2 iron shovels to Li Hu, saying, Take this. We will use them to dig the earth. Golden tools. Li Hu's eyes widened. For such golden tools were only possessed by large tribes. The onlookers gazed at the iron shovels in Mu Feng's hands, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. To them, golden tools were akin to divine artifacts. Great Chief. Someone could not help but swallow hard, incredulously asking, Is this a golden tool? The tone of his inquiry reminded Mu Feng of the shock he felt as a child when he had only a single coin as pocket money and witnessed another child with 100. Mu Feng felt overwhelmed. In primitive society, tools were predominantly made of stone and bone, with metal products being exceedingly rare. That it was no wonder they were so astonished. Yes, it is a golden tool, Mu Feng, too weary to explain further, declared. Now it belongs to our Jiang clan. We shall use it for digging. Digging. Li Hu exclaimed in disbelief. Such a golden tool should be enshrined in the ancestral grounds. Mu Feng, both amused and exasperated, quickly replied, This is a shovel. It is meant for digging. After a pause, he added, This is my directive as the great chief. With that, no one dared to voice any objections. Li Hu respectfully accepted the shovel. Handling it with care, Mu Feng, resigned, led the group towards the large tree beside the thorny wooden wall. He intended to dig a well for water there. There were 2 reasons for digging a well in this location. First, the current source of water for the tribe was too distant. Using animal skin bags to transport water resulted in significant leakage, not to mention the poor water quality. Second, upon inspecting the area to the west, Mu Feng noted it was a natural spring. The Jiang clan's territory was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with an opening on one. This position was geographically renowned as a scoop-shaped basin, the ideal place for water to emerge. Groundwater would flow from the 3 mountains towards the basin, precisely where the tribe's western side was located. Particularly, the thicket on the tribe's western side indicated an abundant underground water source. When Mu Feng was still in modern times, he had learned from experienced locals in mountainous regions how to dig wells, which proved highly effective. Mu Feng selected a spot near the tree, drawing a large circle with a radius of 2 meters, standing in the center and proclaiming, Here, we shall dig a well. Dig a well, someone asked. Puzzled, what is the purpose of digging a well? Mu Feng smiled, explaining, If we dig deep enough, water will flow out on its own, and we will no longer need to fetch water from afar. After a moment, he added, Moreover, the water that flows from beneath will have a slightly sweet taste. But isn't the ground just dirt? How can there be water? Li Hu could not help but inquired. Mu Feng felt exasperated. He pondered that given Li Hu's or the surrounding tribespeople's intellect, he might find it difficult to explain clearly. Thus, he opted not to elaborate further, merely stating, "As long as we dig deep enough, water will appear." Li Hu immediately fell silent, understanding that he merely needed to execute the great chief's orders. The others also ceased their chatter, holding the shovel in both hands. Mu Feng placed a foot on the shovel-esque blade, exerting force as he pried up the earth, displacing a shovelful of soil. He flicked his wrist, casting the dirt aside to TO him. These motions were utterly normal, yet to the onlookers, they sparked varied expressions of astonishment. The great chief is using a golden tool in such a way. He is stepping on the golden tool. That is indeed a golden tool. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him, Mu Feng, after digging a circle, handed the shovel to Li Hu, saying, "Here are 2 shovels for over 20 people. Well, perhaps too many. Dig within the circle I have made and remove all the dirt. Gather a few individuals to suspend animal skins with vines. When we dig deep enough, we can hoist the earth up from below." However, after surveying the group of about 20, he reconsidered and drew another circle of similar size not far away, instructing, "You shall split into 2 groups, each with a shovel, while the others use bone knives. When one person becomes fatigued, they will rotate. We shall take turns." "Understood." Thus, Mu Feng stood aside, directing the operation, resembling a foreman inspecting a construction site, whether it was the motivation brought by the shovels or the pressure from his status as great chief. Each individual who received a shovel began to dig with fervor, as if their lives depended on it. The shovels and bone knives flew up and down, dirt continuously being flung out of the well. As Mu Feng observed, the diggers gradually became invisible except for their heads, until eventually, only the dirt being ejected could be seen, leaving him in awe. The speed of this digging, Mu Feng stared, astonished. It's almost comparable to a modern excavator. A dozen people managed to dig a well to a depth of 6 or 7 meters in less than half a day. However, as the digging continued, fewer people descended. Ultimately, only 4 could go down simultaneously. Even so, the speed of excavation remained impressive. What excited everyone was that at the 6 or 7 meter mark, the soil began to feel damp, and the dirt being ejected was noticeably wet and sticky. "There really is water!" Li Hu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Those hoisting dirt at the well's mouth with vines also felt elated, their gazes towards Mu Feng brimming with admiration. After another 2 hours, the depth of the suspended dirt reached 12 to 13 meters, and suddenly, a shout echoed from the bottom of the well. "Ah! Water is flowing!" Hearing this, those at the well's mouth hurriedly pulled up the vines, and soon saw 4 muddy individuals scrambling out. From the well's depth, the sound of flowing water began to resonate. Chapter 16. Sweet Well Water. Previously, during his archaeological endeavors in mountainous regions, Mu Feng had witnessed how others dug wells, so he naturally knew what it looked like when water began to flow. Although initially, it was challenging to see the bottom of the well at such a depth, the sound of flowing water was unmistakable. Soon after, the water level became visibly apparent, gradually rising from the well's depths, and the stone walls lining the well became quickly soaked that a mixture of earthy and grassy scents surged upward. Mu Feng's eyes brightened. He recognized this scent well. Only genuine mountain spring water possessed such a quality, undoubtedly superior to river water. The water level rapidly approached about 3 meters from the well's mouth, and those surrounding it could clearly see the water bubbling up from below, within the 2-meter radius of the well. The emerging groundwater swirled, the central vortex clear and bright, while the water near the walls remained relatively turbid with silt, remnants of the stones used to build the wall and the freshly dug soil. Despite this, the people surrounding Mu Feng erupted into cheers. "Oh, oh, oh!" Mu Feng was equally thrilled. Without waiting for the water level to stabilize, he seized a vine, filled a skin with half a bag of water, and without minding the murkiness, took a sip. "Ah!" Mu Feng exclaimed, "It really is sweet." Even with some silt in his mouth, he cared little, for compared to the water he had been drinking from the river over the past 2 days, this underground water was incomparable. "Great Chief!" The people around him once again addressed Mu Feng with the respect he deserved, their gazes filled with fervor that I who could not restrain himself, saying, "Great Chief, may I have a sip?" "Of course." Mu Feng nodded kropka. Li Hu hurriedly imitated Mu Feng, using the vine to obtain water, and eagerly took a sip. Just that one sip left Li Hu's eyes wide open, his expression shifting from astonishment to shock, and finally to sheer joy. Oh! Li Hu pounded his chest and stomped his feet, exclaiming, his gaze towards Mu Feng brimming with even greater fervor. Great chief! Li Hu cheered. This is miraculous. I believe the old chief should also have a taste. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded. But wait until the silt settles before you fill a skin to take to him. Silt? Li Hu asked, perplexed. Yes, there is silt in the water. Wait until it all settles before drinking. The taste will be even better. Otherwise, drinking water with silt will give you a stomachache. Stomachache? Li Hu responded, looking confused. Not at all. Mu Feng suddenly realized that they were accustomed to river water. Familiar with its muddy and fishy taste, upon drinking the underground water, they would only find it delightful, unaware of any other sensation. However, Mu Feng, being modern, was used to drinking mineral water, mountain spring water, and purified water. How could he compare? Very well, Mu Feng conceded. You shall wait a while before drinking, and then you shall understand. Understood. At that moment, another well not far away had also been completed, yielding water similarly to the first well. The crowd erupted into cheers once more. Mu Feng felt a sense of relief, contemplating. It appears that the underground water vein is sufficiently broad, and there is plenty of water. Otherwise, with two wells so close, one would surely yield less. Unbeknownst to Mu Feng, the reason wells on Earth cannot be too close together is due to excessive human exploitation of groundwater. Now, however, in this primitive society, few understood how to develop and utilize underground water. Observing that the water level in the wells stabilized at around 2 meters from the opening, Mu Feng began to consider how to establish supporting facilities for the wells. The so-called supporting facilities were naturally what he understood from his previous life, a windlass, water buckets, and hemp ropes that he discreetly communicated with the system, which prompted a hidden achievement task. Complete the development of a new water source. Achievement points 300. Oh, there is even a hidden task. Mu Feng was pleasantly surprised. It was just like playing a game from a past life, complete with main quests and hidden tasks. Suddenly, he found himself with an additional 300 achievement points, and he pondered how best to utilize them. Exchanging them directly for a set of water-drawing facilities seemed feasible, amounting to only 200 points. However, the notion of conjuring a large well wheel and wooden bucket out of thin air would undoubtedly astonish the tribe. He believed it would be prudent to keep his abilities concealed for the time being. Thus, he opted for a compromise. He exchanged 50 achievement points for the method to construct the well wheel and bucket, and spent another 100 points to acquire a set of carpenter's tools. He intended to make these items himself, after all, saving wherever possible. Meanwhile, Li Hu could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to fetch water, heading towards the thatched hut of the elder chief. As he ran, he shouted, "Everyone, gather by the wall for water. The great chief has dug a well for us." Consequently, the tribe members emerged from their caves and thatched houses, all hurrying towards the protective wall. The first to arrive was Baya, who held a stone jar in her hands, her brows, eyes, and face adorned with smiles. From a distance, she called out to Mu Feng, "Brother Mu Feng, I want to drink the well water first." Mu Feng collected his thoughts, glanced at the now clear water, nodded, and filled her jar with water from his skin pouch. The girl beamed with joy, lifting the jar high with both hands as Mu Feng poured the water into it. "Drink up," he smiled. And Baya took a sip, her eyes widening in astonishment, clearly delighted. "Wow, this water is so sweet." The brightness in her eyes as she looked at Mu Feng was radiant, and her smile became even sweeter, revealing teeth as white as seashells. Mu Feng's heart fluttered, unable to resist complimenting her. "No sweetness can compare to yours." Baya, startled like a frightened deer, blushed deeply, her heart racing, and hurriedly cast her gaze elsewhere. Chapter 17. Supporting facilities. The well was excavated with great ease, yielding an ample supply of water. The entire tribe gathered with their skin pouches and stone jars to collect water, and after savoring the clean, sweet well water, they erupted with excitement. "The great chief is truly wise. The Jiang clan's revival is promising. The elder chief has chosen a worthy successor for us." Mu Feng felt a bit bashful. Scratching his head, He thought he had merely dug a well, yet the reaction was overwhelmingly positive. Seeing the tribe's enthusiastic response, he seized the moment to have Lihu gather animal tendons to twist into ropes. As night fell and he was thoroughly exhausted, he decided to postpone the well wool project until the next day. That evening, the entire tribe was enveloped in joy. The fish caught earlier in the day, along with previously stored meat, were brought out. The tribe members congregated in front of the thatched hut, lighting fires and roasting meat. Those who participated in the morning's fishing excitedly recounted their adventures, while those involved in the afternoon's well digging shouted in glee. Their gazes toward Mu Feng mirrored the fervor they once held for the elder chief. Although Mu Feng had only been the great chief for 2 days, he had already brought them so much joy. The elder chief was also invited to join the festivities. However, for some unknown reason, his responses and speech were no longer as clear and wise as the previous day. He seemed to only ramble like an ordinary elder. "Child, you are a good child. You must lead the Jiang clan to greatness." Yes, the Jiang clan may be a small tribe, but its origins are significant. Our ancestors were part of a great tribe by the river. "Ah, the water you gave me today is truly sweet." The elder held Mu Feng's hand and spoke. But Mu Feng found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to ask the elder about the hidden memories swirling in his mind, but realized the elder seemed oblivious. Lost in his own narrative, sighing, he vaguely guessed that the elder might be exhausted, possibly showing signs of senility. Rest assured, Mu Feng thought to himself, now that I am the great chief, the Jiang clan is my responsibility, and I will ensure it flourishes. The elder, whether he understood or not, suddenly rose, clapped his hands, and laughed heartily. Good, good. The next morning, Mu Feng woke up early. Without the distractions of a phone or computer, he no longer needed to stay up late, and thus there was no temptation to linger in bed. Shortly after getting up, he saw Baya bouncing towards him, carrying a stone jar, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Mu Feng, you're up." "Yes," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "You're up quite early. My father asked me to bring you water and some food." As she spoke, Baya offered him the stone jar and handed him some roasted meat she had brought from her shoulder. "Eat up." Looking at the smoky roasted meat, Mu Feng felt a bit reluctant to eat. But seeing Baya's large, expectant eyes, he couldn't refuse that. He accepted the meat and took a bite. Baya beamed, standing by and watching him eat with delight. "Brother Mu Feng, what are you going to do today?" she asked eagerly after taking back the stone jar. "Today, I need to make tools for drawing water." "Tools for drawing water?" Baya asked, her curious black eyes blinking. "Can you teach me?" Mu Feng hadn't seen such pure, innocent eyes in a long time and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, if you want to learn, you can do so nearby." "That's wonderful," Baya exclaimed, jumping up in joy, her smile forming a crescent shape. Then Mu Feng shook his head with a gentle laugh, took out his carpenter's tools, and asked Baya to help him bring the wood over, then began to construct the well wheel. Since he had exchanged for the method yesterday, with 50 achievement points, it was akin to having a manual. He simply had to follow the steps outlined. Baya watched with wide eyes, her interest growing as she occasionally asked questions. "Brother Mu Feng, why do you hollow out the middle of the wood? Why did you hollow out another one? Isn't this piece of wood too thin? Shouldn't it be hollowed out?" As Mu Feng worked and explained, what could have been a tedious carpenter's task became enjoyable. That be why the time he finished constructing the well wheel, wooden frame, and water bucket. It was already past noon. Baya had not left his side the entire time, watching intently. "All right, now we can move these to the well. I can only make this one today. The other will have to wait." "Yes. Let me help you," Baya said, assisting Mu Feng in transporting the equipment to the well, and together they set it up to be by the well. Some people had already gathered, and upon noticing Mu Feng's arrival, they rushed to assist. After everything was set up, Mu Feng secured the bucket to the animal tendon rope, then turned the well wheel to lower the bucket into the water, that he then pulled the rope to fill it. And when he lifted the bucket back up, it contained a volume equivalent to what would have taken 10 skin pouches to fill. Moreover, the speed was significantly faster. Those around exchanged glances, astonished as they looked at Mu Feng. Just yesterday, the great chief had dug a well to provide the tribe with such sweet water, and now he had crafted this convenient tool for drawing water. "Brother Mu Feng, I want to try too," Baya exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her face taking on a playful pout. Can I? Yes, yes. Feng, his heart fluttering, quickly agreed. Chapter 18. No high returns without high investment. After securing the well wheel, Feng took a moment to rest and eat a bit. Seizing the opportunity, he checked his achievement points, finding a meager total of 550, but he decided to peruse the exchange store, noticing a variety of items available for exchange, all of which were simple and mundane to him, yet potentially transformative for the tribe. However, what he desired was anything but ordinary that he aimed to exchange for the skill known as woodway derivation technique. This technique was an upgraded skill of healing art, combining both healing art and derivation art into one grand skill. This concept intrigued him, reminiscent of crafting equipment in modern games, where one would initially spend a small sum on minor items before investing significantly in larger ones. The description of the woodway derivation technique indicated that mastering it would not only allow for healing, but also enhance one's physical prowess. 2,000 achievement points. What a considerable gap. Feng mused inwardly, and that doesn't even account for other tasks and tool exchanges. Sigh. If I hadn't exchanged for the well wheel and other items today, I could have saved an additional 150 points. He felt a twinge of regret. One truly does not appreciate the cost of living until they are in charge. I could have managed without the well wheel. As he munched on the roasted meat, he continued to converse with the system, entirely forgetting that Baiya was watching him with rapt attention nearby. Oh, Brother Feng, you work so hard. Baiya's tender face displayed concern as she couldn't help but sigh softly. Even while eating, Yuri still thinking. Suddenly, Feng asked, "By the way, Baiya, where is Uncle Li Hu?" "My father." Baiya finally noticed Feng's gaze upon her, abruptly recalling that she had been lost in thought, her face flushing as she hurriedly took the stone jar from Feng's hands. "He went to find Uncle Ming Guang to tame the earth dragon." "Oh, I see." Feng snapped his fingers, suddenly recalling that before Chang Ning's displeased departure yesterday, she had seemingly exchanged a few words with Li Hu, who then instructed her that the earth dragon needed to be led to the cave first to acclimate. At that moment, Feng was preoccupied with thoughts of the water source and set the matter aside. Meanwhile, a thought began to take shape in his mind. Indeed, didn't the mission state that taming a creature would yield 300 achievement points? If I can accomplish this task, those points will accumulate swiftly. Have they gone to that cave? Feng hastily inquired of Baiya. "To the 6th cave on the East Mountain." Baiya replied, "My father said the earth dragon doesn't recognize people yet. You can't. Hey. What are you doing, Brother Feng?" Before Baiya could finish her sentence, Feng darted off, declaring, "I'm going to check on the earth dragon." The Jiang clan was built along the mountains, and several caves surrounded the tribe. These caves served various purposes. Some were for habitation, others for storing meat, some for the worship of the sacred fire, and there were also some idol caves. The 6th cave on the East Mountain, as mentioned by Baiya, was one of the latter, now being used by Li Hu and his companions to house the earth dragon. Upon his arrival, Feng found the earth dragon languidly sprawled at the cave entrance, indifferent to Li Hu and Ming Guang. When it noticed Feng's approach, both men hastily attempted to greet him, but Feng waved them off. "How is it going, Uncle Li Hu?" Feng asked. Li Hu's expression was grim as he sighed in resignation. "The young lady from the Qingyao tribe, Ma Duo, left yesterday without telling us the command words. We can't command it at all." Ah! Feng finally grasped that controlling wild beasts also required specific beast language and commands. A wave of dismay washed over him. Does that mean merely raising this earth dragon serves no purpose? What good is it then? He scrutinized the earth dragon closely. Its body was covered in a layer of bluish-gray scales, with a large bulge on its head and tail. Its tough skin and thick flesh suggested that this earth dragon would likely not be palatable. Beside him, Ming Guang wore a troubled expression. "We initially thought that with this earth dragon, we could place it at the tribe's entrance to deter many wild beasts. However, from yesterday until now, it has merely lounged here, grazing when hungry and drinking when thirsty, completely ignoring us." Really, Feng was increasingly astonished. This earth dragon can actually disregard people. He tentatively called out to the earth dragon, "You, get up." The earth dragon merely flinched at the sudden sound, raised its head momentarily, then lowered it once more to continue munching on the grass. Ihu and Ming Guang shook their heads before saying, "Mu Feng, we've tried that method before. It's of no use." Irritated by the Earth Dragon's indifference, Mu Feng retorted, "I refuse to believe that I can't handle you." With a surge of determination, he recalled seeing a taming skill in the marketplace and communicated with the system. "System, exchange for a taming skill." The system responded, "The basic taming skill requires 500 achievement points. Are you sure you wish to exchange 500 achievement points for the basic taming skill? 500 points? Isn't that a bit steep?" Mu Feng was taken aback, as he had been contemplating exchanging for a wood-derived skill, yet here stood a basic taming skill demanding 500 points. Was this not akin to years of hard work, only to return to square 1 inch? However, upon observing the Earth Dragon sprawled lazily on the ground, his frustration surged anew. Without significant investment, how can one expect substantial returns? Confirm the exchange. Chapter 19. The dragon-riding youth. After Mu Feng mentally affirmed the exchange, the system promptly chimed, "Ding, exchange successful." Instantly, he felt an influx of knowledge regarding beast taming flooding his mind. That Mu Feng was momentarily stunned, then realized that taming had become second nature to him. That he inhaled deeply, smiled, and approached the Earth Dragon once more, speaking in a series of unintelligible sounds. "Tu lu lu, hu lu lu tu hu lu." "What?" Li Hu and Ming Guang widened their eyes in astonishment, looking at Mu Feng with bewilderment. "Is the chief?" Ming Guang glanced uncertainly at Li Hu. Li Hu, shrugging in exasperation, indicated he too was at a loss to their amazement. The previously motionless Earth Dragon suddenly sprang to its feet, staring at Mu Feng with wide, curious eyes. Mu Feng's heart leaped with joy. "It's indeed effective." With that thought, he called out again, "Hulu tu lu, tu tu hulu hulu." The Earth Dragon's curious gaze momentarily froze, snorted loudly, then extended its head toward Mu Feng, its nostrils quivering as it seemed to confirm the scent lingering on him. Li Hu warned, "Mu Feng, be careful." Mu Feng gently shook his head in response, signaling that all was well, while extending a hand into the air. The Earth Dragon cautiously nudged Mu Feng's fingertips with its nose, sniffing delicately, and produced a sound akin to a gentle rumble. "Hulu hulu." Mu Feng's eyes brightened as he stroked the Earth Dragon's nose twice, then gently patted its large, armored head. His voice softened. "Tu-lu hulu, tu-lu hulu." At that moment, the Earth Dragon took a step forward, affectionately rubbing its head against Mu Feng. "Ah!" Both Li Hu and Ming Guang gasped in utter disbelief, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they regarded Mu Feng as if he were a mythical creature. Mu Feng has tamed this Earth Dragon. Was it really that simple? This astonishing scene was witnessed by Baiya, who had just arrived, her mouth agape in wonder. Her sparkling eyes shone with amazement as she lightly covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh!" Even more astonishing was when Mu Feng uttered, "Lulu, Lulu." The Earth Dragon playfully circled around him, repeatedly lowering and raising its head, its tail wagging exuberantly, its eyes filled with adoration for Mu Feng. The three were thoroughly astounded, realizing that their great chief possessed the ability to tame beasts, particularly this armored Earth Dragon before them. The final act that utterly shattered their preconceived notions occurred when the Earth Dragon willingly lay down, wagging its tail and looking at Mu Feng, seemingly urging him to mount its back. Mu Feng, fully understanding the invitation, suppressed his excitement, gently patting its head before climbing onto the Earth Dragon's armored back. That he then patted the dragon's neck, and it rose majestically, carrying Mu Feng with pride. Simultaneously, the Earth Dragon lifted its head and let out a mighty roar. A whoa! The sound echoed like a tiger's roar, startling Li Hu, Ming Guang, and Baiya, who instinctively stepped back. Mu Feng too was momentarily taken aback, pondering. This armored Earth Dragon is merely a descendant of herbivorous dinosaurs, yet it possesses such a powerful roar. However, his initial trepidation was swiftly overshadowed by exhilaration. Perched atop the Earth Dragon, Mu Feng towered over Li Hu and Ming Guang, suddenly comprehending why people in his past life cherished the phrase, riding in fine attire upon a robust steed, while others ride horses. "I am atop a dinosaur." Mu Feng reveled in the moment, satisfied that his investment of 500 achievement points had not been in vain. Right, now that I'm riding a dinosaur, shouldn't I show off a bit? Feng mused, prompting him to tap the Earth Dragon's head, signaling it to venture forth from the mountain. The Earth Dragon complied without hesitation. Hu and Ming Guang were filled with a mix of shock and elation. A magnificent omen. Is our Jiang clan finally on the verge of rising? Meanwhile, Baya gazed at the imposing Feng, her heart fluttering, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She shyly called out, "Brother Feng turned back. What is it?" Baya suddenly felt nervous, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her leather garment, her big eyes blinking like twinkling stars. She glanced at Feng, then at the Earth Dragon. "Oh, do you wish to ride too?" Feng smacked his forehead, quickly signaling the Earth Dragon to kneel. The Earth Dragon snorted, slightly reluctant, but ultimately complied, allowing Feng to help Baya onto its back. Afterward, Feng patted the dragon's neck, and it stood up, heading towards the foot of the mountain where the tribe resided. Baya sat behind Feng, her heart racing with excitement and nervousness as she admired his slightly slender, yet noticeably tall figure. Her eyes shining even brighter. The Earth Dragon began to trot down the mountain, and as the gentle spring breeze brushed past, Feng felt invigorated, reminiscent of embarking on a grand journey. Haha, riding a dinosaur is truly exhilarating, Feng delightedly thought to himself. Simultaneously, another idea blossomed in his mind. Now that I have a magnificent mount, I should also acquire a yellow dog and a hunting falcon. It seems the taming plan must be expedited. Onward, dragon riding youth, Feng cheerfully dubbed himself. Chapter 20. Preparations for the hunt. Riding the armored Earth Dragon, Feng basked in the glory, with the entire tribe witnessing the spectacle of the dragon-riding youth as if a celestial being had descended. Baya, seated behind him, was equally thrilled. Upon reaching the thorny wooden wall, Feng patted the dragon's neck, signaling it to let him down, then exclaimed a series of sounds. Hulu Tulu. The Earth Dragon glanced around before lying down beside the thorny wooden wall, refusing to move further. "Brother Feng," Baya exclaimed, still brimming with excitement. "Why has it chosen to lie down here?" "Well," Feng replied with a smile, "this Earth Dragon acts as a deterrent against the beasts of the forest. With it around, our tribe will be much safer." "Oh, I see." Baya tilted her head thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. "But what will it eat? It can't just stay here all the time, can it?" "That's easy. Doesn't it enjoy eating grass?" "Then let someone specifically deliver grass and leaves to it." Feng paused for a moment and added, "Oh, and let's also construct a grass shelter for it." "What is a grass shelter?" Baya inquired in confusion. It's a house for the Earth Dragon," Feng explained. Without delay, he immediately called upon Li Hu and Ming Guang, gathering a dozen men to either chop wood or cut grass. Under Feng's direction, within less than an hour, a suitable grass shelter for the Earth Dragon was erected, complete with dry hay inside. The onlookers from the tribe were astounded, exclaiming, "Everyone look! This Earth Dragon actually resides in a grass house." Baya's eyes widened with curiosity as she asked, "Brother Feng, did you really give it a grass house?" Feng shook his head. "This is not a house. It's a grass shelter specifically for the Earth Dragon, quite different from grandfather's thatched cottage. But why do I feel like its dwelling is even better than grandfather's?" The young girl blinked mischievously. Feng recognized this as an innocent remark. Yet upon observing the reactions of others, he smiled and replied, "Rest assured, soon we shall dwell in far superior abodes. We will construct many grand houses." "Really?" Baya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Feng. "Of course," Feng chuckled. "In the future, every member of our tribe will have a house like grandfather's, perhaps even better." Oh. The surrounding people were filled with astonishment and cheers that Feng continued. "For now, we are merely building a grass shelter for the Earth Dragon. Soon we will have even more shelters to house more wild beasts." Baya was taken aback, looking at Feng with disbelief. "But our current food supply is insufficient. Why raise them?" Just because it is insufficient now does not imply it will always be, Mu Feng declared confidently. Fear not. Starting tomorrow, we shall hunt more wild beasts to procure additional food. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he called out to Li Hu and Ming Guang. You two come here, everyone else disperse. Thus, the crowd departed, leaving only Mu Feng with Ming Guang and the others. Baya, go help your mother, Li Hu instructed. Yes, father. Baya reluctantly glanced back at Mu Feng before walking away. Mu Feng, Li Hu and Ming Guang regarded him with utmost respect. They could not help but do so, as the earth dragon, which had eluded them for so long, was effortlessly subdued by Mu Feng, which elevated his stature in their eyes once more. Is the hunting team going out again tomorrow? Indeed, Ming Guang replied respectfully. Where are we headed? And what are we preparing to catch? Mu Feng inquired. We haven't decided yet, Ming Guang answered candidly. That simply will not do. Mu Feng shook his head. Without any plan, we cannot hope to capture much game. Plan? Ming Guang looked perplexed. It means preparation. Mu Feng sighed internally, shaking his head. If we wish to hunt, we must first ascertain where the game is, what kinds of game there are, and how to catch them. Ming Guang was taken aback, as he had never considered such questions before. Noticing his confusion, Mu Feng refrained from probing further and nodded. This time, let us not venture far. There are readily available prey near the tribe. Nearby, Ming Guang was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. Mu Feng. Great chief, the forest sheep here are exceedingly cunning. We can hardly catch them. Can't catch them? Mu Feng shook his head. That was due to the previous methods being ineffective. Methods? Ming Guang was bewildered. But after pondering, his eyes lit up. Are you suggesting you have a solution? Mu Feng nodded, smiling as he said, chasing after the forest sheep will not yield results. Instead, let us entice them to come to us. Entice them to come? Ming Guang was surprised. How could that be possible? Why not? Mu Feng chuckled lightly. This time, I will guide you in setting a trap, and then it will be easy to capture the sheep. A trap? Li Hu and Ming Guang exchanged puzzled glances. What might that be? Mu Feng smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when we catch the sheep tomorrow. Now, it is time for us to prepare some materials. Prepare materials? What kind? Salt water. Chapter 21. The sheep catching trap. Since ancient times, mutton has been regarded as a delicacy, and it is also Mu Feng's favorite. Naturally, he designated wild sheep as the first animal he aimed to domesticate. However, as Ming Guang pointed out, wild sheep are incredibly swift in the forest, making them difficult to chase. Not only are they fast, but they are also quite cunning, often appearing in the thickets between human tribes and large carnivorous beasts. Some wild sheep are located less than 10 miles from the Jiang clan, recalling the abundance of wild sheep near the tribe. Mu Feng remembered that there were indeed quite a few, with small herds of over 20 sheep, which perfectly met his trial criteria. Besides salt, he instructed Ming Guang to gather beast tendons and vines. The tendons were fashioned into ropes for securing the sheep, while the vines were to be woven into nets. Mu Feng had previously studied the history of net making during his archaeological endeavors and was well versed in the techniques of crafting fishing nets. Under his careful guidance, the tribespeople quickly learned how to weave nets from the vines. However, nets made from vines were still inferior to those made from rope and hemp, which were more practical. Fortunately, Mu Feng was not using them for fishing, but rather for trap making. After completing these preparations, Mu Feng inquired about the habits of the wild sheep and decided to depart for the forest at dawn the following day, targeting an area where approximately 30 wild sheep had been sighted. Before dawn on the following day, Li Hu arrived at the cave to awaken Mu Feng, following their previous experience with fishing. No one hindered Mu Feng's departure this time. The entire tribe mobilized over 50 young and strong individuals, each carrying a skin bag filled with salt water. In addition to the salt water, everyone bore vine nets, bone knives, bamboo spears, and tendon ropes. Most perplexing was Mu Feng's insistence on bringing along 2 iron shovels. What does the great chief intend to do? Li Hu whispered to Ming Guang. Why are we hunting with skin bags filled with water? I have no idea. Ming Guang shook his head. And now they've brought gold instruments. Surely they aren't planning to dig a well? Dig a well? Li Hu frowned. Can digging a well help with hunting? Feng, walking a short distance behind them, silently shook his head and smiled, reflecting to himself, the cognitive level of people in primitive societies is truly concerning. The group quickly arrived at the location Ming Guang had mentioned. With the sun still hidden, Feng held a torch and surveyed the surroundings. The grass and leaves on the bushes bore distinct bite marks, clearly indicating they had been grazed by herbivores. He scanned the area and selected a spot where the vegetation was relatively lush and showed few signs of bites, declaring, "This is it." The surrounding individuals gathered closer. Feng, what should we do? Feng picked up a bamboo spear and drew a circle on the ground, approximately 8 meters long and 2 meters wide, saying, "Now, everyone hurry and dig out the soil within this circle and throw the dirt far away." Ah! Li Hu was taken aback. "Are we digging such a large pit here?" Feng shook his head. "No. It doesn't need to be that deep. Just about your height will suffice." He originally intended to say a little over a meter deep, but given the uncertainty of the wild sheep's jumping ability, he decided to err on the side of caution and say a bit more. "What purpose does this serve?" Li Hu asked. Puzzled, Feng glanced at the brightening sky and waved his hand, saying, "Now is not the time for explanations. Just dig the pit, and you will understand later." "Understood." Li Hu quickly rallied the others to begin digging. With 2 iron shovels and over 50 bone knives, they managed to excavate the pit Feng had drawn in less than an hour. After completing this, Li Hu turned to Feng, asking, "Feng, what do we do now?" "Now, we need to cut several long, slender branches to lay across the pit. Then place the vine nets on top, quickly." Li Hu, Ming Guang, and several others hurriedly gathered nearby branches and laid them across the pit, covering them with the vine nets as Feng had instructed. Once this was done, everyone still looked perplexed. All eyes turned towards Feng. Sighing internally, he said, "Now everyone should cut the grass nearby and spread it over the vine nets until they can no longer be seen. Remember, spread it evenly." Thus, everyone set to work once more, quickly completing the task as per Feng's instructions. Over 50 individuals stood together, looking at Feng. Finding it quite exasperating, he finally stated, "Now, remove as much soil as possible from around the pit. Then cover it with grass so that the ground is not visible." The crowd complied, and just like that, a grass trap, crafted by a modern individual from Earth, was completed. Finally, Feng, without waiting for everyone to gaze at him in unison, took a skin bag, opened it, and scattered salt water over the grass covering the trap. Feng, what are you doing?" Li Hu could not help but exclaim. That Feng continued without offering much explanation, instructing, "Now bring 10 more people to sprinkle salt water over the grass." After this was done, Feng took another skin bag and, aiming in a specific direction, sprinkled water over the grass for no less than 10 meters. Simultaneously, he had Li Hu and Ming Guang each sprinkle salt water over the grass for about 10 meters as well. In this manner, 3 invisible lines of grass were doused in salt water, all leading to the trap before them, and Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction, nodding to signal the others to hastily follow him away. At this point, the trap he had devised for the wild sheep was successfully set, and his domestication plan was officially underway. Chapter 22, A Bountiful Harvest. Before his journey through time, Feng had tended to sheep and was quite familiar with their temperament. In the past, he often fed the sheep salt water, and they would sneak into the cornfields to gnaw at the stalks, drawn by the allure of salty and sweet flavors. Thus, he sprinkled salt water on the grass, hoping that the sheep would follow the briny scent straight into the trap. However, he harbored some concerns about the efficacy of this tactic, for in his previous life, he had only fed sheep salt water and had never attempted to capture them, especially not the wild sheep that he had yet to encounter. So, he and the tribe took refuge in a patch of grass that rose to half their height, waiting for the wild sheep to appear. The waiting was the most excruciating part. Feng yearned to move but refrained, fearing that any sudden motion might startle the approaching flock. Glancing around, he noticed that the tribe members were all lying still in the grass, evidently well-versed in the art of patience. That Feng marveled inwardly, realizing that the tribe's people were not entirely devoid of merit. At least, they were sufficiently patient. Fortunately, it wasn't too long before a herd of approximately 30 wild sheep appeared. Feng's heart raced as he compared the wild sheep before him to the sheep of his memories, discovering that these so-called wild sheep were not significantly different from those he had known. The only distinction was that this herd was somewhat smaller, with longer fur and a mottled coat of black, gray, and brown, giving them a rather scruffy appearance. However, despite their smaller stature, these sheep moved with a speed surpassing any he had ever seen. In just a few breaths, the flock vanished from their view. Luckily, they were headed directly toward the trap. Feng. What do we do now? Ming Guang whispered. Follow closely, but make as little noise as possible, Feng replied, gesturing with his hand as he crouched and moved toward the trap. With the others trailing behind, they advanced cautiously, and before long, they arrived near the trap, where they could see the wild sheep beginning to graze. Feng estimated that it wouldn't be long before some sheep would sample the salt-laden grass. To be on the safe side, Feng turned to Li Hu and Ming Guang, whispering, "You two take about 10 people each and surround the sheep from either side. It would be best if they walked into the trap on their own. If any sheep attempt to flee, block their paths to prevent them from escaping. Then if some try to force their way through, deal with them directly. The rest will follow me and charge in from the front to ensure they all enter the trap." Ming Guang and Li Hu exchanged glances, finally grasping Feng's plan, their eyes brightening with understanding. They nodded silently and stealthily maneuvered to envelop the sheep. Feng remained tense, his gaze fixed on the wild sheep. Indeed, it wasn't long before a couple of wild sheep detected the salty flavor on the grass, noticeably quickening their grazing pace. Feng's delight. Those 2 sheep followed the line of salt water he had scattered earlier, moving toward the trap. Soon, more sheep caught on, eagerly competing to nibble at the grass soaked in salt water. This scene did not escape Li Hu and the others, who watched in astonishment as the 30-odd sheep rushed toward the trap without exception. This unexpected outcome thrilled Feng, but it was precisely the result he had hoped for. Li Hu and Ming Guang recognized the opportunity and hastened to tighten their encirclement, even able to gauge each other's positions and numbers through the shadows in the grass. The wild sheep, blissfully unaware, followed the grass line to the trap, naturally discovering the lush greenery spread atop it. The flock paused momentarily, startled, and did not advance. However, Feng and his companions, who were cautiously inching forward, immediately froze, holding their breath. Yet, their concerns proved unwarranted. The wild sheep merely hesitated for a moment before a few larger ones stepped forward, lifting their heads to sniff the grass keenly, and then erupted into a cacophony of ba-ba-ba. In a state of astonishment, Feng watched as the first sheep to call out dashed forward and leaped directly into the grassy trap. The exuberance of a sheep was akin to a long-thirsty drunkard stumbling upon a barrel of fine wine. The others, witnessing this, could hardly bear to let it enjoy the tempting grass alone and began to bleat as they rushed toward the verdant bounty point one by one. The wild sheep leaped high, and as the first landed in the grassy trap, the subsequent sheep followed suit in rapid succession, tumbling into the trap like dumplings. The first few sheep that landed had no time to savor the delicacy before plummeting directly into the pit. The others followed suit, plop plop, one after another. Just as one wild sheep at the back sensed the impending doom and attempted to halt, it was unceremoniously shoved in by those behind it, resulting in over 30 wild sheep, with only 6 or 7 managing to avoid the trap. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, clearly awestruck by the spectacle. Even Feng could hardly believe that these wild sheep would throw caution to the wind for a mere taste of the salted grass. As for the remaining sheep, predictably, they were surrounded by over 50 individuals, all compelling them to leap into the trap. In no time, the trap was brimming with wild sheep, especially with the added complexity of being ensnared in vines. These sheep found themselves as helpless as if caught in quicksand, bleeding incessantly within the confines of the trap. Feng was overjoyed, grinning widely at the sight of the sheep filling the pit. What a bountiful harvest! Chapter 23. The pitiful farmer. From the digging of the pit to the complete capture of the wild sheep, merely 2 hours had elapsed. The speed was astonishing, even leaving Feng himself in disbelief. These wild sheep seemed to possess less than half the intelligence of the sheep from my previous life, Feng mused. But upon further reflection, he realized that these wild sheep had never encountered a trap before, so they naturally wouldn't suspect they could be caught in such a manner. He believed that after more frequent use of traps, these wild sheep would learn to be wary of humans. However, By that time, Feng was confident he would have successfully domesticated sheep, rendering the capture of wild sheep unnecessary. With this thought, Feng broke into a wide smile. Excellent. Not a single one escaped. And we even have 7 or 8 lambs. Guang, bursting with excitement, exclaimed, Feng, your method is truly remarkable. With just this pit, we've captured so many wild sheep. In the past, we often struggled to catch even one. The others looked at Feng with fervent admiration, their eyes alight with enthusiasm. Someone laughed and suggested, with so many sheep, let us slaughter them for a feast. Everyone eagerly agreed that Feng quickly raised his hand to halt them. Speaking in a serious tone, we cannot kill them all. We need to take them back and raise them ourselves. Raise them? Someone queried, but our food supply is scarce. If we don't eat them, will we starve? Feng replied, while our tribe's food is limited at the moment, it is not insufficient for our immediate needs that we can consume some of the wild sheep, along with fish and other game. The remaining sheep can be kept to breed lambs, which we can then rear to maturity. This way, we will have an endless supply of sheep to eat, and we can provide food for the children of the tribe, making our tribe stronger. The eyes of those surrounding him brightened, seemingly envisioning the scenario Feng described at that moment. Another voice raised a question. But what if our food supply isn't enough to sustain us until the lambs grow? Feng chuckled and replied, before the lambs grow, we can catch more game to eat, as well as fish, wild fowl, and deer. In the future, our tribe will not only raise sheep but also fowl, deer, and other animals. Feng intended to mention cows and pigs, but since he was uncertain whether such animals existed near the tribe, he refrained from doing so. Finally, Feng added, when our Jiang clan grows strong and we have more animals, we want to need so many people to hunt, and eventually, we might not even need to hunt at all. Ah, Guang panicked. Feng, great chief, if we don't hunt, what will we do instead? Ha ha! Feng, in high spirits, laughed. Don't worry. There will surely be other tasks for you to undertake by then. For now, let us get the sheep back. Yes, everyone promptly began to act, following Feng's instructions to tie the wild sheep one by one with beast sinew ropes around their necks. Then looking back at Feng chuckled helplessly. First, each person grab a rope, and a few of you carry the salted grass in front to lead them. The rest should surround them to prevent the sheep from breaking free. By the way, let us use some branches to cover the trap and lay grass over it, and we'll return in a couple of days to check. Yes, it soon became evident that Feng had underestimated the situation, even after emerging from the trap. These wild sheep were still fixated on the salted grass, seemingly oblivious to the ropes around their necks as they eagerly reached out for more grass. Feng was left speechless, once again reflecting on the author who penned the phrase beat the deer and scoop the fish. So, the intelligence of wild animals in their natural habitat is this low. Feng's understanding was once more challenged. The sheer foolishness of these wild sheep, which Guang had described as cunning, highlighted some rather concerning issues that Feng rubbed his forehead in resignation. The road ahead is long and arduous. Upon returning to the tribe, over 30 wild sheep appeared before the members, drawing everyone's attention. Behold, the Guang tribe has returned so early this time, and they've captured such an abundance of wild sheep. Such a bounty of wild sheep will surely sustain us for quite some time. This time, the great chief accompanied the hunt, which is why we have procured so much game. Just the other day, the great chief led everyone to fish, and there were so many fish that we couldn't finish them all. The great chief is indeed wise. Feng did not feel the need to explain anything to the tribe members. He had already conveyed what was necessary at the traps, trusting that the young men would relay the information upon returning to their homes. Moreover, with Lihu present, he felt assured. His task was to construct a sheep pen. However, raising sheep inevitably required consideration of the odors of urine and the distinctive scent of the animals. Thus, the location of the pen was of paramount importance. After much deliberation, he chose an exceptionally suitable site at the foot of the northern mountain, at the northernmost edge of the tribe. There, a vast expanse of thorny vines and abundant shrubs provided a natural enclosure, allowing him to utilize local materials for the construction of the sheep pen. More importantly, domesticating wild sheep as a food reserve was a matter of utmost significance, and it needed to be situated deep within the heart of the tribe. Under Feng's guidance, a fence wall made of branches over 2 meters long was erected, The wall was adorned with thorny vines, making it nearly impossible for even a human to approach without sustaining injury, let alone the wild sheep. Once the sheep were released into the pen, they clearly struggled to adapt. However, after repeatedly colliding with the fence and being pricked, they reluctantly retreated. The captive wild sheep bleated incessantly within the pen, yet no one felt disturbed. Particularly Feng, who gazed at the expansive pen that housed only 30 sheep, felt a mixture of excitement and slight regret. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, pondering, "Our wealth is rather scant. As a farm owner, I find myself rather lacking." Chapter 24. Accelerating the domestication plan. During a single trapping expedition, 35 wild sheep were captured. Among them, 3 were injured beyond saving and were slaughtered the same day to be distributed among the tribe. The remaining 32 included 12 rams and 20 ewes. Out of these, 3 rams and 3 ewes were noticeably aged and frail, making them prime candidates for consumption in the near future. Thus, a total of 26 wild sheep could be domesticated for the tribe's sustenance. Although Feng understood that the quality of mutton hinges on tenderness, he refrained from slaughtering the lambs. After all, the lambs could reproduce and yield more sheep. Even with the sacrifice of 3 wild sheep, the level of joy within the tribe exceeded his expectations. Compared to the foxes, wolves, and horned rhinoceroses captured by Mingguang and his companions, mutton appeared particularly delectable. That evening, the entire tribe rekindled the bonfire, echoed by cheers of "The great chief is indeed wise." Aside from the symbolic offerings of fire at the cave in the back mountain, the tribe members had come to regard fire as an everyday occurrence, thanks to Feng's teaching on how to create fire through friction. Feng was invited to sit in the most honored position amidst the crowd, where everyone held roasted fish and meat, along with stone jars of well water, surrounding him with humility. Notably, Baya, draped in a beautiful white fur from an unknown source, looked stunning. The tribe members urged her to represent them by offering roasted meat and well water to Feng. Kneeling on one knee in tribute, the girl gazed at Feng with eyes bright as stars, filled with joy and admiration. Her gentle smile, illuminated by the torchlight, exuded a unique charm. Feng felt his heart flutter, but coughed discreetly twice before accepting the leg of lamb and the stone jar, gesturing modestly as he spoke. "We are all members of the Jiang tribe, and I have grown up under your watchful eyes. Henceforth, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Feng." "Yes, great chief." The tribe responded in unison. Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that in this primitive society, deeply ingrained mindsets could not be altered overnight. So he acquiesced. One hand grasping the leg of lamb, the other holding the stone jar. He suddenly recalled the taste of roasted lamb from his past life. Oil, cumin, chili powder, pepper, with such an array of seasonings generously applied. The flavor was nothing short of exhilarating, that if only it could be paired with chilled beer. Glancing at the smoke-kissed leg of lamb in his hand, seasoned only with salt, he felt a wave of disappointment. Such a fine leg of lamb. Yet it must be paired with well water. Feng lamented. It seems the tribe's culinary repertoire is in dire need of enhancement. Once again, Feng communicated with the system, submitting the task of domestication of animals and earning 300 achievement points, bringing his total to 350. System, are there any condiments available for exchange? Feng couldn't help but complain. This leg of lamb is truly unpalatable. Indeed, the system displayed a marketplace, and upon glancing at it, Feng exclaimed, "Is this robbery? Just a small bottle of chili powder costs 50 achievement points, and this minuscule amount of cumin. What use is it? It wouldn't suffice for even a single barbecue." The system replied, salt and various spices were considered high-end consumables in those days, hence their steep prices. The system then prompted, "Would you like to confirm the exchange?" Feng hesitated for a long moment before gritting his teeth and inquiring, "So, are there truly no spices in this era?" The system confirmed, "There are. You must discover them yourself." It then presented a series of images showcasing various herbs and spices, along with a new task for Feng. Find spices, 100 achievement points for each type. Feng observed the images featuring star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, fennel, and others he did not recognize. His eyes lit up. These spices actually existed in this world. Discovering them would not only resolve the flavor issue, but also earn him achievement points, making it a priority. After some contemplation, he declared, "Then I shall forego the exchange. It's merely a meal, and I can endure." Upon exiting the communication with the system, he felt a surge of anticipation that in his previous life, studying history had left him perplexed by many mysteries, especially as some questioned the necessity of his endeavors. Yet now, he found himself in this primitive society, where his words could decisively influence tribal affairs. Was there anything more fulfilling and meaningful than this? He mused that he could pursue both the domestication of animals and the search for spices simultaneously. One task would ensure the tribe's long-term sustenance, while the other would address the flavor preferences of both himself and the tribe members, all while earning achievement points. Rubbing his temples, he chuckled to himself. It appears the domestication plan must be expedited. With this thought, he turned to Lihu and Mingguang, saying, "Uncle Lihu, Uncle Mingguang, tomorrow we shall continue our hunting expedition." "Continue hunting?" Mingguang and Lihu's eyes brightened, their faces alight with excitement. "Are we going to capture wild sheep again?" "No need." Feng shook his head. "We'll simply send a few people to check the traps. We are going to catch the Wamealong." "Wamealong?" Mingguang was momentarily taken aback. "How do we catch them?" Feng grinned. "I have my methods." Chapter 25. Catching chickens by primitive means. The Wamealong is the primordial chicken, the ancestor of modern poultry. Feng preferred to simply call it chicken. No matter how illustrious its dinosaur lineage, it had now devolved into a flightless bird in the forest. This time, he once again consulted Mingguang about the temperament of the primordial chicken. Learning about its habitat and behavior, and secretly formulating a plan, it must be noted that while Mingguang may have been somewhat slow to react, he was quite knowledgeable about animal behavior. Comparing his descriptions, Feng found that the primordial chicken, aside from being a bit fiercer and larger than its domesticated descendants, had no other notable differences that Mingguang mentioned. Although the Wamealong isn't as large as wild sheep, it runs much faster and has a more varied diet. It feasts on flower seeds, small insects, and even some toxic scorpions. Upon hearing this, Feng couldn't help but smile, thinking, as long as it can be swallowed, I doubt there's anything a chicken want to eat. He cheerfully told Mingguang, "All right, tomorrow bring along vine nets, bamboo spears, animal sinew ropes, and gather some wooden spikes from the thorny vines. Wrap them up and bring them along. Oh, and also grab a large fish from the cave and cut it into thin strips." "What do we need the fish for?" Mingguang frowned in confusion. "Aren't we digging traps?" "No need." Feng chuckled. "This is how we catch the primordial chicken." "Primordial chicken?" Mingguang was astonished again. "Oh," Feng suddenly realized. Another name for the Wamealong. To call it a dragon is truly an insult to dragons. From now on, it shall be known as the primordial chicken. With that, Feng decisively settled the naming issue of the primordial chicken. If chickens could speak, one could only wonder what they would think. Understood. Mingguang no longer dwelled on the matter. The following morning, Lihu led 7 or 8 individuals to the traps where they had captured sheep the day before. Meanwhile, Feng accompanied Mingguang, bringing along 30 to 40 people in another direction. Due to the minimal supplies they carried, those following them could hardly believe they were embarking on a hunting expedition. "Feng," Mingguang turned back to ask, "We haven't even brought bone clubs. Can we really catch primordial chickens?" "Absolutely," Feng replied confidently. "As long as what you said is correct, we can catch them." "I understand." Mingguang brightened, seemingly reassured by Feng's words. The group walked for a short while before reaching their destination, and based on the timing, they had not even spent half as long as the previous day. This left Mingguang and the surrounding hunting team feeling somewhat incredulous. They had never hunted so close to their goal. However, ever since Feng began participating in the hunt, their journeys have been short. Yet they consistently returned laden with spoils. "We've arrived. It's right over there." Mingguang, the first to stop, pointed in a direction. "Feng, what shall we do next?" Everyone's gaze turned towards Feng. "It's quite simple," Feng replied with a smile. "Hand me the sliced fish strips." Mingguang promptly presented the fish strips wrapped in animal hide. Feng accepted them, taking a handful to a nearby area where he gently scattered a small portion, then took another handful and scattered it again a short distance away. "What is this for?" Confusion clouded the faces of the others as they looked at Mufeng. However, Mufeng offered no explanation. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and spotted a tree resembling a large-leaved poplar that he turned to Mingguang. "Give me some animal sinew rope and a bamboo spear." Mingguang complied, handing over the requested items. Mufeng tied them together, creating a structure approximately 4 meters high, with the bamboo spear affixed to one end that he then threw a spear at one of the branches, and as it fell, it caught onto the branch perfectly. Gripping the rope tightly with both hands, he exerted force, and with a sharp crack, the branch came crashing down, leaves and all. What is the purpose of this? The others were even more perplexed. Mufeng, still silent, plucked a palm-sized leaf, pinched off the stem, folded the leaf along its natural veins, then folded it again horizontally, and finally opened it up to form a small triangular bowl that he turned to Mingguang and said, "Hand me a thorn from the thicket." Mingguang, still intrigued, complied. Mufeng took the thorn and pierced through the leaf, thus securing the bowl's shape, that he then placed a fish strip inside and tossed the leaf bowl onto the ground. He turned to the onlookers. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, do as I just did, like this." Mingguang scratched his head. Mufeng, will this really catch the primitive chickens?" The others shared his incredulous expressions, clearly harboring doubts. Sighing, Mufeng reassured them, "Rest assured, as long as the primitive chickens appear here, we will surely catch them." "Understood." The others hurriedly approached to gather leaves, fold them into bowls, pierce them with thorns, place fish strips inside, and finally toss them onto the ground. With their combined efforts and the simplicity of the task, it wasn't long before there were 100 or 200 leaf bowls scattered chaotically on the ground. Observing the disarray of the leaf bowls, Mufeng smiled. "I've employed all the traditional methods for catching chickens. Now we await their arrival." Chapter 26. A bountiful harvest. The leaf bowls filled with fish strips lay scattered on the ground. And aside from Mufeng, no one understood their purpose. They exchanged puzzled glances, furrowing their brows in confusion. "All right, everyone hide as we did yesterday. Once the primitive chickens, also known as the flower-feathered dragons, appear, we will surround them and simply use our vine nets to ensnare them. But they run so fast. We can't catch up," someone protested. "Fear not. You will catch up to them shortly," Mufeng replied confidently. The others remained skeptical, but obediently sought refuge in the grass or bushes. Before long, a flock of primitive chickens indeed appeared in the very grasses where Mufeng had tossed the fish strips. It seems Mingguang is quite familiar with the habits of the animals in this jungle. Mufeng thought to himself. Nodding in approval, as the flock of primitive chickens emerged, the entire tribe clenched their fists in excitement, eager to rush out immediately. Mufeng, however, was taken aback. "My goodness, are these chickens domesticated? There are so many." In his memories from a past life, birds in the mountains rarely gathered in such numbers. But this flock appeared to consist of no fewer than 100 or 200. This is a windfall. Mufeng's heart raced, his eyes fixed on the primitive chickens. "All mine." The primitive chickens bore a striking resemblance to the chickens Mufeng remembered. However, their feathers were more vibrant, and they were significantly larger than modern chickens, particularly with a bony crest atop their heads instead of the usual red comb. Most notably, upon closer inspection, he noticed that their beaks were lined with 2 rows of serrated teeth. So primitive chickens truly evolved from dinosaurs. Mufeng marveled inwardly, realizing he was witnessing the ancestors of modern chickens. His thoughts drifted to a long-debated question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? It now seemed clear, if one were to trace the lineage. The answer would be, chickens came first. While Mufeng was lost in contemplation, the members of the Jiang tribe stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. The primitive chickens, having entered the foraging area, began pecking at the grass. Quickly discovering the fallen fish strips, one primitive chicken pecked at a long fish strip and, after tilting its head back, began swallowing it piece by piece. This spectacle brought a silent smile to Mufeng's face, as he recalled how chickens he had raised in his childhood devoured caterpillars, long fish, and scorpions with great enthusiasm. Especially fish meat held a special allure for chickens. Soon, the other primitive chickens noticed the peculiar behavior of the first and rushed over to snatch the fish strip. But the first chicken deftly dodged their attempts while accelerating to gulp down the entire fish strip. This was a classic case of chickens competing for food. However, it wasn't long before the other primitive chickens discovered the scattered fish strips, leading to a frenzy of competition. The fish strips on the ground were quickly consumed. The Jiang tribespeople still puzzled over why they didn't move on to the fish strips in the leaf bowls after finishing the ones on the ground. As expected, after tasting the delicious fish strips, the primitive chickens became restless, clucking incessantly, spreading their wings to expand their foraging radius, and soon began searching the ground for food. Before long, they discovered the fish strips in the scattered leaf bowls and erupted in joyous clamor. Cluck! Cluck cluck! The primitive chickens pecked at the fish inside the leaf bowls, but upon contact, found their beaks caught on the thorn that secured the bowls. With the fish so close yet thwarted, the chickens stubbornly clung to the bowls as if fearing that releasing them would allow other chickens to snatch them away. This predicament turned the leaf bowls into oversized masks, obscuring both their beaks and their vision. Blinded, the primitive chickens, unwilling to let go but unable to see, stumbled about drunkenly, eventually falling to the ground. Even so, the fallen chickens refused to relinquish their hold. Soon, this large group of chickens, whose exact number was unclear, began to collectively stagger, each one clutching a leaf bowl and wobbling about in confusion, unable to see their surroundings. They could not run far. The Jiang tribespeople, hidden in the shadows, were taken aback by this spectacle, their faces a mix of shock and bewilderment, questioning whether Feng had employed some sort of sorcery. How else could these primitive chickens behave in such a bewildered manner? Yet Feng paid no mind to the thoughts of his tribespeople. Seeing the disoriented chickens, he seized a nearby vine net and dashed forward, shouting, "Now is the time!" The startled Jiang tribespeople, roused by his words, enthusiastically grabbed their vine nets and rushed towards the chaotic flock of primitive chickens, casting their nets in a flurry in less than 10 minutes. About 10 primitive chickens managed to escape, while the remainder was captured by the Jiang tribe. Feng counted the haul, 112 chickens. He could hardly contain his joy, grinning from ear to ear. Another bountiful harvest. Chapter 27. Enlightenment in Teaching. Great Chieftain. Those around exclaimed in excitement. "We've caught so many flower-feathered dragons." "Indeed," Mingguang chimed in, his face flushed with exhilaration. "I never anticipated that hunting alongside you would be so effortless." The great chieftain, the sage. Feng sighed in resignation, that he realized that whenever the tribe became excited, they would refer to him as Great Chieftain, and it was only when they calmed down that they would revert to calling him Feng. What was more alarming was their tendency to exclaim "Great Sage" in their fervor, which made him feel quite uneasy that he hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Catching these is wonderful, but we must return to the tribe at once." "Right. With so many primitive chickens, we can feast for a long time." "Not so fast," Feng retorted, slightly exasperated. "Did I not mention that we cannot consume everything we catch at once? We must save some to nurture. In doing so, we will not have to worry about food in the future." "Yes," came the quick reply. "I will refrain from saying that in the future." Thus, Feng led the group back to the tribe, which naturally caused quite a stir. Each hunter was clutching sinew ropes, each adorned with 3 or 4 primitive chickens. "Hooray!" The tribe erupted in cheers, dancing with joy. "The hunting party is truly remarkable, capturing so many flower-feathered dragons at once." The great chieftain said, "They are called primitive chickens. Whatever they are, we have enough to feast on now, haven't we?" The great chieftain said, "We can only eat a portion. We must not overindulge, and the rest must be nurtured." "Why nurture them? We don't have enough food as it is." Feng let out a deep sigh and spoke. "The primitive chickens cannot be consumed all at once. We must reserve a portion to nurture for future needs. The children of the tribe are too frail. We cannot prioritize our own hunger alone. We must ensure they are provided with ample and nourishing food, allowing them to grow stronger and eventually protect the tribe. Only in this manner can our Jiang clan become increasingly formidable." A silence enveloped the crowd, and ultimately, they knelt on one knee with a single hand raised towards Feng, proclaiming, "We shall heed the chief's guidance." With a sense of resignation, Feng turned and led the people towards the base of the northern mountain. The Jiang clansfolk exchanged worried glances, until one timidly inquired, "Do you think the chief is angry with us?" "He shouldn't be, right?" With a heavy heart, Feng and Ming Guang made their way toward the northern mountain. feeling a twinge of concern for the state of primitive society. When they captured prey, their immediate instinct was to consume it all at once. Today, as hunger was all that mattered, with little regard for tomorrow or the days to come. He believed that if not for his position as chief, they would indeed devour every last one of those primitive chickens. It appears that the tribe must confront not only the issue of hunger, but also an awakening of their mindset. Feng shook his head quietly, dispelling his discontent, and then suddenly struck his forehead. Yes, they may not comprehend, but I do. I am the chief, and this tribe's fate lies in my hands. With that realization, Feng felt enlightened. This is my domain. The tribe's prosperity or decline hinges on my development strategy. Suddenly invigorated, he declared, Ming Guang, bind all the chickens together and quickly gather some vines. The more the better. Also, summon everyone in the tribe who is able to work, regardless of age or gender. Ah! Ming Guang was taken aback, unsure of Feng's intentions, but quickly assented, yes. Before long, all the materials Feng requested were amassed before him, and the tribe members gathered around. Then Feng gestured towards the sheep pen behind him, saying, Do you see? The sheep are raised within. This way, we can wait for the ewes to give birth, and as the lambs grow, they too will reproduce, that in the future, we shall have an endless supply of sheep. The Jiang clansfolk followed Feng's gesture, their eyes lighting up as they grasped his meaning. Currently, we have captured numerous primitive chickens. While we certainly can eat them, we must not consume them all at once. We must also reserve some for breeding. But the primitive chickens, they do not produce young, do they? Someone questioned, and Feng smiled and shook his head, intending to enlighten the tribe on the age-old debate of which came first, the chicken or the egg, but understanding the difficulty, they would have grasping it. He simply replied with a smile, If primitive chickens do not produce offspring, then where do all these adult chickens come from? That it is because they do not produce young directly, but rather lay eggs. Feng said, chuckling as he revealed this familiar term. Primitive chickens hatch from eggs. Thus, these eggs can be used to produce chicks, as well as for consumption. Moreover, eggs are nutritionally superior to many foods. They can help us and the children of the tribe grow stronger. Feng enthusiastically recounted the benefits of chickens and eggs. However, the Jiang clansfolk merely stared at him, bewildered as the terms eggs, hatch, and nutrition were entirely foreign to them. Feng seemed to sense their confusion and couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that his enlightening lesson on chickens might have been a bit premature. It seems I must not rush things, Feng lamented internally. With that thought, he waved his hand. Let us first learn how to construct chicken coops. As for how to raise and consume chickens, I will gradually impart that knowledge. Yes, we shall heed the chief's guidance. Everyone knelt once more, one hand raised in acknowledgement. Here we go again, Feng thought, feeling somewhat speechless. Chapter 28. Raising chickens is a skilled craft. Construct a chicken coop? The crowd collectively gazed at Feng, their expressions full of confusion. Baya, from within the throng, looked up, her starry eyes brimming with questions. Brother Feng, what is a chicken coop? A chicken coop is a structure for the domestication of primitive chickens. Feng pointed to the sheep pen. The place for raising sheep is called a sheep pen, while the place for raising chickens is called a chicken coop. Pausing for effect, he continued. However, these primitive chickens have not yet been successfully tamed, so they cannot be placed in small coops. They must be housed in a larger one. A larger chicken coop? Why is that? Baya frowned in thought, unable to comprehend. Because they are still wild. If they suddenly lose their freedom and are confined in a space that is too small, they may easily succumb to stress. Feng explained with a smile. Succumb to stress. By doubling her furrowed brows, knitting into an adorable little knot of confusion. Indeed, Feng affirmed, chuckling. If the space is too confined, they may refuse to eat or drink, ultimately starving to death. Do primitive chickens also get stressed? Baya asked, her gaze fixed curiously on the tied-together chickens. Her disbelief palpable, Feng chuckled, shaking his head, thinking to himself, raising chickens is indeed a skilled endeavor. In fact, he spoke from experience that in his previous life, he had captured wild mountain chickens. And whether placed alone in a coop or alongside domesticated chickens, they would inevitably refuse food and perish within a short time. However, if provided with a relatively spacious area, whether alone or in a group, they thrived well. This was the advantage he had from his modern upbringing. His insights into chicken husbandry far exceeded what this group could imagine. All right, let us all work together to build a large chicken coop, spacious enough to house these chickens. Feng grasped several vine strips in one hand and a bone knife in the other, sharpening one end of the vines before driving them into the ground at an angle. Embedding the tips several inches deep, he then sharpened several more vine strips, inserting them into the ground parallel to the first ones, spaced 5 or 6 centimeters apart. Next, he continued to insert vines, forming the initial shape of a diamond fence. Subsequently, he interwove the upper portions of the vines, creating a more stable structure. Now everyone can take the vine strips and weave them into a large circle. This will complete our chicken coop. Feng observed the length of the vines and added, "Remember, try to angle the vines inward. This will prevent the primitive chickens from escaping the coop." His idea was straightforward: to construct the chicken coop with a wider base tapering upward, so that even if the chickens could fly a short distance, they would not be able to escape. After all, chickens cannot fly vertically over 2 meters, and the slope design would restrict their ability to soar. This was yet another piece of chicken-raising knowledge he brought from his past life. Indeed, with many hands, the work progressed swiftly. Nearly every able-bodied member of the tribe participated in the construction of the chicken coop, and within half an hour, it was completed. Feng had them leave a gap, and he crafted a small gate, fastening it with rope. Thus, a large chicken coop, approximately 3 meters high and covering an area of 200 to 300 square meters, was successfully assembled. Gazing at the colossal coop, Feng felt an overwhelming sensation. If he were to apply for a Guinness World Record in his past life, this would undoubtedly qualify as a world record. He instructed Li Hu to place each primitive chicken into the coop, only to discover that 8 of them were on the verge of death and had to be discarded. After counting, he found that out of the remaining 104 chickens, 36 were roosters and 68 were hens. Following the principle of domestication and reproduction, Feng selected the older and weaker roosters from the 36, leaving 12 in the coop. Thus, the first batch of edible chickens amounted to 32 chickens. That was the total the Jiang clan had not consumed over the past few years. After all, primitive chickens were exceptionally swift. This was evident from the fleeting shadows of chickens darting within the coop. The chickens were secured, but another question arose: how to care for them. As expected, Ming Guang posed the question. Feng, how do we care for these primitive chickens? They don't eat grass. That's simple. Feng replied with a smile. There are still grass heads from last autumn and winter around the tribe. Have someone gather them and throw them in. In addition to grass heads, you can also dig up earthworms, small insects, and large-leaved grasses. All of these can be fed to the primitive chickens. Oh, and don't forget to dig a water basin here, using stones to line it, and provide water 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Also, add some dry straw in there. Dry straw? Ming Guang questioned, perplexed. What purpose does that serve? If all goes as planned, you'll find out tomorrow. Feng replied mysteriously, then waved his hand. All right, everyone, get back to work. He then turned his gaze to the west side of the tribe and spotted Li Hu and his group returning, seemingly not empty-handed as they approached the protective wall. Li Hu began to shout excitedly. Chief, look at what we've caught. More wild sheep. Chapter 29. Strengthening the tribe, Li Hu and his companions returned with about 10 wild sheep, each of them brimming with joy. However, upon seeing the massive chicken coop behind Feng, their expressions shifted to astonishment. Good heavens, so many primitive chickens. Did you catch all of them? Indeed. Feng nodded. We captured quite a few this time. I had no idea there would be so many in the forest. He glanced at the sheep behind Li Hu, chuckling. It seems you all had a successful hunt too. Yes, we brought back 11 this time. Li Hu exclaimed excitedly. The trap I set is still effective. After catching the sheep, I covered it with grass again. Regrettably, the tribe's supply of salt has dwindled. Otherwise, if we could sprinkle some more brine, we might catch even more. Feng nodded. Indeed. However, we must wait until the tribe acquires sufficient salt. By the way, where did the tribe source its salt in the past? Li Hu's expression suddenly darkened. It was exchanged with the Monglong tribe. Those who previously stole our fire and severely injured the old chief were their people. Mu Feng inquired curiously. And where did they obtain their salt? Since there are two tribes that have consistently exchanged goods, why did they resort to stealing fire from us? Li Hu said with resentment. We used to provide them with furs in exchange for salt. Yet, during our last visit to trade furs, their people claimed they had run out of salt and told us to return. But shortly after we returned, their people came, seized the furs, and stole the sacred fire, nearly leading to the extinction of the Jiang clan. Li Hu gritted his teeth. We must avenge this grievance. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded solemnly. Revenge is a necessity. But our Jiang clan is currently weak and lacks strength. Acting recklessly will only inflict severe damage upon us. Do you understand? Yes. Li Hu bowed his head slightly. All right, you should first take the sheep to the pen, Mu Feng instructed. I will devise a plan for the tribe. Together, we shall strengthen our people. Understood. Li Hu nodded earnestly. I shall take my leave. After Li Hu departed, Mu Feng frowned in contemplation. Although capturing over 100 primitive chickens had been a moment of great joy, the preceding events tugged at his heart, all due to one issue, the weakness of the Jiang clan. I must transform the Jiang clan. Mu Feng resolved inwardly. Simultaneously, he communicated with the system. System, submit tasks. This time, he submitted 2 tasks for taming animals, one for the primitive chickens and another for the previously encountered earth dragons. The system prompted. Task for taming primitive chickens completed, earning 300 achievement points. Task for taming earth dragons completed, earning 300 achievement points. With that, combined with the remaining 350 points, Mu Feng's achievement points surged to 950. With 950 achievement points, a plethora of items could be exchanged, yet this time, Mu Feng was determined not to squander them frivolously, resolutely choosing to accumulate them for the exchange of wood-path derivative techniques, that he aspired to acquire sufficiently formidable skills to lead the tribe towards greatness. Achievement points indeed. Mu Feng sat aside, deep in thought. Observing Mu Feng's renewed silence, the tribe members naturally distanced themselves. Baya, filled with concern, turned back to glance at Mu Feng every few steps. Meanwhile, Mu Feng pondered methods to acquire achievement points. Finding spices grants 100 achievement points. To reach 2,000 points, I need to locate at least 11 types of spices. Mu Feng shook his head. Merely seeking spices serves little purpose. It merely enhances flavor. What I need to do is find something that can change the tribe. He once more communicated with the system. Would helping the tribe find other food also yield achievement points? The system replied, yes. For each additional type of food discovered beyond the current provisions, you may earn 200 achievement points, regardless of the type of food, as long as it is edible. Correct? Mu Feng confirmed. Indeed. The system responded affirmatively. Very well. Mu Feng's brow relaxed. In that case, I shall venture into the mountains this afternoon to search for food and spices. Having made his decision, Mu Feng turned to seek out the old chief, hoping to extract some information regarding the enigmatic fragment in his mind. In recent days, he had been attempting to engage with that nebulous entity in his consciousness, but had been unable to approach it each time, that he only knew that the seemingly tangible entity was imparted to him by the elder. Yet he had no inkling of how to utilize it. That he had inquired of the system, which suggested exchanging 5,000 achievement points for a memory key to unlock that mystery. With his achievement points depleted, Mu Feng could only retreat in disappointment, placing his hopes on the elder who had passed down the memory to him. Unfortunately, after being revived by Mu Feng, the elder had forgotten most of his memories within a mere day. Completely engrossed in his own world, that Mu Feng visited the thatched hut once more and inquired again, only to find the elder muttering to himself, leaving Mu Feng utterly perplexed by his words. With no other recourse, he had to leave and devise a solution on his own. Chapter 30. Healing techniques to save lives. After departing from the thatched hut, Mu Feng returned to his modest cave. The cave contained only a meager assortment of items: straw, animal skins, and stone jars. Nothing more. Mu Feng lamented. Alas, I am the chief of a tribe, yet my dwelling is so shabby. It seems many foundational aspects of the tribe require improvement. He muttered to himself. Housing, daily utensils, living necessities. He rubbed his temples, reflecting on the challenges of transitioning from primitive society to modern civilization. So many matters, I can only tackle them one at a time. Feng mused. First, I must address the most urgent and important issues. With this thought, he sought out Guang. After all, having been on 3 hunting excursions, Guang was well acquainted with the beasts and evidently familiar with the jungle. Feng aimed to leverage his strengths and request him to guide him into the mountains. Feng, upon noticing Feng's approach, Guang hurriedly emerged from his cave. Are you looking for me? Yes. Feng observed Guang's troubled expression. What troubles you, Uncle Guang? Guang sighed. Feng. Feng's mind jolted, immediately recalling the name. Feng was Guang's son, who had grown up accompanying his father in the wild, possessing a familiarity with the wilderness equal to that of Guang. The sour fruit favored by Baya had initially been discovered and brought to her by Feng. During the previous raid by the Monglong tribe, the reason Feng had lost consciousness was that a member of the Monglong tribe had struck him with a heavy club that moment. Feng had bravely stepped in to shield Feng from that blow, which had struck him on the head. As for why he had fainted, it was likely because after Feng had blocked one strike, Feng had endured another. Moreover, it appeared that the original Feng, the owner of this body, had perished. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for his current existence. Regardless, Feng had risked everything to save him, and Feng could not ignore it. How is Feng? Feng inquired anxiously. He is yet to awaken. Guang's face bore a look of profound sorrow. He is on the verge of death. What? Remembering how Guang had seemed entirely normal in recent days, Feng hastily asked, Why didn't you inform me? It would be futile. Guang shook his head. The old chief stated that both of you children likely won't survive. Whether you awaken depends on fate. Besides, the tribe is in a perilous situation. They need you more than we do. Without heeding Guang's unfinished words, Feng strode toward the cave. Feng. Guang hurried to follow. Upon entering the cave, Feng saw a thick layer of straw spread across the ground, where a youth lay flat, his emaciated face sharply defined. However, the youth's eyes were tightly shut, and his countenance appeared even more gaunt due to days of unconsciousness and insufficient nourishment. Notably, small patches of blood marred his neck and ear area, rendering the sight quite grim. Feng. Feng's heart tightened. It cannot be. Alas. Guang sighed helplessly at Feng's reaction. Then Feng extended his hand cautiously towards Feng's nose. Sensing a faint breath, and his anxious heart finally eased that as long as there was breath, he could find a way to save Feng. He can be saved. Feng quickly uttered this assurance to calm Guang. Indeed, upon hearing this, Guang froze momentarily before exclaiming joyfully, Really? Feng silently nodded, turning his back to Guang, and reached out to Feng's forehead, beginning to silently channel the healing technique. Instantly, a soft green light filled the cave, and as the light appeared, it began to converge toward Feng's palm. Guang, noticing the unusual occurrence, widened his eyes, fixated on the glowing points. What is this? Guang's eyes gleamed with fervor, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of speechlessness. Meanwhile, Feng observed the surrounding green light, witnessing it gather toward his palm and then flow into Feng's forehead. Unlike the previous application when healing the old chief, this time he distinctly felt the warm sensation coursing from his palm to Feng's head, which was quite pleasant. However, soon after, his eyelids began to flutter, inducing a drowsy feeling. Goodness, this spell consumed so much energy. Feng bit his tongue to stay awake, maintaining his palm atop Feng's head. Approximately 10 minutes felt like an immense ordeal for Feng. He was utterly fatigued. Thankfully, Feng finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, Feng opened his eyes, gazing at Feng, who was struggling to keep his eyes open beside him, and then at Guang standing nearby, before finally speaking, Father Feng, you're awake, finally awake. Guang exclaimed with elation, jumping in delight. Wonderful! Upon hearing the news, Feng's mother rushed over, tears of joy streaming down her face at the sight of her awakened son. Subsequently, The couple knelt on one knee, raising one hand towards Mu Feng. "Thank you, great chief." Just as the newly awakened Shuo Feng was taken aback, looking at Mu Feng, "Great chief." Mu Feng waved his hand and, with great effort to keep his eyelids open, said, "Uncle Mingguang, please go to the chicken coop and catch a large primitive chicken. Kill it, clean it thoroughly, find a stone pot, put the chicken inside, fill it with water, and stew it for Shuo Feng. Stew it in a stone pot." Mingguang appeared somewhat perplexed that Mu Feng, feeling helpless, could only reply, "You go clean the chicken, and I will handle the stewing." Chapter 31. A gift of a knife to receive people. What Mu Feng intended to make was, of course, chicken soup, for it was most beneficial for Shuo Feng's body at this time. That as the soup simmered, the enticing aroma wafted throughout the cave, prompting Mingguang and his wife to draw closer and ask, "Mu Feng, is this the soup you mentioned? It smells absolutely divine." "Indeed," Mu Feng replied, taking a small stone pot, filling it up, and placing 2 large chicken legs in a bowl, which he then brought to Shuo Feng. "Shuo Feng, be careful, it's quite hot." However, deep down, he lamented, "What a pity there are no scallions, ginger, or mushrooms. It would be even more fragrant with them." Just then a spark of inspiration struck him. Of course, scallions, ginger, garlic, and mushrooms. These can all serve as spices and ingredients. A plan began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, Shuo Feng, already enticed by the aroma, felt his stomach rumble with hunger. He seized a chicken leg, brought it to his nose, inhaled the fragrance deeply, and then took a hearty bite. Yet the moment he bit into the leg, it was so hot that he couldn't help but stick out his tongue repeatedly. Despite this, it was his first taste of such exquisite flavor, and he was reluctant to let go, chewing eagerly before swallowing. Mu Feng couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated, recalling how the primitive chicken had stubbornly refused to release its grip on the fish strips. However, he quickly suppressed that thought, reminding himself that humans and animals are not the same. As Mu Feng pondered, Shuo Feng devoured the other chicken leg as well, and then lifted the stone pot, sniffing the chicken soup before tilting his head back and gulping it down. His expression suggested that the soup was not hot at all, as if he had no throat at all, pouring it directly into his belly. "Is there more?" he asked, having finished the soup in an instant, looking at Mu Feng. "Yes," Mu Feng replied, cradling the pot, turning around to ladle more soup for him, and brought over the remaining chicken meat. Shuo Feng wasted no time, devouring the meat as if a whirlwind had swept through, leaving no trace of the soup behind. Mu Feng stood there, utterly astonished. That was a primitive chicken weighing no less than 7 or 8 pounds, along with a large pot of soup, all consumed by Shuo Feng alone. It wasn't that he was pained by the loss of the chicken. Rather, he was incredulous that such a vast quantity could fit in Shuo Feng's stomach. Yet he was clearly overthinking it as a satiated Shuo Feng rubbed his belly, released a loud and odorous fart, then stood up from the straw bed, covering his nose and saying, "Let us go outside." Mu Feng looked at Shuo Feng in astonishment. "Aren't you going to rest a bit more?" "No need. It's too uncomfortable lying there." Shuo Feng shook his head. "Besides, I feel fine now." Mingguang, who had been observing from the side, was utterly dumbfounded, and his suspicions about the spell Mu Feng had cast grew stronger. The more he pondered, the more his eyes sparkled. Shuo Feng stepped outside the cave, taking a deep breath of fresh air. "Don't worry, we'll may along. I won't owe you anything. I'll catch another one to return the favor." Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that." "What do you mean, no need?" Shuo Feng straightened his thin neck. "I know catching may along is difficult. I will definitely compensate you. But there are already over 100 in the tribe now." Mu Feng replied with a smile. "How can that be possible?" Shuo Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "Over 100? You must be joking. What would I gain from deceiving you?" Mu Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "You'll see for yourself if you come with me." Shuo Feng, still skeptical, followed Mu Feng northward, while Mingguang stayed behind, clearly trusting the two. That upon reaching the chicken coop, Shuo Feng was rendered speechless as he watched the primitive chicken scurrying about inside. That he then glanced at the wild sheep in the pen, uncertainly asking, "Did you catch all of these while I was unconscious?" "Yes," Mu Feng replied with a hearty laugh, nodding. "What do you think? Now, do you believe it?" "I believe it. Shuo Feng exclaimed, his eyes shining at the sight of the wild sheep and primitive chickens. Mu Feng suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit to Mingguang today. Looking at the young man before him, he couldn't help but brighten up, smiling as he asked, Shuo Feng, was the soup delicious? It was amazing, Shuo Feng replied, grinning. I've never tasted anything so good. Indeed. Mu Feng nodded with a smile, but if we could add some other ingredients, the taste would be even better. Ah, it could be even better? Shuo Feng exclaimed in surprise, quickly asking, what can we add? Well, some spices would be lovely, like scallions or mushrooms. Spices and mushrooms? Shuo Feng looked puzzled. Where would we find those? Mu Feng felt a surge of joy. Shuo Feng had struck the nail on the head. He smiled and replied, they can be found in the woods and mountains outside, so we can go look for them. Shuo Feng suddenly understood Mu Feng's intention. You mean we should go into the woods to search? But the forest is too dangerous, filled with wild beasts that we have no weapons. His meaning was clear. The outside world was fraught with danger from the wild beasts. However, if they had weapons, he would be brave enough to venture out. Mu Feng, having understood him well, was waiting for this very response. Why not? He produced a short iron knife, about the length of his forearm, from his hand, saying, Here, take this. This is, Shuo Feng's breath quickened. This is a precious metal. The sharpest knife. He gazed at Mu Feng in disbelief. Where did you get this? Without waiting for Mu Feng's response, he eagerly asked, Is this for me? Mu Feng nodded with a smile, handing the knife to him. As Shuo Feng grasped the knife, a transformation occurred. His once gaunt and dark face suddenly radiated confidence and ferocity that he licked his lips and grinned. With this knife, I can lead you into the jungle. Mu Feng observed him with a nod and a smile, though internally he sighed softly, thinking, Goodness, this knife was rather expensive, costing me 200 achievement points. Chapter 32. Into the mountains to seek wild vegetables. Shuo Feng accepted the short knife, and his gaze toward Mu Feng transformed into one of astonishment and fervor. Precious metals. He had only heard about them from his father before, but he had never truly seen one that now, unexpectedly, he possessed a precious metal knife, the most revered knife among his kin. Mu Feng. Shuo Feng tightened his grip on the knife. Tell me, what are we looking for in the woods? With this knife, I want to see if I can kill a bear in the wild mountains. No! Mu Feng quickly waved his hand. I did not bring you here for an adventure. Then what is it for? As I mentioned before, I want to go into the mountains to help the tribe find various edible food sources. This way, the tribe will have more to eat in the future, and your father and the others won't have to struggle so much while hunting. Shuo Feng's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Mu Feng smiled. I know you are as familiar with the mountains and woods as Uncle Mingguang, so I came to ask you to guide me. All right. Shuo Feng grinned widely. When do we set off? Let us go in the afternoon. You should head back and prepare. Okay. In the afternoon, as the sun passed its zenith, Mu Feng awaited Shuo Feng's arrival. Then Mu Feng carried a small basket woven from vines, along with a beast sinew rope, and wielded an iron shovel, which he had also exchanged for 200 achievement points. Though it was called a shovel, it resembled a military entrenching tool, with one side serrated and the other sharpened, truly capable of cutting, digging, and sawing. Shuo Feng was similarly equipped, armed with a sinew rope, bamboo spear, short knife, and a large stick. The two of them set off, each with distinct purposes. Mu Feng sought to gather supplies, while Shuo Feng clearly prepared for a confrontation. That he chuckled and said, We going to find food, not go hunting. Shuo Feng quickly clarified, There are too many wild beasts in the woods. We need to be prepared for danger. Mu Feng replied, All right, let's not venture too far. We'll search the East Mountain first. Okay. Shuo Feng nodded. I know East Mountain well. The two then made their way toward East Mountain. Since they traveled through relatively open terrain, their journey was quite safe. Occasionally, they spotted one or two solitary primitive chickens, which did not flee at the sight of them. Only when Shuo Feng attempted to use his bamboo spear to catch them did the chickens flap their wings and scatter. But it wasn't long before they returned that the foolishness of the primitive beasts of this era was evident. Even so, Shuo Feng still failed to catch a single primitive chicken, feeling somewhat disheartened. Why can you catch so many when may along, while I can't catch even one? It's simple. Mu Feng chuckled, pulling a strip of fish from the bee's skin he carried, tearing off a piece of leaf to fashion a small bowl, and placing the fish meat in it before tossing it toward the primitive chickens. The result was predictable. The meaty scent attracted the chickens, which began to peck at the leaf bowl in place. Feng was left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief that he swallowed hard. "What kind of magic are you using?" Feng shook his head, patiently explaining, and although Feng comprehended only partially, it was evident that he looked at Feng with a hint of fear. Then he recalled his father's words. Now Feng is the great chief, and one must show him the proper respect when speaking or acting that he saved the tribe and saved you. Great chief. Feng spoke with a mixture of awe and excitement. Now I understand how to catch one. Upon finishing his words, he eagerly advanced with a bamboo spear, toppling the wild chicken, and subsequently bound it with a beast's sinew rope, securing it to his spear. That Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had ventured out in search of fragrant spices and wild vegetables. To his dismay, he had not found any of those. Yet Feng had already opened for business here. "We are here to find edible items," Feng reiterated. "But this wild chicken is indeed edible." Feng grinned widely. "It is spinning in place. If we don't take it, it would be a waste." "Very well," Feng nodded. "But from now on, let us refrain from hunting. We are in pursuit of plants." "Understood," Feng responded, diligently scanning the surroundings. The two finally arrived at the foot of East Mountain in the spring. The mountains were already adorned with a plethora of green vegetation. Many of the plants were unfamiliar to Feng, compelling him to continuously consult the system for identification. Soon he stumbled upon a small patch of wild vegetables. The discovery sent Feng into a jubilant cheer. "Shepherd's purse," he exclaimed, for the wild variant bore a striking resemblance to the modern version. The difference lay in the fact that the wild variety was noticeably smaller in size. However, the flavor and texture of the wild shepherd's purse were incomparable to those cultivated in modern greenhouses. When cleaned and briefly blanched in boiling water, seasoned with a touch of salt and garlic, its taste was unparalleled. Adding a dash of vinegar and sesame oil would elevate it to extraordinary heights. Moreover, shepherd's purse and pork dumplings were simply divine. Of course, shepherd's purse could be stir-fried or used in soups, with delightful results. Feng gazed at the wild shepherd's purse before him. Memories of savoring shepherd's purse in a past life flooded his mind, causing him to swallow involuntarily. "Chief," Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed, "why are you drooling over a patch of grass?" "You wouldn't understand," Feng chuckled. "We have found something edible." "Wild vegetables?" Feng scratched his head in confusion. "You mean we can eat this grass? Is it truly edible?" "Indeed," Feng laughed heartily. "You will come to enjoy it." Chapter 33. A new discovery. Filled with joy at the sight of the small patch of shepherd's purse, Feng collected some into his backpack. And using a metal spade, he cut a branch to mark the spot. "What is this for?" Feng asked, bewildered. "This is to serve as a marker," Feng explained with a smile. "We are not far from the tribe, and I intend to have someone help me dig these up and plant them." "Plant this?" Feng scratched his head. "It's abundant in the mountains already. Why bother planting?" Feng shook his head with a smile. "You'll understand in due time." "So what shall we do now?" Feng inquired. Let us continue deeper." Feng glanced back at the wild shepherd's purse, internally affirming, "Having already discovered one type of wild vegetable, the achievement points are surely within reach." Thus, the two resumed their ascent up the mountain. Having found the shepherd's purse first, Feng's discovery invigorated Feng. As they traversed the mountain path, Feng frequently glanced around, excitedly pointing to various plants and asking Feng, "Look, can this one be eaten? What about this? Can this grass be eaten?" Feng found his inquiries amusing and corrected him. "Edible ones are called wild vegetables. The inedible ones are merely grass." With a resigned shake of his head, Feng replied, "But I don't know which is which." "No matter," Feng laughed. "We came here specifically to find wild vegetables. I can teach you to recognize them, and you can then instruct the tribe when we return." "All right," Feng nodded earnestly. He had heard from his father that Feng was now the chief and had led the tribe on 3 successful hunting expeditions. His father advised him to be fully attentive and learn well, ensuring he protected the chief. Unbeknownst to Feng, Shuo Feng harbored these thoughts as they continued forward, scanning their surroundings, hoping to uncover more discoveries. Truth be told, the gentle slopes of East Mountain were lush with vegetation. Yet finding edible wild vegetables proved somewhat challenging, that he pondered whether he had strayed off course. Wild vegetables were typically found in the woods, while the mountains yielded medicinal herbs and fungi. With this in mind, he began searching around decaying tree roots and patches of shallow grass. Hoping to uncover mushrooms that in a fortunate turn of thought, he soon spotted clusters of pale, gray mushrooms near a sturdy tree root. Tree flowers. Feng exclaimed once more. Tree flowers are a type of mushroom resembling oyster mushrooms, albeit lighter in color. They often grow on decayed wood, appearing from a distance like blooming flowers, hence the name tree flower mushroom. Not only are tree flower mushrooms edible, but they also serve medicinal purposes with immense nutritional value, making them perfect for cooking or soups. In his past life, while engaging in archaeological pursuits in the mountains, Feng would sometimes forage for tree flowers and similar fungi to prepare soups. Seeing tree flowers in this primitive society elicited a sense of nostalgia within him, that he carefully used his spade to extract a cluster of tree flowers and place them in his backpack, marking the spot with a branch. This time, Shuo Feng was curious again. "Chief, what kind of grass is this? Can it be eaten?" "This is a mushroom, and it is indeed edible," Feng replied with a smile. "But it is not grass. It is a fungus." He glanced around and noticed another type of mushroom resembling a small closed umbrella. Pulling one from the ground, he cheerfully stated, "This is called an umbrella mushroom, and it is also edible." Additionally, mushrooms growing beneath this type of tree are called matsutake, which are rare but edible. Feng patiently explained. "But remember, not all mushrooms are safe to eat. Some are toxic and can be fatal." "Ah!" Shuo Feng gasped in alarm. "What should we do?" "No one else in the tribe recognizes them." "It's simple," Feng replied with a grin. "Generally, edible mushrooms are of this color: gray, light yellow, or brown. Mushrooms with bright colors like red or purple tend to be highly toxic and should never be consumed." He paused before quickly adding, "If you ever forage for mushrooms, avoid those that appear too vibrant." "Understood." Shuo Feng promptly committed this to memory, fearing he'd miss any crucial details. No wonder my father insisted I stay close to the chief and learn. It turns out he possesses such extensive knowledge. Shuo Feng mused internally. Feng pointed to the tree flowers. "Once we return to the tribe, you will need to lead others to gather these back. Make sure you remember the locations." "Yes, I will certainly remember," Shuo Feng assured him earnestly. "Good. Mi ven novet." Rising to continue their journey. Meanwhile, he contemplated, tree flowers are edible, 200 achievement points. Umbrella mushrooms are edible, another 200 points. Haha, this trip into the mountains is proving to be remarkably fruitful. As Feng continued walking, Shuo Feng observed his surroundings thoughtfully, pausing intermittently to inspect potential edibles. Suddenly he gasped, quickly calling out, "Chief, stop!" Feng, lost in thought, instinctively halted upon hearing Shuo Feng's call. "What is the matter?" In a swift motion, Shuo Feng dashed to Feng's side. Brandishing his short knife, his gaze fixed intently in one direction. Chapter 34. The wild boar. At Shuo Feng's urgent whisper, Feng instinctively sensed an anomaly in their surroundings, though he had yet to turn around. He could perceive the danger reflected in Shuo Feng's expression, that he instinctively followed Shuo Feng's line of sight, only to discover a massive black wild boar with enormous tusks approaching them. A wild boar? Feng's eyes widened in delight. Unable to suppress a low exclamation, Shuo Feng was puzzled. Why did the chief exhibit joy upon encountering a wild boar? He quickly positioned himself between Feng and the boar, one hand gripping the knife and the other wielding the bamboo spear, prepared for the boar to charge at any moment. Although Feng was partially obscured, he could clearly see the boar sauntering towards them with a leisurely gait. He inhaled sharply. This wild boar was larger than any he had encountered in the mountains in his past life, its tusks curving ominously towards the sky. It was worth noting that the largest wild boar he had previously seen weighed a staggering 800 pounds. The current boar, both in size and tusks, was at least 2 sizes larger, and its potential lethality was unmistakable. The sharp tips of its tusks glinted dangerously, suggesting they were exceedingly sharp. Undoubtedly, anyone who fell victim to those tusks would either face death or severe injury. Feng, knife in hand, turned to Feng, saying, "Chief, I'll distract it. You need to run." With that, he prepared to advance with his knife. "Wait!" Feng quickly grasped Feng's arm. "Put the knife away." "What?" Feng whispered vehemently. "We cannot do that. If it comes at us, we won't escape. Trust me." Feng insisted in a hushed tone. "If you wield that knife, we will both perish." Feng hesitated, trembling slightly as he reluctantly sheathed his knife, his demeanor now less aggressive than before. Clearly, the knife had given him a false sense of courage. Then Feng shook his head and gestured for Feng to lower his bamboo spear as well. Feng opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by Feng's stern gaze, forcing him to comply. "Just stand here and don't move," Feng instructed quietly. "Even if it approaches, remain still and do not look into its eyes, understood?" "Yes, I understand," Feng stammered, shivering with trepidation. Feng gently patted him on the back, signaling reassurance, before stepping in front of Feng to confront the wild boar. "Ah!" Feng gasped in shock, reaching out to plead softly. "Chief, you mustn't. Listen to me, keep silent." Feng whispered softly. "It is a wild boar," weighing no less than 1,000 pounds, ambled into view, swaying as it approached within 20 paces of the two individuals. Upon noticing their sudden appearance, it too seemed momentarily taken aback, its beady eyes darting about, evidently pondering the situation. "Great Chief," Feng murmured. "Do not speak. Trust me. Understood." At that moment, the wild boar appeared to have finished its contemplation and continued to stride towards them. Feng was so anxious that he dared not glance at the boar, whereas Feng remained unfazed, not only devoid of panic, but seemingly filled with anticipation. Just moments ago, he had recalled his rudimentary animal taming skills, which were fortuitously effective against wild boars. As the boar approached step by step, Feng feigned nonchalance, taking a step forward while unfastening the burden from his shoulder, pretending not to notice the boar. "What are you doing?" Feng inquired with confusion. The boar had reached them, and upon observing Feng's actions, it too paused, cautiously extending its snout to sniff the air, seemingly assessing whether the two posed any danger that a foul odor emanated from the boar's large nostrils. Causing Feng to feel nauseated to the brink of retching, Feng, suppressing his disgust, let out a disdainful snort, then kept his mouth closed, producing a sound reminiscent of home from the friction in his throat. The boar was startled, shaking its head and taking a step back. Then thrust its front legs forward, lowering its head to reveal its formidable tusks directed at Feng and Feng. "Ah!" Feng nearly exclaimed. But recalling Feng's prior warning, he hastily covered his mouth to silence himself. Feng did not fixate on the boar, but rather, with an air of command, cast a sidelong glance at the creature and emitted a series of sounds. "Aolulu. Aolulu," while extending a hand in a gesture that beckoned the boar closer. "What?" Despite standing behind Feng, Feng, due to his height, witnessed the entire exchange, that a sense of dread filled him. "Great Chief, surely he does not intend for the boar to come to him willingly?" The boar seemed taken aback. Lifting its previously lowered head, stared, bewildered, at the being before it. Clearly perplexed by the invitation to approach, Feng feigned impatience, continuing to produce sounds while scratching the ground with his foot, displaying signs of agitation. Prompted by Feng's insistence, the boar suddenly shook its head, letting out a loud grunt, releasing another wave of its foul stench. Yet it did not advance. Feng emitted another huff, followed by Aolu, before forcefully stomping the ground with his right foot, stepping forward as if to touch the boar's tusks. The boar, startled, disregarded all caution and turned to flee. "Ah?" Feng was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe his eyes. The boar just ran away like that? Instinctively, he glanced at Feng, only to find him swiftly grabbing his burden and hastily following the retreating boar, all the while shouting incomprehensible phrases like "Aolu. What on earth is happening?" Feng had no time to ponder further and quickly seized his knife to pursue. Chapter 35. 20 or 30 the wild boar raced ahead, with Mu Feng in hot pursuit, followed closely by Shuo Feng. The scene was quite peculiar. "Great chief," Shuo Feng called out, mustering his courage. "Stop. Beyond this point lies the depths of East Mountain, where many ferocious beasts dwell." Only then did Mu Feng come to a halt. His earlier excitement upon spotting the wild boar had been overwhelming, compelling him to communicate with it using his animal taming skills, hoping to lead it away. However, the boar clearly had no intention of complying and had turned to flee. As for why the boar did not exhibit the same obedience as the armored earth dragon, Mu Feng speculated that two reasons might be at play. First, his animal taming skills were rudimentary and thus ineffective against such wild and untamed beasts. Second, the armored earth dragon had been delivered to their tribe already tamed, merely refusing to heed the orders of the Jiang clan members. It seems that to truly tame a beast like a wild boar, I will require advanced animal taming skills, but the achievement points. Mu Feng mused to himself. Nevertheless, he confirmed one thing. With animal taming skills at his disposal, he would likely not face danger from ordinary beasts. "Great chief," Shuo Feng, still shaken, inquired, "what just happened? Why did the boar suddenly run off? Did you employ some sort of magic?" "Yes." Mu Feng, wishing to avoid complications, refrained from elaborating further. Now that he held the title of Great Chief, many of the abilities granted by the system could be attributed to this status, and no one would question it. "Oh." Shuo Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, mentally affirming, as expected. He then asked, "Now that you've driven it away, why pursue it further?" With a smile, Mu Feng replied, "Now that we have sheep and primitive chickens in our tribe, if we can also have a wild boar of this size as a food source, the hunting team will no longer need to risk venturing out." Only then did Shuo Feng grasp the implication. Looking at Mu Feng incredulously, "Are you suggesting we should domesticate wild boars too?" "Indeed," Mu Feng affirmed with a grin. "Moreover, with such a large boar, there is ample meat. One boar would suffice to feed many people. However, wild boars are notoriously fierce in the forest, and even tigers and leopards dare not confront them directly." Shuo Feng expressed his concerns. "If it had charged at us earlier, we both might have perished." "Do not worry," Mu Feng chuckled. "Once we return to the tribe, I will devise a plan to capture the wild boar. Even if we cannot domesticate it, we can still bring it back as food." Wild boars also prey on venomous snakes. Thus, areas inhabited by them typically do not have venomous creatures lurking about. Therefore, if our tribe can raise some wild boars, snakes and other such threats would be less likely to appear. But right now, we do not even know where they are. Shuo Feng shook his head. "These bushes are so dense. We have no idea where they might be hiding." "That is easily remedied," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Watch me." With that, he retrieved the mushrooms he had gathered along the way, crushed them with a metal shovel, and scattered the juices across the ground, that he then flung the mushroom remnants towards the entrance where the boar's footprints had vanished. "What is the purpose of this?" Shuo Feng asked, perplexed that Mu Feng chose not to explain. Turning to pull Shuo Feng away to a concealed spot where they could hide. "Remain silent," he instructed. "Great chief, do you not possess any magic?" Shuo Feng queried cautiously. "My magic is effective only on a single beast. It would not work if there were many," Mu Feng casually explained. Shuo Feng pondered this for a moment, finding it reasonable, and consequently fell silent, remaining motionless as he focused on the location of the mushroom remnants. The two waited for quite some time, with no sounds around them. Unable to contain himself, Shuo Feng whispered, "Great chief, what now?" "We wait," Mu Feng replied softly. "The wild boar is assessing whether there is any danger. As long as a wild boar is nearby, it will eventually reveal itself." He glanced at the sun before adding, "It is nearing dusk. The wild boars will soon emerge to forage. Once they do, they will undoubtedly catch the scent of the mushrooms." "The wild boars can smell the mushrooms?" Shuo Feng questioned, somewhat uncertain. "Rest assured, they certainly can," Mu Feng assured him. "Moreover, wild boars are naturally cautious, and they are likely lurking in some bush, watching us closely." As if on cue, just a short distance from where the mushroom remnants lay, movement was detected on the other side of the bushes. The foliage trembled slightly, and although the movement was subtle, it was evident that something was nearby. Mu Feng quickly silenced himself, crouching low to observe. The bushes initially swayed gently before becoming still for half a minute, only to begin shaking more vigorously afterward. Soon enough, a plump pig's head emerged from the underbrush, its small eyes darting about. After confirming that there was no danger, it shook its neck and proceeded to push its entire body through the thicket. Feng instinctively turned to Feng, a look of inquiry on his face. That Feng, however, was elated, secretly thinking, wonderful, for the wild boar before them was not the same one they had encountered earlier. It was significantly smaller. Initially, Feng had harbored concerns that such a large wild boar might be solitary. Now, witnessing another boar emerge from the bushes, he felt a wave of relief. If there is one, there can be two. If two, then three. And if three, a whole group. Feng rejoiced inwardly kropka as anticipated. Following the appearance of this wild boar, the underbrush began to tremble once more. What began as 2 or 3 movements escalated into a considerable commotion. My heavens! Feng exclaimed, watching the bushes shake in unison. Excitement bubbling within him. How many could there be? 20 or 30. Chapter 36. The Wild Boar Hunting Plan. 40 or so wild boars. Upon their full emergence, Feng was astonished. Why are there so many? These wild boars are not far from the tribe. Why has Mingwang never hunted here before? However, he quickly realized that the sheer number of wild boars, combined with their aggressive nature, posed a significant threat. Given that the tribe's hunting party consisted of only around 50 people armed with nothing more than sticks, they would not stand a chance against such formidable creatures. This was the brutal reality of primitive society. Humans were inherently at a disadvantage against the might of nature and wild beasts. Yet, Feng was confident that this situation, which had persisted in the Jiang clan, would change now that he was the great chief, that he intended not only to capture wild boars, but also to domesticate them. The sight of over 40 wild boars exceeded Feng's expectations, that as he observed them scrambling for the scattered mushroom remnants on the ground, he began to devise a plan for capturing the wild boars. The chilling wind at the side dared not stir, anxiously observing the herd of wild boars, fearful that they might suddenly catch sight of the two individuals. Fortunately, these wild boars merely scuffled through the scattered mushrooms before rooting around for a while, then noisily wandered off. That a distinct and pungent odor, characteristic of swine, lingered in the air. Once the wild boars had retreated to a safe distance, the two finally emerged from their hiding place, with lingering trepidation. Feng glanced at Feng and remarked, "Great chief, capturing so many wild boars will be quite a challenge. Even if the tribe's hunting team were to come, they would find it difficult to manage them. Indeed, their numbers are rather overwhelming." Feng nodded in agreement that if there were merely 20 or 30, he could devise a plan to dig a larger pitfall. However, with over 40 wild boars, the concern shifted from capture to the issue of husbandry. One must understand that the destructive potential and vengeful nature of wild boars are not to be underestimated. He had previously witnessed 2 boars that, after escaping captivity, retaliated furiously, ravaging an entire sweet potato field in a mountain village. If all 40 of these wild boars were to be captured, who could guarantee that no unforeseen incidents would occur? The tribe, consisting of merely about 200 individuals, could hardly withstand such turmoil. Yet, if these numerous wild boars could be successfully tamed and raised, the tribe's meat supply would be secured. After all, whether sheep or chickens, neither could compare to pigs in terms of offspring quantity or meat yield. It seems we must return and ponder this matter thoroughly. Feng observed the sky, noting that it was already evening. All right, let us head back. Along the way, we shall see if there are any edible wild vegetables to gather. Sure. Feng breathed a sigh of relief, glad to be heading back. Although this outing with the great chief had not brought any danger, it had been sufficiently thrilling, particularly the enormous wild boar that had nearly caused his heart to race, which had come so close to them. As they made their way back, Feng tread carefully, abandoning thoughts of hunting, and stayed closely behind Feng. Feng, however, remained unperturbed, retracing their steps while contemplating how to capture the wild boars and scanning the surroundings for edible wild vegetables. To his delight, he stumbled upon a small patch of wild scallions. Upon seeing the wild scallions, which were as thick as chives, Feng could hardly contain his joy. This venture had been intended for spices and wild vegetables. And while he had found wild vegetables like shepherd's purse and mushrooms, he had only uncovered scallions for spices. Ha ha ha! Mufeng laughed heartily as he used his iron spade to uproot the small patch of wild scallions, placing them into his bamboo basket that he had already envisioned, using the wild scallions and tree blossoms to prepare a stew with a primitive chicken, savoring the long-missed taste of chicken soup. As for the remaining scallions, he intended to plant them to preserve seeds, ensuring the entire tribe could enjoy this flavorful seasoning that, to be honest, the chicken soup he had prepared for Shuofeng that morning had not been to his liking. It was merely that Shuofeng, having never tasted chicken soup before, found it exceptionally delicious. Noticing Mufeng's delight, Shuofeng couldn't help but inquire, "Great Chief, have you encountered something wonderful?" "Indeed." Mufeng raised the wild scallions in his hand. This is called wild scallion, which can be added to chicken soup, and when paired with tree blossoms, it will taste even better than the one you had this morning. "Really?" Shuofeng exclaimed with excitement. "It can taste better than what I had earlier?" "Unworldly," Mufeng couldn't help but blurt out. "You will understand once you taste it." "What does unworldly mean?" Shuofeng scratched his head. "Is it delicious?" Mufeng quickly waved his hand. "That is of no importance. Just know that this will enhance the flavor of the soup. In the future, whenever you encounter such things, uproot them and bring them back to the tribe to plant." "Understood." Although Shuofeng found it peculiar, he nodded in agreement. Once Mufeng had finished uprooting the small patch of wild scallions, they continued towards the tribe. Along the way, they also gathered some mushrooms and unearthed a portion of wild shepherd's purse. Upon returning to the tribe, Mufeng hurriedly found a clear spot near his cave. Using his iron spade to loosen the soil, that he reserved a portion for dinner ingredients and planted the rest, the shepherd's purse and wild scallions. This marked Mufeng's first batch of vegetables cultivated since arriving in this primitive society. After planting these wild vegetables, Mufeng went to fetch water from the well. Newly planted seedlings require watering. Otherwise, their roots would struggle to anchor in the fresh soil. This was a lesson he had learned from his previous life of gardening. Little did he anticipate that this knowledge would prove useful once again. Chapter 37. A fresh and unconventional name. Having planted the shepherd's purse and wild scallions, Mufeng gazed at the setting sun, feeling a sense of to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. He clapped his hands and cheerfully declared, "All done. Now it's time to reward myself. However, before that, I must complete a task." System, assign the task. The system prompted, Task 1. Discover edible shepherd's purse. Earn 200 achievement points. Task 2. Discover edible wild scallions. Earn 200 achievement points. Task 3. Discover edible mushrooms. Earn 200 achievement points. Current achievement points, 1,200. "Ha!" Mufeng grinned widely. "I have just earned 600 achievement points in one go. It seems I will soon be able to exchange for the wood path derivation technique." "Wait, that is not right. Shepherd's purse, wild scallions, tree blossoms, and umbrella mushrooms should total 800 achievement points. Darn it, system. Are you taking advantage of my poor math skills?" The system responded, "Tree blossoms and umbrella mushrooms are both classified as mushrooms, hence counted as one." Mufeng was displeased, invoking the meticulous spirit he had developed during his academic pursuits. "But they are indeed two distinct items. And what about the poisonous mushrooms? Shouldn't identification be necessary upon discovery?" While Mufeng voiced his complaints, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, both were indeed mushrooms. Yet the subsequent system update left him astounded. System update notification. Task 1. Discover edible shepherd's purse. Earn 200 achievement points. Task 2. Discover edible wild scallions. Earn 200 achievement points. Task 3. Discover edible tree blossom mushrooms. Earn 200 achievement points. Task 4. Discover edible umbrella mushrooms. Earn 100 achievement points. Your current achievement points, 1,300. In conclusion, the system added, although these are two different foods, they can be categorized as one, thus having the achievement points. Goodness! Mufeng felt an overwhelming surge of joy, almost unable to believe it. Is this really possible? Simultaneously, another thought emerged in his mind. This system seemed remarkably intelligent. Perhaps if he presented himself with a bit more assertiveness and reason, he could obtain even more achievement points. With this notion, he broke into a wide grin. "I'm thrilled. Tonight I shall indulge in 3 large bowls of chicken soup. Time to prepare the stew. Wait, hold on. With that, Mu Feng dashed towards the foot of the northern mountain, shovel in hand. There, not only was there thorny wood, but also black-skinned bamboo, the very material from which the tribe's bamboo spears were crafted. Since there is bamboo, there must be bamboo shoots. Mu Feng smacked his forehead. What a simple opportunity to earn achievement points right before me. Arriving at the black-skinned bamboo grove, he gazed at the towering bamboo stalks, each over 20 meters high and as thick as an arm. He couldn't help but smile broadly. Such thick bamboo surely means the shoots will be substantial. Searching for shoots is a meticulous task. Mu Feng mused to himself, just as a cheerful voice called out, "Mu Feng Gij." Looking up, he saw Baya, breathless and brimming with excitement in her beautiful eyes. "You're back." "Yes." Mu Feng smiled. "How did you know?" "I went to Uncle Mingguang first. Then asked Shuofeng Gij, who told me you had returned, that I saw you running this way from afar when I went to your cave, but you didn't hear me calling." Baya pouted slightly. Clearly a bit miffed, Mu Feng shook his head with a smile. "I was in a hurry to find bamboo shoots, which is why I didn't hear you." "Bamboo shoots?" Baya asked curiously. "What are bamboo shoots?" Mu Feng pointed to a newly sprouted bamboo shoot. "It's what comes up from the ground before bamboo fully matures." "Are you referring to bamboo sprouts?" Baya giggled, narrowing her eyes playfully, and pointed to her own mouth. "Like my white teeth." "Your white teeth?" Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Yes. My father says elephants have big, long, and white teeth, making it easy for them to eat. So he named me Baya." Baya said earnestly, her large, beautiful eyes blinking adorably. Mu Feng had never expected that mentioning bamboo shoots would lead to a discussion about names, especially considering how Li Hu had named his daughter in such a refreshing and unconventional manner. "What about your brother's name?" Mu Feng couldn't help but pry further. Qingya Gij was named after the teeth of a green-faced lion, and Hongya Gij after the teeth of a striped tiger, Baya patiently explained. Mu Feng could no longer contain his laughter. Lion, tiger, elephant. It seemed that Li Hu had a penchant for naming his children after the impressive teeth of animals, purely because he found them formidable. At least they hold some meaning akin to modern naming conventions. Though it's rather amusing. Mu Feng shook his head. Initially, he had thought the names Qingya, Hongya, and Baya were quite unique and refreshing. Now, it seemed they were indeed refreshingly unconventional. Mu Feng laughed once more. "Mu Feng Gij, what are you laughing about?" Baya asked, perplexed. "Nothing." Mu Feng quickly returned to the matter at hand. "Let us continue searching for bamboo shoots, or as you say, bamboo sprouts." "Why are we searching for bamboo and bamboo shoots? Can they be eaten?" Baya's face lit up with anticipation. "Indeed." Mu Feng chuckled inwardly, then nodded seriously. "Yes, they can be eaten." Chapter 38. Inviting guests for bamboo shoots. Upon hearing Mu Feng exclaim, "Edible," Baya's spirit was immediately lifted. "Then let me help you find bamboo shoots." Baya volunteered eagerly. "All right, mi ven novet." Picking up an iron shovel to begin scraping away the fallen bamboo leaves in the grove. "What are you doing? Can't we just look on the ground for bamboo shoots?" Baya asked, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. "Not quite," Mu Feng chuckled, explaining. "Bamboo shoots form before they break through the soil. They can indeed be found underground." As he scraped the leaves aside with his shovel, Mu Feng elaborated. "If you see a bulge or a crack in the ground, it indicates that there are bamboo shoots beneath. Digging will yield results. But the bamboo grove is so vast. How can I tell where the ground is bulging?" Baya tilted her head, picking up a broken bamboo pole and poking around, finding nothing. "That is not how you search." Mu Feng replied with a gentle laugh, shaking his head. "You should look around the base of the bamboo. Generally, the shoots won't be too far from the bamboo itself." "Why is that?" "Because bamboo shoots grow right above the roots, much like lotus roots." Mu Feng explained with a smile. "Lotus roots?" Baya asked, her face filled with intrigue. "What are those?" "Well, they are delicious vegetables that grow underwater." Mu Feng's mind lit up with the possibility of discovering lotus roots. "It's spring now. Lotus roots can sprout leaves from the bottom of the water and grow quite large." He gestured to illustrate. Continuing, "In summer, lotus flowers bloom, displaying beautiful colors like red and white. I think I've seen those, Baya said, scratching her brow, her eyes filled with contemplation. But I can't quite recall that. I'll ask my brother later. Good, good. Mu Feng nodded eagerly, his heart swelling with joy, thinking, what a stroke of luck. I wanted to earn some achievement points, and Baya mentions having seen them. Following Mu Feng's guidance, they began to sift through the bamboo leaves. And within moments, Mu Feng uncovered a bulging crack. Huh! Mu Feng laughed triumphantly. I found it first. Baya rushed over in excitement. Let me see. Mu Feng nodded. Look, this is what it looks like before we dig it up, a large bulge indicating it's about to sprout. With that, Mu Feng crouched down, grasped the shovel, and began to excavate. Start digging around the highest point, just a little at first. Remove the top layer of soil to confirm the location of the bamboo shoot before digging deeper. As he dug, he meticulously explained to Baya, knowing that soon they would need the tribe members to excavate the bamboo shoots themselves. Remember, I'll have the tribe come to dig for bamboo shoots later, and you must instruct them on how to do it properly. Upon hearing this, Baya's expression shifted to one of solemnity, her cheeks flushed with seriousness. Yes, Chief. As Mu Feng scraped away the topsoil around the crack, he indeed discovered a shoot about the length of his thumb. Haha, here it is, Mu Feng exclaimed joyfully. With the location confirmed, he dug with renewed vigor. Soon, the iron shovel flew, revealing a bamboo shoot over 30 centimeters long and as thick as Mu Feng's calf. Wow! There really are bamboo shoots underground, Baya exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Mu Feng beamed, holding the large bamboo shoot. We'll use this for soup tonight. Use it for soup? Baya clearly had no idea what soup was. You'll find out soon. The taste of soup surpasses that of roasted meat by far. Mu Feng glanced at the sky. While it's still light, let us dig a few more. I'll invite your father and Uncle Mingguang tonight, and I'll prepare soup for you all. That's wonderful. Baya cheered, her face alight with joy. The two resumed digging for bamboo shoots, and before long, they found 3 more. That Mu Feng placed the shoots in his backpack and made a trip to the chicken coop, catching 2 large primitive roosters to take back. The coop was now under the watchful eye of Mingguang's men, primarily to prevent the primitive chickens from escaping. As for whether to guard against people, that was a non-issue, with Mu Feng's orders. No one dared to steal the chickens. After Baya escorted Mu Feng to his cave, she returned to gather her father, 2 brothers, Mingguang, Shuo Feng, and Han Shu, just as Mu Feng had instructed. Inside Mu Feng's cave, the others appeared tense, unsure of his intentions. The Mu Feng instructed Baya to clean the chickens and brought in a few fish, slaughtered a sheep, and asked everyone to help prepare the roasted meat. He then set about cleaning the bamboo shoots, wild onions, tree flowers, and wild shepherd's purse. Initially, he intended to stir-fry the wild shepherd's purse, but upon discovering the absence of oil, he opted to prepare it as a salad. First, he boiled water in a stone pot, washed the wild shepherd's purse, blanched it, then drained it and added some salt and wild onion flowers, completing the dish. Without sesame oil, minced garlic, or sesame seeds, he had to make do. Even so, when the prepared wild vegetables were placed in a stone bowl, they left those present exchanging puzzled glances. The group looked at one another, unsure of what Mu Feng had created. Chief, is this edible? Lihu couldn't help but inquire first. Yes, it is. Mu Feng nodded, but you'll have to wait a moment. There are other dishes. With that, he turned to stew the chicken. Chapter 39. A culinary revelation. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. This was the most familiar phrase that crossed Mu Feng's mind at that moment. The primitive chicken, wild onions, black-skin bamboo shoots, and tree flowers were all the most primal, freshest ingredients. What he needed to do now was to add salt, water, and chicken to the stone pot in the correct order, adding the bamboo shoots midway, and the tree flowers and mushrooms last. Having already savored the chicken broth, Shuo Feng eagerly awaited, his eyes fixed on the pot. The others couldn't help but twitch their noses, drawn to the fragrant aroma filling the cave. Brother Mu Feng, is this the chicken soup you mentioned? Baya's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to the stone pot. It smells incredible. Mu Feng nodded. Yes. This is the chicken soup. It will smell even better once it's cooked. The others were even more excited, and stood by the stone pot, entranced by the steaming aroma, unwilling to miss even a wisp of it. Feng found it amusing, thinking to himself, "Is it really that overwhelming?" "Chief," Lihu blurted out, "is the primitive chicken meant for stew? Will we be eating like this from now on?" Feng suppressed a laugh. "Not necessarily. Primitive chicken is best for stewing. But in the future, anyone in the tribe who is weak, injured, or giving birth can have some stew. Besides stew, there are other ways to prepare primitive chicken. However, that will have to wait. Roasting it is the least favorable method." Feng thought about modern dishes like claypot chicken, poached chicken, and roasted chicken, but worried that the others wouldn't understand and that he'd waste his breath explaining, he refrained. Yet even with just the stew, it had already transformed their perceptions. The rich broth simmering in the large stone pot exuded an enticing fragrance, and the group couldn't help but salivate. "Chief, can we eat now?" Feng, unable to contain himself, held his stone bowl, eagerly awaiting the broth. "Not yet. We need to wait a little longer." Feng smiled as he added the tree flowers. "Once the mushrooms are cooked, we can eat." Mingguang, in charge of roasting the meat, turned around to say, "The roasted fish and meat are ready." "Great." Feng gestured for everyone to sit on the stone slabs he had brought and a large stone slab served as the centerpiece. What a blunder, Feng thought to himself. If only I had prepared a proper table and chairs. But he didn't show it on his face. Distributing pairs of freshly carved black-skinned bamboo chopsticks, which drew a chorus of confusion. "What are these?" Lihu asked. "These are chopsticks." Baya chimed in proudly, her face beaming. "I made these with brother Feng." "What are they for?" "They're for eating," Feng replied with a smile. Addressing the group, "Give me the stone bowls so I can serve the soup." "No way, Baya." Lihu quickly stood, pulling Feng back. "Chief, you sit down." All right." Feng relented, taking a seat. "Each bowl will have a bit of bamboo shoot and tree flower mushroom. And the chicken will be taken out and placed right here." Baya complied. Soon, the table was laid out with the chilled wild shepherd's purse, roasted fish, roasted lamb, tender stew of primitive chicken, and chicken soup. 8 people, 5 dishes. Set before them were what seemed like simple modern dishes. Yet for Feng, it was the most extravagant and luxurious meal since his arrival in this world. However, everyone held a pair of chopsticks. Staring wide-eyed at Feng, they realized that apart from the roasted lamb and fish, they had no idea how to eat the other 3 dishes. Feng was taken aback, quickly picking up a pair of chopsticks and demonstrating. "These are chopsticks. You can use them to pick up food." As he picked up the wild shepherd's purse and tasted it, the flavor was light and truly delightful, especially compared to the smoky, charred roasted meat from days prior. It was a taste of heaven, yet such a simple action proved to be an insurmountable challenge for the others. Some struggled to grasp the chopsticks, while others couldn't pick up the food. The most comical was Mingguang, who, usually composed, resorted to using one hand to hold a chopstick, forcefully pinching a bit of wild shepherd's purse and placing it in his mouth. After tasting the shepherd's purse, several individuals exhibited expressions of astonishment, followed by hearty laughter as they exclaimed, "What is this? It tastes entirely different from meat, and it is so delightful." Baya playfully remarked, "I know. This is wild shepherd's purse." Brother Feng said it is a type of wild vegetable that can be consumed. The others gazed at Baya with astonishment, while Lihu alone wore a proud expression. It was evident that Feng's closeness to Baya filled him, as a father, with pride. "How about trying the soup while it's hot?" Feng suggested, holding up the stone jar as he demonstrated. "You can sip the soup first, then enjoy some bamboo shoots and mushrooms." Bamboo shoots and mushrooms. Before Feng could elaborate, Feng, unable to contain himself, eagerly lifted the stone bowl and began to gulp it down, smacking his lips with delight. Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had intended to explain it first. However, recalling that the theme of the day was not this, he let it slide. Observing Feng devour the soup, the others also took a sip, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this really chicken soup?" Lihu asked, still wanting more. "Drink as much as you like," Feng encouraged, sipping from his own bowl. Frankly speaking, the chicken, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots were all top-tier ingredients. And the flavor of the chicken soup was truly unmatched. In fact, it surpassed the soups he had tasted in modern five-star hotels. The only complaint he had was that the stone bowls were rather heavy. However, these concerns were trivial for the others. Once they finished the chicken soup, they immediately immersed themselves in the delectable bamboo shoots and mushrooms. Chapter 40. A sense of crisis, eating meat and sipping soup. What a joyous experience. This was Feng's most profound sentiment at that moment. Meanwhile, the people surrounding him were already bubbling with excitement. Great Chief! Guang exclaimed with enthusiasm. We had no idea that primitive chicken could be enjoyed this way. Liu suddenly interjected. Haven't you caught a few before? Ha! Laughter erupted among them. Feng could hardly contain his amusement, as he had previously thought of Li, who was quite serious and straightforward. Guang, feeling a bit embarrassed, retorted, with the time spent catching primitive chickens, I might as well pursue other wild beasts. However, he quickly added, but no one expected the great chief could catch so many at once. Now that we have a method for catching primitive chickens, I'll head into the woods tomorrow to see if there are any more flocks. Indeed, that sounds good. Feng nodded. The chicken coop is large enough. We can accommodate another couple of hundred without issue, that if necessary, we can weave another coop. If we truly have an abundance of primitive chickens, then each person could have one to eat. That would be splendid. Li Hu's face flushed with excitement. But I fear the great tribe won't have enough. Feng chuckled. Whether the great tribe has enough is not my concern. But our Zhang clan will adopt this practice from now on, and even improve upon it. After uttering this, he felt a peculiar sensation, pondering. If someone from my past life were to hear this, they would likely mock me as nothing more than a glutton. Yet, the pressing issue for the tribe is ensuring our basic sustenance. If our bellies are not filled, how can we discuss anything else? Food is paramount. Feeling justified, Feng continued. For the time being, the hunting team need not take unnecessary risks. Instead, let a few individuals check the traps daily for any sheep that if there are any. They should bring a few back. Li Hu nodded in understanding. I comprehend, great chief. After a pause, he added with frustration, it's a pity we lack enough salt in the tribe. Otherwise, if we could salt the grass and hunt a couple more times, our wild sheep would surely increase. That is beyond our control. Feng replied calmly, shaking his head. The tribe is currently short on salt and furs, so we will refrain from venturing out for the time being. Aside from catching sheep, Uncle Guang, you can also take some people to the Long Lake to fish, along with hunting primitive chickens. If that Ma Duo from the Qing Yao tribe speaks truthfully, she should return in 2 or 3 days. That time, we will have salt again, and we can venture out to hunt. Cursed Monglong tribe, Guang spat with disdain. If it weren't for their deceit, we wouldn't be on the brink of extinction. We must seek revenge. Guang clenched his fists, striking the bluestone slab with force that a chill ran through Feng as he suddenly realized that several days had passed without any news from the Monglong tribe. If they were indeed coming, it would spell disaster for the tribe. No, regardless of whether the Monglong tribe comes or not, we must maintain vigilance. Otherwise, if they arrive unexpectedly, the entire tribe will suffer. With this thought, Feng added, while we cannot retaliate immediately, the tribe's defenses must be fortified. Therefore, tomorrow we will send out only 10 individuals to catch sheep, while the rest remain within the tribe. Ah! Guang exclaimed. Surprise, why? To guard against the Monglong tribe potentially raiding us at any time. Feng stated firmly. Only by strengthening our defenses and weaponry can we ensure we are not defeated when they return. Understood. Everyone recognized the gravity of Feng's words. Their expressions shifting to one of alarm. That it was evident that the Monglong tribe had left them with not only hatred, but also a lingering shadow. Noticing their demeanor, Feng shook his head inwardly. He wished to impress upon them the importance of the situation, but did not intend for it to induce such despair. He clapped his hands. There is no need for such worry. Everyone, lift your spirits. As long as we follow my instructions tomorrow, if the Monglong tribe dares to come, we shall surely defeat them. Ah! Everyone looked at Feng in unison. Great Chief, do you have a plan? Especially Baiya, with wide, admiring eyes, asked, Brother Feng, is what you say truly the case? It is undoubtedly true, Feng affirmed with conviction. The following morning, aside from the 10 hunting team members who had ventured out. All capable individuals in the tribe were summoned to the front of the thatched hut. Then Feng began to outline his plan. Li Hu, select 20 young and strong individuals to gather water and mud, mixing in dry straw, and then apply it like this into the crevices of the stones. Be mindful, the mud should not be too soft or too hard, and the straw should not be too long. Cut the long ones into shorter pieces to mix in. It must be well blended, sealing the gaps, and smoothed over on the outside. After demonstrating, Feng entrusted this task to Li Hu, while the tribe members watched with wide eyes, astonished. Ming Guang, select another 20 individuals to go to the northern mountain to chop blackskin bamboo. It should not be too thin. About the thickness of my forearm, cut into segments this long, and bring them back here to make spears. As for the rest, gather all the stones from outside the walls, and stack them neatly here. One person could not help but inquire, "Great Chief, what purpose do these tasks serve?" Feng grinned. "Of course, it is to protect the tribe. This time, as long as the Monglong tribe dares to come, I will ensure they leave without a trace." Chapter 41. Upgrading the tribe's defensive wall. Spears, stones, Feng murmured softly. His current focus was to devise strategies to counter the impending threat of the Monglong tribe. Logically speaking, the Monglong tribe had already pillaged their furs, stolen the sacred fire, and even taken numerous stone jars and wooden sticks. The Jiang clan had very few valuable items left. However, last night, Li Hu had expressed his deep concern about another matter: women. Feng suddenly became alert. In his previous life, while studying history, he had learned that conflicts between primitive tribes often arose over 3 issues: food, territory, and women. Food is for sustenance, territory is for habitation and reproduction, and women are for bearing offspring. Such a scenario was something Feng resolutely refused to allow. Thus, he needed to utilize local resources to fortify the Jiang clan's defenses to prepare for the next potential raid by the Monglong tribe. Besides defensive measures, he also needed to understand the strength of the Monglong tribe. So he called for the busy Li Hu. "Li Hu, what is the strength of the Monglong tribe? How many members do they have?" Their entire tribe consists of over 600 individuals, with more than 260 capable fighters. Li Hu answered honestly. 260? Our tribe only has about 120 fighters. Feng murmured softly, then sighed in relief. Thankfully, that is not an overwhelming number. What? Li Hu was taken aback. They greatly outnumber us. It's not a problem. Feng maintained a relaxed demeanor. What weapons do they use? Stone clubs. Bone clubs? Why do you ask? Li Hu instinctively inquired. That is good. Feng had already formulated a plan in his heart. Do not worry, as long as the Monglong tribe dares to come this time. We will surely defeat them. Is that even possible? Li Hu wanted to voice this concern, but did not dare to speak up. Undeniably, Feng had only been the great chief for a few days, but had already brought significant changes to the tribe. Food was secured, and fire was restored. Yet, the 260 fighters of the Monglong tribe were a formidable reality. 120 against over 200, it seemed an impossible victory. "Great Chief," Li Hu suddenly said solemnly, "if we fail to overcome the Monglong tribe this time, I will fight to protect you all. At that point, I hope you will take Baiya and the tribe to flee east." Feng furrowed his brow, chuckling as he shook his head. "Uncle Li Hu, the Monglong tribe has not even arrived yet. Why are you already preparing for the worst? Besides, we are merely taking precautions. What if they do not come?" "No." Li Hu shook his head. "They will come. To the Jiang clan, they are like a piece of meat, merely a matter of when they will feast upon it." Feng smiled again. "Rest assured, if they truly come, I will ensure we can repel the people of the Monglong tribe." "Is that possible?" Li Hu finally voiced his doubt. "Have faith." Feng reassured him. Patting his shoulder, surprisingly, Li Hu nodded solemnly. The entire labor force of the Jiang clan sprang into action, swiftly erecting a protective wall at the tribe's sole exit. The wall was composed of 3 layers. The innermost was built of stones, thickly coated with mud, solid and robust. The middle layer featured a fence of mulberry branches, which had sprouted within just a few days, promising to grow taller soon. The outermost layer consisted of thorny vines. already budding, with sharp spikes crawling all over the mulberry fence, rendering it impenetrable. Standing over 2 meters high, the protective wall stretched from south to north, providing a sense of security to the entire tribe. Behind the wall lay piles of fist-sized stones, alongside stacks of sharpened bamboo spears measuring 2 meters in length. Once these preparations were complete, Feng instructed Li Hu and the others to craft 40 to 50 straw dummies, each roughly the size of an average person, that he then directed them to scatter the dummies outside the tribe. Over 30 meters from the wall, Li Hu, gather over 20 people. Feng commanded. Understood. Li Hu turned and summoned 20 individuals. Feng nodded. Now, pick up the bamboo spears from the ground and mimic the throwing motion with me, aiming to hit the dummies outside. But we can't see them from behind the wall, someone protested. Do not worry. Just throw in the general direction, Feng replied. With that, he picked up a bamboo spear, turned sideways, and hurled it over the wall with one hand while shouting, "Throw!" The 20 individuals simultaneously launched their spears, but as they reached their apex, their trajectories varied significantly. A series of thud, thud, thud sounds echoed, followed by 3 distinct plop, plop, plop noises that Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. Only 3 hits. He then turned to Li Hu. Go see how many spears struck the dummies. Li Hu hurried outside the wall, returning with a bamboo spear in hand. 3 hits. Feng frowned and instructed. Relocate those dummies again. Li Hu complied, and once more Feng led the group in throwing spears, this time achieving 5 hits. Not good enough. Again, Li Hu gathered the people again, and Feng threw once more, only to hit 4 this time. Feng then had Li Hu construct several dozen more dummies, totaling nearly 100, scattered outside the wall, and again led a group to test their aim. This time, with 50 individuals participating, they managed to hit only a dozen targets. After numerous rounds of testing, the hit rate remained dismally low, around 10%. This meant that when throwing javelins over a 2-meter-high wall, the obstructed view allowed for only 1 hit out of 10 throws, provided the targets remained still. Chapter 42. The Monglong tribe returns. Feng conducted further experiments by stepping outside the wall, when he could see the targets. The accuracy improved to 1 in 4, even 1 in 3. It was evident that the tribe, accustomed to hunting with stones and wooden clubs, was innately skilled at throwing, even if they had never used javelins. After concluding his experiments, Feng fell deep in thought. 2 issues need addressing. One is the visibility problem for throwing, and the other is the enemy's evasion tactics. He first considered engaging the enemy outside the protective wall, but this would compromise the Jiang clan's safety, a scenario Feng wished to avoid. With their numbers already dwindling, any casualties were unacceptable. After contemplation, he determined the best course of action was to construct several elevated platforms within the protective wall, nearly as tall as the wall itself, spacious enough for the tribe members to throw javelins from above. Without hesitation, Feng instructed Li Hu, "Now, everyone gather stones to build platforms on this side of the wall." As he spoke, he drew 4 outlines on the ground, each platform capable of accommodating 15 to 20 individuals side by side. Li Hu promptly organized the tribe to move stones and mud, and together they constructed the platforms in just a few hours. Feng conducted another experiment, positioning individuals atop the platforms. This time, the accuracy significantly improved. The visibility issue had been resolved, but now he needed to address the enemy's evasive maneuvers. That Feng arranged 30 individuals in front of the main gate of the protective wall. Under his guidance, the people on the 4 platforms, along with those at the gate, threw javelins at a designated area, yielding astonishing results. Over 100 straw dummies were felled in an instant, with 30 or so struck down. If the remaining 30 or so threw stones as well, the tally would have been even higher. Both issues had been effectively resolved. Following this series of arrangements and experiments, everyone grasped Feng's intentions, their initial anxiety dissipating, replaced by resolute determination and eagerness for the impending confrontation. Li Hu, Ming Guang, and others no longer harbored doubts. They gazed at the preparations around the protective wall, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the Monglong tribe's arrival. True to their expectations, the Monglong tribe did not disappoint. The very next morning, as the hunting team had barely ventured far from the tribe, they rushed back in haste. The hunters returned urgently, reporting that battle was imminent. The members of the Jiang clan turned their gazes toward Mu Feng. That it was evident that although Li Hu and the others spoke bravely of confronting the Monglong tribe, they still felt a tinge of trepidation as the moment approached. That Mu Feng understood that in such primitive tribal settings, numbers constituted an undeniable advantage. With double the numbers, anyone would feel intimidated. Yet he was unperturbed. Accompanying Li Hu and the others to the west, he glimpsed the fierce faces of the Monglong tribe members through the thorny wooden barrier. Clad in animal skins, their hair neatly tied, their faces adorned with vibrant patterns reminiscent of the attire of Ke Chongning's Qingyao tribe. The Jiang clan's appearance seemed rather shabby in comparison. It seems that after winning this battle, we must also work on improving the tribe's morale. Mu Feng mused internally. However, upon observing the weapons wielded by the Monglong tribe, he couldn't help but chuckle. Most of their armaments were wooden clubs, stone axes, and bone knives, with some even brandishing large stones. This display lacked the flair of the gangsters wielding machetes in the films he had watched. This battle is a foregone conclusion. Mu Feng smiled kropka. As the Monglong tribe approached within 5 or 6 meters of the thorny wooden wall, they hesitated, exchanging glances in confusion. That a man with notably more facial paint than the others stepped forward, shouting, "Jiang clan members, surrender all your women, or we will slaughter you all." "Great chief," Li Hu exclaimed quietly. "That is the leader of the Monglong tribe, Yakutai." Mu Feng nodded, sneering at the painted chief. "You stole our furs and now seek to take our women as well. That is unacceptable." He had intended to echo a line from a movie saying, "Killing you will be as easy as picking fruit from a basket," but he suspected the chief wouldn't comprehend it. So he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Unacceptable. The man, evidently hot-tempered, raised his bone knife. "Kill them all." Thus, the battle commenced. The Monglong tribe members charged toward the thorny wooden wall, their footsteps thundering ominously against the ground. "Great chief." Liungria Shota. Prapara. Mu Feng stepped forward, waiting for the Monglong tribe to halt before the thorny wooden barrier, then raised his hand and waved vigorously. "Throw." 90 or so individuals launched their spears simultaneously, while the remaining 30 or so seized stones to hurl. The Monglong tribe, halted before the thorny wooden wall, furrowed their brows in alarm. It was clear they had suffered from the thorns before. They had never anticipated that these thorns could be arranged to block their passage. As they turned to look at their leader, over 90 javelins rained down upon them. "What is that?" the chief exclaimed in confusion. Looking up, before he could react, a chorus of ah cries ensued as several fell to the ground. The first wave of javelins and stones felled over 30 individuals. Oh! The morale of the Jiang clan surged instantly, erupting in cheers. "Great chief." Li Hu's face flushed with excitement as he shouted. Mu Feng, too, was exhilarated. This outcome had been entirely anticipated. The Monglong tribe had never encountered such defensive fortifications and stood dumbfounded at the thorny wooden barrier. Coupled with the fact that they were a primitive tribe, unfamiliar with javelins, lacking formation and organization, they were effectively offering themselves as targets. Chapter 43. Capturing the leader of the Monglong tribe after the first wave of javelins was thrown, over 30 members of the Monglong tribe collapsed. The morale of the Jiang clan soared. Without waiting for the Monglong tribe to respond, Mu Feng waved his hand and commanded, "Throw." The javelins soared once more. This time, the members of the Monglong tribe finally reacted, scrambling left and right in a frantic attempt to evade. However, they had already been crowded together, and in their panic to dodge the javelins, they inadvertently collided with one another, resulting in a chaotic scene of falling bodies. Though only about 20 were struck by the javelins, a third of them were knocked down due to collisions. At this point, the Jiang clan members no longer required Mu Feng's guidance. They launched the third round of javelins, just as the second round was descending. The fallen members of the Monglong tribe had yet to fully regain their footing when they were once again struck down by the raining bamboo spears. This time, another 30 or so were felled. The primary reason for this outcome was the dangerously dense positioning of the Monglong tribe members. The leader of the Monglong tribe finally recognized the gravity of the situation and shouted loudly, "Scatter! Scatter!" The people surrounding him hurriedly dispersed in all directions to evade the impending danger. Just as the fourth javelin was about to be thrown, Mu Feng decisively bellowed, switched to stones. Consequently, over 120 stones were hurled simultaneously towards the members of the Monglong tribe. Unlike javelins, which required crafting, stones were readily available everywhere. Thus the Jiang clan was exceptionally well prepared. To the eyes of the Monglong tribe, it appeared as though a rain of stones was cascading from the heavens. Ah! 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 The cries of despair from the Monglong tribe echoed in unison, as dozens were struck and injured by the barrage of stones. In a mere moment, half of the Monglong tribe's forces had already fallen. Excellent! Li Hu shouted with exhilaration that he had never experienced such a gratifying moment, despite the enemy having a numerical advantage over his own side. More than half of their forces had collapsed before even nearing them. For the first time, he realized that battles could be fought in such a manner. Great Chief! Li Hu's face flushed with excitement. They have lost half of their men. Let us charge forth and engage them in combat. Mufeng looked at him in confusion. Why? Now, those who remain uninjured on their side are roughly equal to us. We can defeat them. Li Hu's eyes burned with martial resolve. Allow me to lead them into battle. Mufeng paused for a moment, sensing that Li Hu's reasoning might be somewhat lacking, that he shook his head. Not yet. Why not? Li Hu asked incredulously. They have just suffered significant casualties. They are undoubtedly filled with rage at this moment. If we charge in now, blinded by fury, they will fight us with reckless abandon. Mufeng shook his head once more. Currently, our numbers are few. We should strive to avoid further losses. Surviving is of utmost importance. I understand. Li Hu nodded. I was too impulsive. Rest assured, we will strike when they begin to flee. Mufeng clenched his fist tightly and struck the air. Capture the Yakutai and make the Monglong tribe pay the price. Yes. Li Hu eagerly nodded and began directing the others. The leader of the Monglong tribe was now in a state of frantic disarray. He had come several hundred miles with his men solely to plunder the Jiang clan. What should have been a straightforward endeavor had turned into a calamity, as over 100 of his men had fallen without even laying a finger on the Jiang people. Especially perplexing were the mysterious weapons of the enemy, which seemed to rain down from the sky and inflict wounds directly. Sorcery. It must be sorcery. The leader felt a chill run down his spine, that he wielded a bone knife to deflect a javelin and shouted, "Quickly retreat." At the command, the members of the Monglong tribe frantically helped their fallen comrades, disregarding the bone knives and clubs strewn on the ground, as they fled in disarray. Now is our chance. Mufeng waved his hand. Capture the leader of the Monglong tribe. Capture Ya. The young men of the Jiang clan shouted in unison. Capture Yakai. One by one, they grabbed their bamboo spears and surged forth from their defensive line, charging towards the fleeing members of the Monglong tribe. The latter were filled with terror. Who had ever witnessed such a formidable spectacle? Li Hu led the charge, his pent-up frustration erupting as he swung his massive wooden club wildly at Yakutai, devoid of any strategy. Yakutai, clearly overwhelmed by the tide of retreat, sought only to escape the Jiang clan. Paying no heed to counterattack, as a result, he was swiftly tackled down by a Jiang clansman from behind, captured in the process. Infuriated, Li Hu advanced to slay him, only to hear Mufeng call out, "Stop! Do not kill him! Great Chief!" Li Hu responded with resentment. "He is the one who led the raid on our tribe for fire and furs." Mufeng shook his head. "I am aware, but he may yet prove useful." Not only Li Hu, but even the captured Yakutai was taken aback, his demeanor tense as he gazed at the youthful chief of the tribe. What do you want?" Yakutai stammered, his voice trembling with a blend of fear for his life and instinctual deference to the chief. "Fear not," Mufeng replied with a warm smile, crouching down to pat Yakutai's shoulder, akin to an elder comforting a younger kin. "I will not kill you. You will be released." Mufeng's face radiated warmth. "What?" Not only Yakutai, but those around him, including Li Hu and Ming Guang, were taken aback. "You won't kill me?" Yakutai asked incredulously, clearly skeptical. "Indeed," Mufeng continued with a smile, raising his hand to interrupt Li Hu and the others. "I can allow some of you to return, but you must agree to one condition." "Condition?" Everyone froze momentarily. "Yes," Mufeng beamed. "I can permit a few of you to return, But upon your return to your tribe, you must bring double the furs and salt to exchange for your comrades. If you refuse, I could just kill you all, and my Jiang clan could easily seize what we need. So, do you agree? Chapter 44. Still not enough. Yakotai of the Monglong tribe had never felt such fear as he did today. Not even in the presence of his own tribe's chief. The youth before him appeared young, speaking with a smile that betrayed no anger or hatred. Yet, as he spoke, Yakotai felt a deep-seated tremor within him. He harbored no doubt that if he uttered no, Lihu would not hesitate to end his life. I agree. Yakotai, being human, naturally feared death. Moreover, he was terrified that if he were to perish, the women and children of his tribe would be left unprotected, becoming mere lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of other tribes. Very well. Mufeng smiled, patting his shoulder. Remember, if you ever wish to take revenge, come to the Jiang clan, but be prepared with furs and salt. For once captured, my demands will only increase. Yahai trembled violently, that he glanced at the scattered members of the Monglong tribe lying around him, shaking his head vigorously. I dare not. That's good to hear. Mufeng chuckled as he stood up, clapping his hands and turning to Lihu. Let a few of them return. Tie up the rest with beast sinew ropes and keep them outside the walls. Assign guards to watch over them. Anyone attempting to escape should be killed on the spot. And don't feed them too much. As he spoke, Mufeng wore an expression of calm assurance. This was a primitive society, governed by the survival of the fittest principle, though he was not a ruthless killer. He certainly would not tolerate anyone riding on his back and disrespecting him. Compared to other tribes, Mufeng's decision to refrain from total annihilation was already a considerable act of mercy, had it been in another tribe. Or if it were up to Lihu, the order would have been to slay Yakotai and all captives, then proceed to plunder the Monglong tribe completely. Understood. Lihu now comprehended Mufeng's intentions. Nodding earnestly, rest assured, great chief, if they dare to flee, they will meet their end. Good. Mufeng turned to leave. Although this battle concerned the survival of their tribe, he initially felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. However, witnessing the swift collapse of the Monglong tribe, it all transpired in less than half an hour, giving him a sense of a paper tiger. They were far too easy to defeat. Mufeng shook his head in mild regret. He sensed that his indifference towards tribal conflicts stemmed from his past life as a historian, that he believed that after such an upheaval, and following his near murderous intimidation of Yakotai, the Monglong tribe would likely refrain from any future incursions. By the way, system, I wish to submit a task. Mufeng recalled that a few days prior he had accepted a task, yet a survival-related task remained unsubmitted. Indeed, the system still indicated, task, resolve the tribe's survival issues. 500 achievement points. I've already defeated the Monglong tribe. Why can't I submit the task? The system prompted. Ensure that the Monglong tribe no longer poses a threat to submit the task. Mufeng suddenly understood and thought, then I shall wait until the Monglong tribe brings salt and furs to exchange before submitting. For now, I will take on another task. The system complied with Mufeng's wishes and switched to the food interface. Discovered edible bamboo shoots, gaining 200 achievement points. Current achievement points stand at 1,500. Excellent. Mufeng clenched his fist inwardly. I only need 500 more points to reach 2,000, at which point I can learn the Woodway derivation technique. What he needed to do now was to find a way to gather the remaining 500 achievement points that I in this manner. He could simply wait for the Monglong tribe to come and exchange the salt and furs, and he would reach his goal. However, Mufeng found himself growing impatient that in his previous life, he adhered to the belief, meat in your mouth isn't truly yours. It can be snatched away by others. Only what you swallow is yours. Especially when he considered the wild boars in Danshan, he began to strategize. Capturing a wild boar yields 300 achievement points. If I can find other wild vegetables as well, I can accumulate enough points before the Monglong tribe arrives. I shall do just that. Mufeng resolved. This is also the most pressing issue for the tribe at present. Thus, having just arrived at the cave, Mufeng hurriedly set out to discuss with Ming Guang how to catch wild boars. Ming Guang was busy gathering the spoils of war from the Monglong tribe with numerous bone knives and clubs. Surprisingly, there was also a pitch-black metal rod, the material of which was unclear but incredibly hard. Upon seeing Mufeng arrive, Mingguang promptly handed the rod to him. This was customary, as all spoils of the tribe were first offered to the chief for selection. Feng took the rod in his hand and waited, noticing it bore no signs of rust, filled with curiosity, because this metallic rod resembled none of the common metals he had encountered in his previous life. It bore a striking resemblance to the celestial iron described in historical texts. He grasped the rod and swung it a couple of times, creating a gust of wind, feeling quite adept with it. "Great chief, what manner of weapon is this?" Mingguang inquired. Feng shook his head. "This is not a weapon. It is a type of golden artifact. However, I cannot ascertain its specific purpose. What I can confirm is its exceptional hardness, making it suitable for hunting and combat." As he spoke, he extended the rod towards Mingguang. "You may find it useful for hunting." Mingguang hurriedly waved his hands. "Great chief, such a precious golden artifact is better kept by you. I already possess the ivory knife that I collected." With that, Mingguang raised the bone knife in his hand, its cold gleam indicating its remarkable sharpness. Feng, undeterred, replied, "Very well. Great chief, do you have any matters to discuss?" Mingguang asked. "We can manage here." "Indeed. Idyllic." Feng stated directly. "I intend to capture wild boars for domestication." Chapter 45. Just to earn achievements. Upon hearing Feng's intention to capture wild boars, Mingguang was taken aback, only to be quickly filled with excitement. He recalled that in their recent hunting expeditions, Feng had always led them to bountiful catches. "Feng, you plan to catch wild boars?" "Yes." Feng nodded. "I believe Feng has informed you that there are quite a number of wild boars in the East Mountain." "That's splendid." Mingguang clenched his fists. "Wild boar meat is far tastier than that of other beasts, but they are notoriously fierce. How do you propose we capture them?" Feng inquired. "How did you used to hunt wild boars?" "Previously, our hunting teams would set out together, targeting smaller groups of wild boars, preferably encountering one or two stragglers that if we came across a large number, we would have to take a detour." As he spoke, he turned to Feng. "I heard from Feng that there are over 40 wild boars in the middle of the East Mountain." "Indeed. At least over 40. With such a large number, wouldn't it be too dangerous?" Mingguang hesitated, glancing at Feng. That in truth, he believed that capturing such a large group of wild boars was out of the question. However, since Feng had expressed his intent to catch them, there must be a method. This sentiment was shared not only by Mingguang, but also by Li Hu and others from different tribes. Feng nodded. "Danger is certainly a factor. That is why I have come to consult you on how to capture the wild boars." Mingguang spread his hands. "Previously, we had over 50 people and could only catch 2 or 3. And even then, someone might get injured that I am unsure how we can capture them safely." Feng furrowed his brow. He had already anticipated such a response that he asked, "Can you determine the areas where the wild boars frequent without alarming them?" Mingguang nodded. "That is not a problem. Give me 2 days, and I will ascertain their roaming areas." "Very well," Feng replied. "In these 2 days, go to the East Mountain to observe the wild boar's habits, and take Feng along with others to gather the shepherd's purse and mushrooms that I marked. Dig up the shepherd's purse roots and bring back the mushrooms along with their roots. I intend to cultivate these in the tribe." "Understood. I will ensure it," Mingguang assured him and busied himself. Once again, finding a moment of solitude, Feng's thoughts drifted back to the derivation of the wooden path. "No, even if I am to capture wild boars, it must be after 2 days. I still cannot exchange for it now." Feng thought anxiously. Subsequently, he slapped his forehead and immediately contacted the system. "System, enter the task interface." The system promptly displayed the task interface. Feng inquired within his mind, "Are there any tasks related to crafting tools?" The system immediately presented a sub-interface filled with tasks pertaining to toolmaking. "Wow!" Feng gasped internally, "so many." He noticed that he had a task ready for submission, which genuinely surprised him. Task: craft a well wheel, achievement points, 100. So few. Feng lamented inwardly. The reason for the low achievement points is that the method and tools for crafting the well wheel were all acquired through the system. If you were to complete the entire crafting process yourself, the achievement points would be higher. "I see." Feng was taken aback. "Then how many achievement points would I receive if I made a set of tables and chairs?" 200 points, the system responded. "What about crafting pottery?" 500 points. This Mufeng was astonished and puzzled. Why such a vast difference? The system explained. All responses provided by the system are based on the environment and conditions the host is in. Currently, the difficulty of crafting tables and chairs is far less than that of pottery. Similarly, pottery's emergence in history extends beyond merely being a vessel for holding items. It has had a profound influence on aesthetics, culture, and craftsmanship in later generations. I understand. Mufeng nodded, simultaneously gaining a deeper insight into the system's criteria for achievement evaluation. In this case, I can first create a set of tables and chairs to earn some achievement points. With determination, he set out to find wood within the tribe. However, a problem arose. There was scarcely any suitable wood for furniture within the tribe. After pondering, he decided to seek out Li Hu, hoping he could direct him to where dry wood could be found. Coincidentally, Li Hu was conversing with Qingya and Hongya when he spotted Mufeng and immediately greeted him respectfully. "Great Chief." Qingya and Hongya quickly followed suit. "Great Chief." Mufeng waved his hand dismissively. "Just call me Mufeng." He then turned to Li Hu. "Uncle Li Hu, where can I find sturdy wood?" "Dry wood?" Li Hu queried. "The dry wood is all chopped up as firewood in the tribe." "What do you need it for?" "I intend to use it to craft tables and chairs," Mufeng replied with a smile. "Tables and chairs?" Li Hu asked, puzzled. "What are those?" "They are for use," Mufeng explained. "A table can hold items, while chairs and benches are for sitting. They are quite comfortable." Li Hu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long time without grasping what Mufeng was describing, and finally admitted, "The dry wood is collected by the women of the tribe. By the way, Baya and her mother are the ones who gather the dry wood, and I will call Baya over to guide you." "All right," Mufeng nodded, thinking to himself. 200 points of achievement secured. Chapter 46. Unexpected joy. Li Hu fetched Baya. Upon seeing Mufeng, Baya's face lit up with excitement, her large eyes shimmering with delight. "Brother Mufeng, I heard from my father that the Monglong tribe has been captured." "Yes," Mufeng nodded. "They are all tied up outside the tribe." "You are truly remarkable. Able to defeat so many," Baya exclaimed, grasping his hand, jumping with joy. "Now we need not worry about them." "Indeed, there is no need for concern," Mufeng smiled. "Did your father tell you why I came?" "He did. He asked me to take you to find dry wood, saying you wanted to make tables and chairs." "Exactly. Do you know where such wood can be found?" "I do. It is located on the western mountain of the tribe. We always chop wood there. The only issue is that the wood is a bit thick, making it difficult to cut." "All right, lead me there." Thus, Baya guided Mufeng to the foot of the western mountain, since this area was adjacent to the tribe. The trees on the mountain were tall, and there were few shrubs or tall grasses on the ground, resulting in a scarcity of wild beasts. Mufeng followed Baya to the back mountain, accompanied by 2 individuals tasked with carrying wood for him. "Brother Mufeng, what are tables and chairs used for?" Baya blinked, her smile bright and joyful as she asked. After the defeat of the Monglong tribe, the girl had reverted to her carefree, innocent self. "A table is about this high and can be used to hold items. Previously, we placed our food on stone slabs, which was quite cumbersome." Mufeng gestured. "Chairs and benches are for sitting. It's very comfortable." "Is it really that amazing?" Baya tilted her head, biting her finger, deep in thought, her demeanor utterly adorable. "Could you make me a chair?" "Of course," Mufeng replied. "When I craft these, I will involve Uncle Li Hu and the others so that everyone in the tribe can benefit." "That would be wonderful," Baya cheered. "Let me help you pick out the wood. What kind is suitable?" "It should be dry, sturdy wood without cracks in the middle," Mufeng explained. Baya pondered carefully, then began to search for wood, specifically for dead tree trunks that had not sprouted. Mufeng also commenced his search. From the system's knowledge base, he learned that many types of wood could be used for crafting tables and chairs, such as rosewood, wongwali, and jujube wood, all of which he had never encountered. However, among those present, suitable options included pine, willow, fir, and elm. "Wait!" Mufeng's eyes brightened. "Elm." He slapped his forehead. "Of course, elm flowers are edible too." He recalled that in his childhood, every spring, the elders would collect elm flowers and steam them for consumption. The cleaned elm flowers, mixed with flour and seasonings, steamed briefly and dipped in vinegar. This flavor remained unforgettable to him. unfortunately, at present. The tribe lacked flour and similar items. Nonetheless, some people used elm flowers to make soup, which also tasted quite good. Huh! Feng burst into laughter. An unexpected delight. I haven't even found the wood yet, and I've already discovered something edible. Feng looked up at the budding elm flowers, laughing joyfully. Brother Feng, what are you laughing about? Baya turned around, her small face filled with confusion. Ah, I have found something delicious. Feng chuckled. What is this? Baya asked in confusion. It's the flowers on this tree. Feng replied with a smile. They're quite delicious. Ha! You can eat this? Baya exclaimed in astonishment. Of course you can. Feng laughed heartily. Just wait and see. With that, he retrieved a thick branch from the backpack slung over his shoulder, tied it with a beast sinew rope, and swung it a few times before hurling it at a branch laden with elm flowers. The sinew rope caught on the branch, and with a powerful tug, a resounding crack echoed as the branch snapped, showering a bounty of elm flowers to the ground. Feng burst into laughter, plucking a handful of the flowers and popping them into his mouth. After chewing a few bites, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" The familiar taste. Feng, elder brother. Baya's eyes widened. She had intended to stop him from eating the elm flowers, as no one knew if they were safe to consume. However, she quickly fell silent as Feng had already tasted the flowers, seemingly enjoying them immensely. Hesitating for a moment, Baya also grabbed a handful and cautiously chewed a couple of bites, her face lighting up with surprise. Wow, it's so sweet. Of course. Feng gestured for the two companions who had followed them to try as well. They exchanged uncertain glances with Feng before making what seemed to be a momentous decision, biting into their own handfuls of flowers, their faces soon beaming with delight as they savored the elm flowers. Feng, elder brother. Baya spoke with her cheeks bulging, her eyes transforming into half-moons. How did you know this was edible? Feng grinned widely. I won't tell you. Baya, undeterred, merely smiled foolishly, her eyes crinkling with joy, completely disregarding any concerns about her appearance. Endearingly adorable that Feng was taken aback, then delighted. It appeared the girl truly trusted him, whether it was in trying the elm flowers or in his somewhat clumsy reasoning. Yet he soon turned his gaze towards a nearby tree with a dark trunk and a crown of snow-white blossoms, his heart swelling with anticipation. If all goes well, that should be a honey locust tree. Chapter 47, 2000 To be honest. Feng felt a surge of excitement within, for if his speculation proved correct, he might soon be able to exchange for the wood path derivative technique. To be prudent, he signaled Baya to continue searching for wood while he turned his back to privately communicate with the system. Submit task. Feng's heart raced with anticipation. The system promptly displayed a task interface, stating, Discover edible elm flowers. Earn 200 achievement points. Current achievement points, 1,700. Yes. Feng's heart soared as he broke into a wide grin. Baya, still oblivious to the developments, watched as Feng ran and shouted joyfully, Come, Baya, there's another flower here that's edible, even sweeter than the last. What? Baya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. There are more edible flowers? How did you manage to find a brother like Feng, who can even find edible flowers? Though puzzled, Baya still jogged excitedly after him. Before she reached Feng, he had already yanked down a branch adorned with white flowers from another tree. Can this flower be eaten too? Baya instinctively asked, her face a mixture of disbelief. However, Feng had already plucked a cluster and popped it into his mouth, discovering its sweet, juicy flavor. It was indeed honey locust flowers. Baya and the two companions behind her were no longer as shocked as before. They reached out to grab their own clusters, their astonishment at the deliciousness mirroring their earlier reactions. That Feng, thoroughly satisfied, suppressed his excitement and silently chanted, System, submit task. Immediately, the system responded, Discover edible honey locust flowers. Earn 200 achievement points. Current achievement points, 1,900. Feng could hardly contain his exuberance. Just 100 more achievement points. The next steps would be simple. He wouldn't need to devise any other methods. As long as he found suitable wood to craft tables and chairs, he would amass the full 2,000 achievement points. Find wood, find wood! Feng shouted excitedly, His fervor left Bai Ye and the two companions exchanging bewildered glances. Unsure of what had come over him, if everything was falling into place. Mu Feng quickly located suitable wood. Elm and honey locust, it seemed these were the only two types of trees in the western mountains that were prone to dying. With his carpenter's tools in tow, Mu Feng began sawing the wood, enlisting help to carry it back. The sight of him sawing would left the three nearby in awe. Bai Ye even exclaimed, "Mu Feng, elder brother, is this a golden tool? Can I have one too? It would make collecting dry wood so much easier." "Of course." Mu Feng nodded, "but you'll have to wait a couple of days." He had made up his mind. He couldn't touch his achievement points just yet, as he needed to accumulate the full 2,000 points to exchange for the wood path derivative technique. Moreover, once he caught a wild boar, he would earn another 300 points, and completing the task for the tribe's safety would yield an additional 500 points. He planned to use those points to exchange for saws for Bai Ye and the others. Glancing at the exchange interface, he noted that a saw required 50 achievement points, with a maximum exchange limit of 3 saws. However, Bai Ye appeared not to consider this deeply. Upon hearing Mu Feng's agreement, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she jumped high, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." The wood was soon transported to the entrance of Mu Feng's cave. He called for Bai Ye to fetch Li Hu and a few of the older tribe members, that he intended to teach these elders the art of carpentry, so they could craft tools for the tribe in the future. The elders were naturally thrilled. As the oldest members of the tribe, they felt they had little to contribute. When the tribe faced challenges, their food supply was often the first to be cut. If the tribe were forced to migrate, those who couldn't keep up would be left behind. Thus, they cherished everything Mu Feng brought to the tribe, especially since they were not being forced to relocate. Understanding this, Mu Feng decided to have them learn carpentry. The craft required no perilous adventures and was not overly taxing, making it well within their capabilities. Mu Feng took out the carpenter's tools and began to saw the wood in front of the gathered people, marking lines, planing surfaces, and drilling holes. Each piece of previously rough wood was first sawed into various lengths and widths, then smoothed out with the plane. After completing these tasks, Mu Feng used a chisel to carve holes at the joints. Finally, he secured planks approximately 20 centimeters wide and 3 to 4 centimeters thick to 2 square wooden beams. Lacking iron nails, he drilled small holes and crafted wooden pegs with his knife to join the planks, creating a tabletop. Once finished, he attached 4 square wooden legs to the table and secured the tabletop by hammering it with the back of his axe, resulting in a simple 4-legged table. The onlookers marveled at the finished product. "Is this really a table?" Li Hu exclaimed, his eyes wide as he pressed his hand on the surface, incredulous. "How does it work?" "It's simple," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Just wait a moment." With that, he picked up a plank that already had 4 holes drilled in it, along with 4 shorter square beams, and after some tapping and hammering, fashioned a simple stool. He placed the stool in front of the table and set down his stone jar and chopsticks on the table before finally taking a seat. Without Mu Feng needing to explain, everyone instantly understood the purpose of the table and stool. Whose eyes nearly popped out. "Great Chief, I want to learn how to make tables too." Meanwhile, in Mu Feng's mind, the system chimed in again. Complete the production of tables and stools. Earn 100 achievement points. Current achievement points, 2,000. Chapter 48. The existence of spells. With the tables and stools completed, Mu Feng finally gathered the requisite 2,000 achievement points. He suppressed his excitement, and after explaining the essentials of making tables and stools to Li Hu and the others, handed the toolbox to Li Hu, instructing him to place it in Grandpa's thatched hut. This way, the tribe's elders could craft tools there, providing mutual support. Who cradled the toolbox as if it were a treasure, leaving with a few of the elders. Bai Ye eagerly asked Mu Feng to make her a small stool before she departed. Once everyone had been sent on their way, Mu Feng excitedly contacted the system. Exchange for the wood path derivative technique. The system immediately displayed the exchange interface. "Are you sure you want to use 2,000 achievement points to exchange for the wood path derivative technique?" Mu Feng took a deep breath. "Yes." However, beneath his calm exterior, he was unable to contain his overwhelming joy. After using the healing spell twice, he had come to believe that the so-called skills from the system were, in fact, spells. Otherwise, how could he have revived his severely wounded grandfather and Shuo Feng with nothing but gestures and incantations? Although he had always harbored doubts about divine spells, He had never denied their existence that in his youth, he had suffered from a peculiar illness that no doctor could cure. It was only after visiting a shaman from a neighboring village, who merely touched his forehead and muttered a few words, that he inexplicably recovered. The various strange occurrences he encountered during archaeological expeditions, such as the Miao people's witchcraft and the corpse-guiding practices in Xiangxi, all indicated that many phenomena in this world elude scientific explanation. As a history scholar, he had gained new insights into history after investigating so many truths. For instance, he now understood that Chinese history spans 5,000 years. Is it a history spanning 5,000 years from the time of the Yellow Emperor to the present day? Or should China's history be divided into two segments, the upper 5,000 years and the lower 5,000 years? Archaeologists in the field have already discovered historical artifacts that predate the Xia dynasty by over 8,000 years, showcasing craftsmanship and intricacy that far surpass the capabilities of those who lived since the Xia dynasty. This has led some to ponder whether there existed a highly developed civilization prior to the Xia dynasty, or perhaps an era imbued with mystical powers that we fail to comprehend. For instance, the Shanhai Jing, long regarded by the Chinese as a collection of strange tales, is viewed abroad as a guide for studying ancient history. In fact, an International Historical Research Institution, NCAA, has utilized the geographical descriptions found within the Shanhai Jing to uncover natural gold veins in South America. Moreover, Western scientists such as Newton, Galileo, and Da Vinci, after reaching the pinnacle of their respective fields, often turned their attention to theology. Thus, the phrase "the end of science is theology" has emerged that if Feng can traverse time, possessing magical abilities is hardly surprising. Upon uttering confirm, the system immediately chimed, "Ding! Redemption successful." Soon, a surge of mysterious information flooded into his mind, revealing the complete technique of the woodpath derivation. To onlookers, it appeared as though Feng stood still, his eyes unblinking, his breathing gradually calming. Should Li Hu or Grandpa be nearby, they would surely assume he had entered a meditative state, a condition reserved for those endowed with shamanic powers, typically tribal leaders or chieftains. That in reality, Feng was merely digesting the information concerning the woodpath derivation. This technique consists of two minor skills, healing and growth. Once mastered, it not only allows for the healing of ailments, but also enhances physical constitution. After a considerable duration, Feng finally grasped the woodpath derivation. That he opened his eyes, extended a hand, and struck a wooden plank approximately 5 centimeters thick with his fist. With a resounding crack, the plank shattered into countless pieces. "My strength has increased," Feng exclaimed with delight. That in his previous life, he had practiced taekwondo and could break 2 to 3 centimeters of wooden boards. But this was merely a performance prop, incomparable to the sturdy locust wood before him. He then spread his arms to lift the stone slab. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to drag it into the cave. Yet now, after a deep breath, he effortlessly lifted it. Feng laughed heartily. "Indeed, my physical prowess has improved." Setting the stone slab down, he assumed a stance and threw a punch into the air. Whoosh! A swift sound of air being sliced through ensued, clearly indicating that his punch speed had reached its zenith. Wow! This punching speed must exceed even Bruce Lee's. Feng felt a surge of excitement within him. In his previous life, he had watched videos of Bruce Lee's punches and knew that only at a certain speed would the sound of wind be produced. A tribute to my idol, Feng delivered another punch within this secluded primordial cave. Having spent 2,000 achievement points to redeem the woodpath derivation, he was thoroughly satisfied with its effects. That he reflected on his transformation, feeling as though he had grown taller and larger, with a sense of everything is within my grasp when clenching his fist. What an excellent skill! Feng couldn't help but direct his gaze toward the system's other skills. The entire skill section displayed a plethora of abilities akin to a book list. As he examined them, he found elemental skills encompassing wood, metal, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, as well as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, resembling the skill panels from the game he had played in his previous life, World of Warcraft. There were also some relatively obscure skills like summoning and beast taming, of which he had already learned the basics of beast mastery. Observing these skills filled Feng with awe. So this is the wonder of possessing magical abilities. Chapter 49. the tribe's path forward after thoroughly sensing the changes brought about by the wood path derivation. Feng turned his attention to other skills that he discovered that each skill possessed its own unique characteristics. Earth-based skills were related to the ground, while those of the metal category pertained to various metallic essences. What surprised Feng most was that when the wood path derivation was combined with the earth as heaviness technique, it could accelerate or decelerate the growth rate of organisms within a patch of soil. This is nothing short of divine skill. Feng exclaimed in delight. However, the achievement points required to redeem these skills left him feeling somewhat breathless. Although the earth path technique required fewer points, it still demanded a hefty 5,000 achievement points. Feng clenched his fists. It seems I must devise a way to strengthen the tribe, thus accelerating the acquisition of achievement points. Now I await Li Hu's return, hoping to devise a plan for capturing wild boars. Feng pondered. Based on the system's indications, any task beneficial to the tribe's development should yield achievement points. Currently, the domesticated animals in the tribe consist of chickens and sheep, yet we still lack horses, cows, pigs, and dogs. While we've secured a lead on pigs, what about the other 4 animals in the vicinity of the tribe? I should consult Ming Guang. If that fails, we may need to venture further afield. However, merely domesticating livestock won't entirely solve the tribe's sustenance issues. After all, no one can live on meat alone. To fundamentally address this problem, we must turn to agriculture. Only through planting crops can the tribe forge a path forward. It seems that in addition to domestication, we must also seek out crops suitable for cultivation. Feng contemplated carefully. I wonder where I have traversed to. What crops thrive here? He pondered deeply, concluding that he remained on Earth, likely in ancient Huaxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have comprehended the language spoken by those around him upon arrival, nor would his experiences align so closely with the historical studies he had previously undertaken. However, he couldn't pinpoint the exact location, that he recalled Grandpa mentioning fragments of lore about the Jiang clan migrating from the far west as a great tribe. Thus, it could be inferred that the Jiang clan now resided to the east. But exactly how far east remained uncertain. Whether it was in southern or northern Huaxia was also ambiguous. From the pine forests and expansive black-skin bamboo groves, it appeared to lean somewhat south, as the thick bamboo of bowl-sized girth was found only in the south. Yet the issue lay in the fact that black-skin bamboo was unfamiliar to him from his previous life, especially since the mountains below were still capped in ice and snow, while everything else blossomed with the arrival of spring, hinting at characteristics typical of the north. This is quite perplexing. Feng scratched his head. If I could ascertain these details, I would likely have an idea of the animals and wild crops in the vicinity. Wait a moment. Feng seemed to have had a revelation. Hastily retrieving the metallic rod seized from the Monglong tribe, scrutinizing it closely. If I can discern the material of this metal, could it not indicate the era in which I currently reside? Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he could not identify the composition of the darkened rod, and in frustration, abandoned the inquiry. When he had initially acquired the rod, he had asked the Monglong tribe members about it. But they only claimed to have found it themselves, unaware of its nature. This left Feng, who had hoped to deduce his location from the meteorite records, at a loss, forcing him to give up. On the afternoon of the next day, Feng planned to explore the area surrounding the tribe to see if he could find some wild vegetables to earn achievement points. However, he was summoned by Li Hu to the thatched hut to teach them how to make tables and benches. Feng patiently demonstrated once more, ensuring that the onlooking elders had grasped the technique before concluding that in the afternoon, Ming Guang finally returned, making a beeline for Feng's cave. Great Chief, I have brought you everything you requested, Ming Guang called out from a distance, and I've also clarified the areas where wild boars are spotted. Excellent, Feng exclaimed. Stepping out of the cave to see several individuals placing decayed wood on the ground, adorned with clusters of tree flowers, which had sustained considerable damage but had not been harvested. Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had forgotten to mention that they could have harvested the tree flowers before bringing them back, leading them to carry the entire unaltered load. While it was commendable that they valued the great chief, their lack of ingenuity was rather frustrating. Feng chuckled helplessly. You can simply cut the mushrooms close to the base with a knife. Just be sure not to sever the roots. Huh, aren't we supposed to plant mushrooms? Ming Guang inquired, puzzled. Mushrooms are fungi, distinct from other plants that as long as you don't uproot them, they will regrow after being harvested. Feng patiently explained. Is that so? Ming Guang's eyes lit up. Then does that mean our tribe will have an endless supply of mushrooms? Feng nodded. That's true. But once the nutrients in this decayed wood are depleted, the mushrooms will cease to grow. Oh, Ming Guang was taken aback. Does that mean the mushrooms will disappear? Indeed, Feng confirmed. As long as we transplant these mushrooms' roots onto other decayed wood before they completely rot away, we can sustain them. By the way, make sure to keep these woods in a shady spot away from direct sunlight and construct a shelter using thatch. Water them in the morning and evening. That way, the mushrooms will grow rapidly. Although Ming Guang was confused, he nodded and agreed to follow the instructions. As for these wild vegetables and wild onions, Feng pointed to a small patch he had already planted in front of his doorway. Just continue planting along the furrows I've prepared and water them. Understood? Ming Guang nodded. Now, tell me about the wild boar situation. Ming Guang's eyes brightened. Finally, we're getting to the main topic. Chapter 50. Preparations for wild boar capture. Ming Guang eagerly shared the details of the wild boar sightings with Feng. I took Feng to the area you mentioned. And indeed, there are wild boars behind the thicket, Ming Guang exclaimed excitedly. Not only are there large wild boars, but also piglets. Piglets? Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to calculate in his heart. Although taming wild boars can be quite troublesome, the process would be significantly expedited if piglets are involved. How many piglets are there? Feng inquired. Ming Guang scratched his head awkwardly. We sneaked over from another thicket to observe them, though we didn't dare to get too close. So we couldn't see clearly. Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was wise. We must not expose ourselves, Ming Guang added. However, it appeared there were quite a number of them, a dense mass. The little ones were squealing joyfully. Feng pondered for a moment and asked, how large an area are we talking about? Li Hu gestured with his hands, hesitating as he said, about this big. There must be at least 40 or 50 of them. Hiss! Feng gasped in astonishment that in his previous life, he had encountered wild boar herds during archaeological expeditions, typically consisting of only 7 or 8, at most a dozen or 20. Even in places where wild boars were rampant, a herd rarely exceeded 50. He never anticipated that he would stumble upon such an enormous herd of wild boars at the foothills of Dongshan. Based on his earlier sighting of a large wild boar with Feng, which he conservatively estimated to be over 40, and now Ming Guang informing him of another 40 or 50 piglets, they could be looking at a staggering total of over 80 wild boars. Feng was thrilled. Such a multitude of wild boars is equivalent to a small-scale pig farm from my previous life. However, he quickly realized another issue and turned to Ming Guang. Wait a moment, with so many wild boars operating in one area, what do they eat? He knew that wild boars were omnivorous, but sustaining such a large group couldn't simply rely on basic foraging. He considered a possibility that there must be a plentiful source of sustenance in Dongshan that the wild boars depended upon, otherwise they could not survive. Wild boars eat whatever humans consume. Feng's eyes lit up. If such food exists, it could also provide our tribe with another source of nourishment. Moreover, I could earn achievements. It's truly a multifaceted gain. Feng resolved within himself. Upon hearing Feng's question about the wild boar's diet, Ming Guang scratched his head again. I have no idea what wild boars actually eat. I only know that wild boar meat is quite delicious. At this, Ming Guang began to drool. Great chief. How about we go catch some wild boars tomorrow? No. Feng waved his hand. The plan needs to change. We're not catching wild boars anymore. Ming Guang asked in surprise. We definitely will, but we need to take our time. Feng quickly ran through the scenarios in his mind before continuing. Regardless of whether they are large wild boars or piglets, we must raise them, and for that, we need a pig pen. Ming Guang was taken aback. There are sheep pens, but do pigs also require pens? Feng nodded. A sheep pen can simply be made with fencing, but a pig pen is different. It must be constructed with stone. Here's the plan. Gather all the able-bodied members of the tribe at Grandpa's thatched hut. I have something to discuss. Oh, and bring Bai Yu along. Ming Guang nodded. Understood. although he found it somewhat odd. He complied and quickly assembled everyone at the thatched hut. Except for Baya, the group was composed entirely of the tribe's able-bodied members. Brother Mu Feng, Baya, sensing the unusual atmosphere of the day, looked at Mu Feng with sparkling eyes, her face brimming with anticipation. Although she was merely a little girl, she was now involved in significant matters typically reserved for the tribe's men, causing her great excitement. Mu Feng smiled at her, offering a subtle gesture without saying anything further, then addressed the group. Now, I need 10 people to accompany Baya to the back mountain to dig for bamboo shoots. Let her instruct you on how to dig. I'll need them later. Bamboo shoots. Many were hearing the term for the first time. Before Mu Feng could respond, Baya chimed in, bamboo shoots are the young bamboo that hasn't yet sprouted from the ground. They are edible. She then turned to Mu Feng. Brother Mu Feng, what do you need bamboo shoots for? Mu Feng smiled as he explained. There is a large herd of wild boars in Dongshan. I intend to use bamboo shoots to catch them. Wild boars! A stir arose among the crowd. Wild boar meat is delicious. Wild boar meat is the tastiest, but wild boars can be quite fierce. Ultimately, everyone turned their gaze towards Mu Feng. They all knew that if Mu Feng claimed he could catch wild boars, he certainly would succeed. After all, he had previously led the tribe to catch sheep, procured an ample supply of primitive chickens, and even caught fish that they still had yet to finish eating, especially in the past couple of days, although the tribe's hunting team had not gone out. Those who did manage to return with 6 or 7 wild sheep and a dozen primitive chickens. All of this was thanks to Mu Feng. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, Mu Feng smiled and stated, while wild boar meat is indeed delicious and flavorful, wild boars are also formidable. Therefore, before we attempt to catch them, we must make adequate preparations. Great Chief, just tell us what to do, someone began to respond. Build a pig pen. Upon hearing the words build a pig pen, everyone stood in stunned silence. Do wild boars need a shelter like sheep? Observing the crowd's confusion, Mu Feng elaborated. Wild boars are different from wild sheep. They require a sufficiently sturdy pig pen to ensure they cannot escape. Thus, a pig pen differs from a sheep pen. It must be constructed from stone. Now, hurry and gather stones, and let us build the pig pen over by the western mountain. The crowd sprang into action. Some accompanied Baya to the back mountain to dig bamboo shoots, while the rest began hauling stones to construct the pig pen. Mu Feng personally directed the efforts, drawing a large circle at the foot of the western mountain beside several tall trees to start building the pig pen. That he chose this location because it was downwind, with a lower elevation compared to the east and north, and it was also away from the water source. The circle he marked was large enough to accommodate over 100 wild boars. Considering the destructive nature of the wild boars, Mu Feng planned for the walls to be 1.5 meters thick and 2 meters high. This was, in fact, his dream from childhood when he raised pigs. The pig pen was only about 1 meter high and 20 to 30 centimeters thick, allowing the domestic pigs to frequently escape, prompting him to chase them back. He had long envisioned that if he ever raised pigs, he would construct a luxurious pig pen, high enough and thick enough to prevent any escapes. Although this dream had not been realized in his previous life, it was now coming to fruition here. Having gained experience from building the earthen platform previously, the tribe members found the construction of the pig pen to be quite straightforward. Once the stone walls were erected, Mu Feng instructed the tribe members to mix clay and straw to fill the gaps between the stones, smoothing it out with flat stones, resulting in a wall that resembled rammed earth. The pig pen featured an opening for access, and he had them construct a thatched roof inside, surrounded by stone walls, making it appear even sturdier than Grandpa's thatched hut. This prompted exclamations from the tribe members. This accommodation for the wild boars is splendid. Mu Feng chuckled. Rest assured, our tribe will have an even better dwelling in the future. As the sun had yet to set after completing the pig pen, Mu Feng contemplated and decided to transplant thorny brambles to the inside of the pig pen. Wild boars have tough skin and thick flesh. If they truly try to root against the walls, it might be a bit challenging, Mu Feng mused. Adding some protective measures should deter them if they attempt to break out. The person responsible for transplanting the thorns chuckled to himself. Our great chief is indeed remarkable. Previously, he used thorns to thwart the people of the Monglong tribe, and now he applies the same tactic against wild boars. Another person laughed heartily. Indeed, the wild boars are in for a tough time. The next morning, Feng took only a dozen individuals to Dongshan. Although few in number, they were all skilled hunters from the tribe. Li Hu, Ming Guang, Han Shu, Qinya, Hongya, and Shuo Feng. Great chief. Li Hu whispered, since we are going to catch wild boars, why not bring everyone along? Feng shook his head. Our primary objective today is not to catch wild boars, but to see if we can locate their food source. Why do we need to find their food source? Li Hu asked, perplexed. With such a large group of wild boars, they must have something sustaining them. Feng shared his thoughts. If there really is such food, and our tribe can consume it as well, it would be beneficial. The food wild boars eat. Can we eat it too? Ming Guang asked hesitantly. Feng did not answer, but countered with a question. Do wild boars eat mushrooms? Ming Guang instantly understood and nodded. I see. Exactly. Feng remarked. When we arrive at the location, refrain from acting hastily. We must first ascertain where the wild boars go to find food. Once we clarify that, we can return to catch wild boars either this evening or tomorrow morning. Understood, the others responded with excited murmurs. The small group, led by Ming Guang, made their way directly towards the thicket where the wild boars were located. As they approached, Ming Guang gestured for everyone to conceal themselves, then stealthily made his way into a nearby thicket. Before long, Ming Guang peeked out from the bushes, signaling for Feng and the others to join him. The dozen or so individuals quietly maneuvered into the thicket, although there was some noise. The rustling leaves stirred by the mountain breeze conveniently masked it. The thicket stood 2 to 3 meters high, thick with branches and leaves, providing limited visibility. Ming Guang led the way, with Feng and Li Hu closely following, while the others trailed behind. After traversing a considerable distance, Ming Guang finally halted, then turned to signal everyone to silence and lie low. Once all complied, he cautiously positioned himself next to Feng and gently pushed aside a thicket of bushes. The previously dim light suddenly brightened, causing nearly everyone to gasp in astonishment. So many! Feng exclaimed, equally taken aback. Through the bushes Ming Guang had parted, less than 20 meters away, lay a clearing reminiscent of an idyllic paradise. Teeming with wild boars, these boars displayed a range of colors, black, white, brown, and mottled varieties, varying in size. Some lay still, others foraged at the ground, while a few rolled about in delight. Feng couldn't help but silently smile, thinking to himself, all mine, all mine. Chapter 52. More valuable than wild boars. The group of over a dozen remained motionless within the thicket, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Although the wild boars appeared calm and harmless, should they sense human presence nearby, their fury would be overwhelming. Everyone instinctively glanced at Feng, uncertain of his intentions. Yet, Feng's gaze remained fixed on the boars as they busily foraged, awaiting their departure in search of food. Prior to their arrival, Ming Guang had mentioned that the boars would collectively exit from another side of the thicket, leaving a few large ones to guard the piglets while the rest ventured out. The group lay in wait for over an hour before the boars finally stirred. That a particularly large boar with enormous tusks was the first to rise, striding toward a nearby bush. Feng recognized it distinctly as the one he and Shuo Feng had seen a few days prior from a different vantage point. It appeared to be the boar king. Leading the way, the boar approached a patch of shrubs, nudging aside some foliage to reveal an opening, and promptly disappeared within. The rest of the boars followed suit, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Feng observed keenly, noting their direction of departure. Chief, what should we do? Should we catch the piglets now? Ming Guang inquired in a barely audible voice. Feng shook his head, gestured toward himself and the others, then carefully crawled out. Once several had returned to the entrance, they excitedly exclaimed, Chief, there are 12 of us here. We can catch a few piglets to take back. Absolutely not, Feng replied, shaking his head. If the large boars return and sense something amiss, they will become wary, making it much more difficult to capture them later. Our purpose here is to ascertain what these wild boars consume to have grown into such a large herd. In truth, he harbored the thought of capturing the piglets to take back immediately, but he feared that without some larger boars, the piglets might not survive. However, involving the larger boars would require more personnel than the current group could provide. To avoid alarming the beasts, he resolved to refrain from capturing the piglets, instead opting to continue tracking the herd's movements. With Mufeng's decision against capturing any boars, the others voiced no dissent. "What shall we do next? The boars have gone in another direction," Li Hu asked. Mufeng turned to Mingguang. "Which direction did the boars head? Can you follow their trail?" Mingguang nodded. "Yes, in the past few days, Feng and I have been observing this area. We can circle around to the thicket where the boars entered." "Excellent," Mufeng affirmed. "Lead the way. Everyone, be cautious and leave no trace. We must not be discovered by the boars." "Understood." Thus, Mingguang took the lead, guiding Mufeng and the others around to the opposite side of the thicket. This time, they did not linger long, quickly arriving at the other side where they discovered a concealed passageway nestled beneath the underbrush. Had it not been for the faint scent of urine wafting from the passage, they might have overlooked it entirely. After confirming the passage, they maintained a safe distance and began their search for the wild boars. Before long, approximately half an hour later, they finally heard the raucous sounds of the boars feasting. Instantly, everyone became alert. Mingguang instinctively turned to Mufeng, halting in his tracks. Mufeng nodded in acknowledgement, bending low and advancing cautiously, minimizing any noise that in truth. Mufeng was being overly cautious. The raucous sounds of dozens of wild boars feasting drowned out any noise they made. As he stealthily moved forward, he listened intently, hearing the constant crunching of leaves and the snapping of stalks. Additionally, there were the grunting sounds of the boars rooting in the mud. Mufeng's heart raced. Indeed, there is a substantial amount of food crops. He carefully parted the bushes and from a distance beheld another expansive clearing. Aside from a few towering trees, the area was devoid of underbrush, replaced by a patch of tall, haphazardly leaning golden-brown stalks of grain. Many stalks bore golden ears measuring about 10 centimeters in length. "Corn," Mufeng thought, elated. "It's corn." He had never anticipated that the wild boars would be foraging for corn. Initially, he assumed he was traversing ancient lands of Huaxia, where corn might not exist, only to discover this vast expanse of it before him. It seemed he had made unfounded assumptions. However, these wild corn ears were evidently not as long as those he had encountered in his past life, falling short of even half that length. Yet, even so, Mufeng could hardly contain his excitement. His mind buzzed with information about corn. In warm climates, corn can be planted in both spring and summer. In early spring, one could savor fresh corn, soft and sweet. In midsummer, one could harvest mature corn and grind it into flour. Fearing he was mistaken, he rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the scene once more. And upon confirming the presence of corn, he broke into a silent grin. Amidst the corn stalks, wild boars continued to root around, occasionally knocking down a few stalks to feast on the ears above. Mufeng was utterly elated. In his eyes, the discovery of corn held more value than the wild boars themselves. Chapter 53. A fortuitous surprise. Mufeng, accompanied by a dozen individuals, concealed themselves within the thicket, patiently awaiting the wild boars to finish their meal and depart. Finally, after the last boar ambled away with a grunt from the corn stalks, Mufeng could no longer restrain his excitement and jubilantly rushed out. Li Hu, Mingguang, and the others looked on in confusion, calling out, "Chief!" Mufeng turned back and waved them over. "Come quickly and see." Perplexed, they emerged from the thicket and gathered around Mufeng, that he plucked a corn ear from an untouched stalk, peeling back the husk to reveal an ear measuring approximately 10 centimeters. Due to its wild nature, the corn ear was quite small, far from the 30-centimeter lengths he had encountered before. Even the kernels were smaller, requiring 2 or 3 to equal the size of a single modern kernel. Nevertheless, Mufeng could not suppress his joy. "Look, this is what I was searching for," he exclaimed joyfully. "Chief, what is this?" Li Hu asked, observing Mufeng's exuberance with confusion. "This is corn. It's edible," Mufeng explained patiently. "Edible?" Li Hu echoed, plucking a corn ear from a stalk, peeling back the husk, and taking a bite. However, he quickly spat it out, exclaiming, "Yuck, it's so hard and tastes terrible." Nearby, Mingguang, Feng, and the others, who had intended to taste the corn, tossed it aside upon hearing Li Hu's remarks. "Don't throw it away," Mufeng urged. "This corn is fully mature and cannot be consumed raw. It must be eaten when the husks are still green. Oh, Lihu frowned. So this cannot be eaten now? Are you planning to feed it to the wild boars? Feng chuckled and shook his head. This corn is mature and can be eaten, but not directly. That it needs to be ground into cornmeal and then steamed into buns. Ground into flour. Steamed into buns? Lihu repeated, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The others shared a similar confusion. That it was evident that Feng's explanation had surpassed their understanding. Noticing their perplexity, Feng smiled and waved his hand. All right. You will understand in due time. For now, we must gather as much corn as possible to take back to the tribe. Chief, will we just eat the corn we gather? Someone inquired. Yes. Feng nodded. Part of it will be ground into flour for consumption, while the rest will be saved as seeds for planting. In the future, food for the tribe will no longer be a concern. What? Another exclaimed. Such unpalatable stuff? Who would eat it? Unpalatable? Feng smiled mysteriously. You have yet to taste anything made from corn. Once you do, you will understand. That individual felt a warmth in their heart, surprised that Feng, as a chief, was so amicable and patient in his explanation that in contrast, the previous elder chief would have been too indifferent to utter another word. Upon hearing Feng's intention to return and plant corn, as well as its potential for food, everyone sprang into action. They had originally carried bamboo cages meant for capturing piglets, but now they were repurposed to hold corn. Under Feng's guidance, they stripped the husks from the corn, placing the smooth ears into their cages. Except for Feng, each cage was filled with no less than 100 pounds of corn ears. Especially Lihu and Mingguang, although they clamored that corn was unappetizing. Upon hearing that corn could be transformed into food, they did not hesitate to each carry nearly 200 pounds of corn cobs. Feng gazed into the distance at the vast expanse of corn stalks, still adorned with corn cobs, feeling somewhat that they had not brought enough people. Fortunately, the corn already carried by the 10 or so individuals was ample, sufficient to sort out seeds and provide several meals. The small group cautiously navigated around the thicket inhabited by wild boars and successfully returned to the upward path. Feng held a corn cob in hand, biting off a large kernel and chewing a few times, only to find it rather tough, clearly indicating a low starch content, that he understood that this was due to the wild nature of the corn. To achieve a higher starch content, continuous cultivation would be necessary. Nonetheless, he felt a deep sense of joy within. The appearance of corn made him realize that the environment he inhabited seemed less constrained. If corn could be discovered, what other crops might there be? Once the tribe began to cultivate corn on a large scale, coupled with the domestication of various livestock, they would no longer worry about basic sustenance. Only when the tribe's members were adequately fed could they contemplate other matters. Presently, he needed to consider where to plant the corn and how to grind the kernels into flour. Corn can only be planted in the flat terrain at the foot of the mountain on the west side of the tribe. The land is open, and the soil appears fertile. As for grinding corn flour, it seems I will need to create a stone mill. Feng mused. System, assign a task. The system promptly responded. Obtain edible corn, achievement points awarded. 300 points. Feng questioned. Isn't edible corn worth 200 points? Corn is classified as a crop, historically significant, hence the higher achievement points. Ha ha ha. Feng laughed heartily. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 54. Popularizing edible foods. Upon returning to the tribe with the group, Feng immediately stripped all the corn kernels from the cobs. In his past life, threshing corn was a simple task, merely requiring the dried cobs to be fed into a thresher. However, with no such facilities available now, Feng could only resort to manual threshing, a laborious and meticulous endeavor. Fortunately, with many tribe members available, and given that manually husking corn was not overly strenuous, under Lihu's call, everyone who came to assist, and within half an hour, all the corn cobs had been transformed into kernels. All kernels were separated from the cobs and stored accordingly. After the Jiang clan members finished threshing the corn, they lingered, curious to see how Feng would handle this unfamiliar grain. After all, Lihu had already informed them that corn would become a staple food for the tribe. However, during the threshing, nearly everyone had tasted a kernel, only to spit it out without exception. That I asked their leader. Lihu voiced the collective sentiment. Great chief, now that the corn cobs and kernels are separated, what shall we do next? Next, we need to sort the corn kernels by size. The smaller ones will be set aside for us to grind into flour, while the larger ones will be reserved as seeds for planting, which will yield even larger corn in the future. Mufeng crouched down, grasping a handful of kernels, and began to demonstrate. Place kernels of this size over here for seeds, and the rest over here. Liungria imitata Mufeng. Reaching out to select a handful, but found it challenging to pick out kernels of the same size as Mufeng's. Great Chief, Li Hu exclaimed, unable to contain himself. If we are to select kernels of that size, there won't be many left. Mufeng smiled. You don't need many corn seeds. One seed can grow into a single ear of corn. I understand now. Li Hu waved. Everyone, let's begin sorting the seeds. The Jiang clan members then resumed their task of hand-sorting corn kernels. And within another half-hour, all the kernels had been sorted. What shall we do now? Li Hu inquired again. The tribe members looked at Mufeng with puzzled expressions, clearly still unsure of the purpose behind their actions. Mufeng pondered momentarily, then had a sudden inspiration. It's nearly noon. Let us prepare a meal to go and kill 20 chickens, and for my supplies, take the mushrooms, wash them clean, and make a stew. Li Hu's eyes brightened. Great Chief. Are we making soup? Indeed. Mufeng nodded. Also, gather some wild onions, and have by you bring some bamboo shoots as well. Wash them thoroughly for the stew. The tribe members exchanged glances, unsure of what mushrooms, wild onions, and bamboo shoots were. Apart from knowing what chicken meant, Li Hu laughed heartily. Rest assured, Great Chief, I have learned how to make soup. He then shouted to the tribe. Go, bring the largest stone jars we have. I intend to prepare the most fragrant and delectable chicken soup using the method taught by the Great Chief. Mingguang, unable to contain himself, sidled up to Mufeng and whispered, Great Chief, weren't you planning to raise chickens? Why are we killing so many now? Mufeng chuckled. You see, everyone is still unaware of the purpose behind sorting the corn seeds, so I want them to realize that there are many edible things. Li Hu's eyes sparkled. Right. The tribe members don't even know that bamboo shoots and mushrooms are edible. Mufeng nodded. Once they have tasted the chicken soup, along with the mushrooms and bamboo shoots, they will naturally understand that corn can also be transformed into delightful food. Then, when I instruct them on the next steps, they will have a clearer understanding. Mingguang suddenly comprehended. I see now. Pausing, he cautiously asked, But Great Chief, these corn kernels are so hard. How exactly do we eat them? Mufeng replied with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, now that they are like this, they can only be ground into flour for steaming buns. The tender ears can be harvested and eaten raw before the husks yellow, or they can be boiled. They are sweet, soft, and incredibly tasty. Mingguang couldn't help but swallow. So if we plant them now, can we eat them by tomorrow? Mufeng shook his head and laughed. Not at all. That IT will take at least 2 to 3 months, about 70 to 80 days. Suddenly, Mufeng heard the system's voice in his mind. Based on the surrounding environment, the maturity period for corn is 2 months. Mufeng felt a stir within. You can ascertain that? The system responded. The system can comprehensively assess the environment surrounding the host and issue tasks accordingly. Thus, it can also evaluate the ecological conditions around the host. Wow, how advanced! Mufeng thought to himself. If the maturity period is 2 months, does that mean we can harvest sweet corn in about 40 to 50 days? The system added. If the wood path derivation technique is combined with the Earth's weightiness technique, this growth period can be halved. Incredible! Mufeng exclaimed again, not only at the power of the two techniques, but also recalling the achievement points required to exchange for the Earth's weightiness technique. 5,000 points. 60 days reduced to 30. Mufeng couldn't help but sigh. It's as if the cooldown for skills in a game has shortened. Hearing Mufeng state 70 to 80 days, Mingguang felt a tinge of disappointment. Is it really that long? However, he quickly brightened up. If this corn can fill our stomachs and is delicious, waiting that long is fine. After all, we wouldn't need to risk going out to hunt. Oh, this chicken soup smells divine. As he spoke, Mingguang rushed over to Li Hu, exclaiming, Li Hu, this soup's flavor is almost on par with what the Great Chief makes. Meanwhile, the other tribe members craned their necks, gathered around the stone jars, utterly enraptured. Chapter 55. Spring corn planting. The aroma of chicken soup captivated the entire tribe, for they had never encountered such a delightful scent. Mufeng watched in amusement as the tribe members eagerly held their bowls, waiting for the soup. Baya, busy preparing the soup, became the center of attention. Under the watchful eyes of the tribe, he imitated Mufeng's earlier actions, tasting the broth with a wooden spoon before handing the spoon to Jiang, the designated food distributor. Only the fairest individual in the tribe was entrusted with the distribution of food, and Jiang was that spoon-bearer. Receiving the spoon from Baya, Jiang felt a surge of excitement, for he was about to distribute the most delicious food the tribe had ever known. No need to rush. Everyone will have a share. Jiang began serving the soup. Each person received both soup and chicken. Though there were only about 20 chickens, each weighed around 10 to 20 pounds. Only the largest were selected. Combined with plenty of bamboo shoots and mushrooms, each stone bowl was filled to the brim. Steaming with delicious aroma that in an instant, the entire Jiang clan was enveloped in a fragrant atmosphere as everyone eagerly drank the soup and savored the meat. This food tastes absolutely amazing. So this is how chicken is stewed. Is this grass-like thing a mushroom? It tastes great. So bamboo shoots are edible. Mufeng observed the tribe members huddled together with their stone bowls, some squatting, some standing, all joyfully sipping soup, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction that he too held a stone bowl, standing on a rise, proclaiming, "Now that everyone has tasted the chicken soup, how does it taste?" The collective response rang out, "Delicious." Mufeng further inquired, "And how about the bamboo shoots and mushrooms in the soup?" The entire assembly echoed, "Tasty." Mufeng nodded with satisfaction. "What I want to convey is that not only are mushrooms and bamboo shoots edible, but there are many other things in the wild that we can eat. Moreover, we can cultivate these foods ourselves." The members of the Jiang clan began to discuss among themselves. "Is it true? How wonderful! But how do we plant it? Did the chieftain not mention we still need to cultivate corn?" Upon hearing their chatter, Mufeng smiled and said, "I believe everyone now understands that we will not only grow mushrooms in the future, but also corn, along with many other crops." Soon, someone inquired, "Chieftain, how do we plant corn?" Mufeng replied with a chuckle, "It's quite simple. Once everyone has finished their meal, we shall plant corn on the western side of the tribe." "Excellent." The crowd erupted in cheers. Observing that the clan members grasped the necessity of cultivating corn, Mufeng felt a quiet satisfaction for having devised a splendid plan. After all, given the tribe's capacity for comprehension, merely lecturing them on the benefits of crop cultivation might not have sufficed. Now, through a meal that included mushrooms and bamboo shoots, he had illustrated that sustenance is not solely derived from meat, but also from the plants that grow in the earth. Before long, the meal concluded, and everyone looked eagerly at Mufeng. They now understood that following his guidance would lead to an abundance of delectable food, alleviating their concerns about hunger, and Mufeng nodded. "Everyone, take your bone knives. Head to the western part of the tribe, and uproot the grass from that patch of land, while turning the soil." Consequently, all members followed his instructions, wielding their bone knives to break ground. Inspired by Mufeng, the tribe worked with remarkable enthusiasm, diligently tilling the earth and uprooting the grass, until the area they had cleared bore no trace of greenery. "Goodness, this effect is even better than plowing," Mufeng exclaimed, gazing at the vast expanse of cleared land. "It must be around 2 to 3 acres, wouldn't you say?" Li, who stood amidst the freshly turned soil, looking around with a hint of confusion as he addressed Mufeng. "Chieftain, now that the grass is cleared, doesn't that set our tribe apart from the jungle?" Mufeng understood Li Hu's concern. The tribe's presence should harmonize with the surrounding environment. Only then would they avoid appearing too conspicuous in the wilderness, thus minimizing unnecessary risks. He chuckled and shook his head. "We are going to cultivate the land. Why would we want to resemble the jungle?" After a pause, he added, "I understand your worries. Fear not. In the future, we shall not have to dread any dangers from the wild jungle." With these reassurances from Mufeng, Li Hu felt his anxieties dissipate, that he nodded earnestly. "So, how should we plant the corn?" "Allow me to teach you." Mufeng took a bone knife and dug a hole approximately 7 to 8 centimeters deep. Placing a corn kernel within, then covering it with the soil he had just unearthed, compacting it with his feet. Next, he dug another hole about 10 centimeters away, following the same procedure that he then raised his gaze to the surrounding onlookers, from here to there. "We will plant in this direction." The Jiang clan members exchanged curious glances with one another. Ihu scratched his head. But what if we keep planting until we reach the other side? Mu Feng sighed. Would you not start a new row? Well, Lihu stammered, still somewhat perplexed. Therefore, Mu Feng, demonstrating by the hole he had just dug, created another hole horizontally, spaced about 10 centimeters apart, then pointed in the direction. Looking at Lihu, do you understand now? Oh. Not only Lihu, but the others also grasped the concept. However, Lihu posed another question. Chieftain, if we plant corn kernels, will they yield corn cobs? Mu Feng was utterly speechless. Corn cobs cannot be planted. They can only be used as firewood. After a brief pause, his eyes lit up and he grinned. No, wait. Crushed corn cobs can be used to cultivate mushrooms. Chapter 56. Cultivating mushrooms. Upon hearing Mu Feng mention that crushed corn cobs could be used to grow mushrooms, everyone was filled with bewilderment. Baya blinked her large eyes and leaned closer. Brother Mu Feng, there's nothing on it. How can we grow mushrooms? It's quite simple. Mu Feng recalled the details of mushroom cultivation in plastic greenhouses from his previous life, while explaining. Crush the corn cobs. Wrap them together, create a spawn bag, and then place the mushroom roots inside, making a few small holes and stacking them together. He paused before continuing. However, it is still a bit chilly. The spawn bags must be kept in a cave and watered regularly. Can mushrooms grow in a cave? Baya asked, puzzled. They can. Moreover, mushrooms do not require much sunlight for growth. He patiently clarified that in his childhood, he had cultivated mushrooms at home, selling them for profit, using crushed corn cobs mixed with mushroom spores, stored in a large plastic-roof greenhouse made of mud walls. When necessary, hay was placed around for insulation, eliminating the need for sunlight. Although they lacked a plastic greenhouse now, a cave could serve as a suitable alternative for the temperature issue within the cave. It could be easily resolved by placing hay to create warmth. Without further ado, Mu Feng left most of the group to plant corn while he took Baya and about 10 others to prepare the spawn bags. Their first task was to crush the corn cobs, which posed no technical difficulty. They could simply smash them with stones. After all, the tribe was most adept at throwing and breaking stones. However, the challenge lay in how to fashion the crushed corn cobs into spawn bags in this primitive society. Should I exchange with the system? Mu Feng pondered internally. I just received 300 achievement points for completing a task. Do I really want to spend them again? With no other option, he resorted to communicating with the system to see if he could exchange for plastic bags. Upon reviewing the options, he felt a surge of frustration. The system would only allow him to trade for 10 plastic bags. And there was a limit on quantity. Such typical behavior. Mu Feng was utterly speechless, having forgotten about the quantity restriction. What can I do with just 10 plastic bags? Since exchanging for plastic bags was not feasible, he had to devise alternative solutions. After much contemplation, he gathered a pile of slender branches, asking Baya to assist in fetching flexible reeds, and then began crafting the spawn bags that he first folded 4 branches of similar length and bound them with reeds into a square frame. Then created another one, both measuring about 10 centimeters on each side. After completing these, he folded 4 branches approximately 20 centimeters long to secure the 2 square frames, thus forming a rectangular wooden structure. Next, Mu Feng affixed the branches sequentially to the frame, leaving one side open, thus creating a rectangular box with one open face. Once finished, he pressed the structure a few times with his hands to test its sturdiness. Then began filling it with the crushed corn cobs, layering them about 3 to 4 centimeters high, with prepared mushroom roots placed intermittently. This created 2 layers, with 1 root placed on each side of the square and 2 roots along the long side of the spawn bag. Finally, he topped the structure with reeds, securing it in place, and set it aside to begin crafting another. Baya watched intently, her large eyes sparkling with wonder as she exclaimed, "Is it really done?" Seeing the girl's bright, round eyes blinking in amazement, Mu Feng smiled warmly. "Indeed, that is how spawn bags are made. Do you understand?" "Yes," Baya beamed, revealing her lovely white teeth. "But why do you press down the crushed corn?" "Oh," Mu Feng replied, surprised, nodding with a grin. "You observe carefully," he patiently explained. "When the crushed corn is placed together, there will be gaps in between, which makes it difficult for the mushroom roots to take hold. Pressing down helps compact the corn. allowing the mushrooms to root more easily and grow more effectively. But these spawn bags are sealed with branches. Baya furrowed her brows, clearly baffled. Fear not, Mu Feng chuckled. Do you see the small gaps between the wooden slats? They will sprout from there. Really? Baya tilted her head in contemplation. Such small gaps can grow mushrooms. By the way, Brother Mu Feng, how do you know all this? Mu Feng paused for a moment, then smiled. Did you not see mushrooms growing on wood? The gaps in the wood are even smaller. True. Baya mused, biting her finger, no longer troubled. Let us hurry and make the spawn bags. Yes. Mu Feng nodded. Once we finish, we'll move the mushrooms into the cave, and in about 10 days, we can enjoy them. So soon? Indeed, Mu Feng replied with a smile. It'll be slightly troublesome, as someone will need to water them several times a day. Leave it to me. Baya grinned sweetly. I absolutely love eating mushrooms. All right, Mu Feng agreed. I estimate we can make 100 or 200 spawn bags. Watering won't take too much effort. Just enough to keep them moist. I'll remember. Very well. Mu Feng laughed as he stood up. I will go speak with your father about how to catch the wild boars from the eastern mountain for raising. Chapter 57. Can we eat eggs? Mu Feng returned to the western side of the tribe to find Li Hu and Ming Guang, both of whom were busy watering the corn alongside the other tribe members. Upon noticing Mu Feng's arrival, they hurried over. Chieftain, Mu Feng nodded. Have you finished planting? Ming Guang confirmed. We have completed the planting, but everyone is still quite curious about how to eat corn and when it will be ready. No need to rush, Mu Feng replied with a smile. It will take about 50 to 60 days. Such a long time. Li Hu murmured. In the meantime, we must rely on other food sources. Indeed, Mu Feng nodded. Our tribe now has chickens and sheep. The hunting team can also bring back a few sheep and chickens daily. That should suffice, right? That's ample. Ming Guang laughed heartily. In the past, we never realized we could capture prey without sustaining injuries. Besides chickens and sheep, the hunting team has also caught fish from the Great Dragon Lake. Pausing for a moment, he scratched his head and said, However, there is a matter I wish to consult with you, Great Chief. What is it? Mu Feng looked at him with a hint of concern and curiosity. Those wild sheep are fine being raised in the pen. As per your instructions, we have someone cutting grass for them and feeding them tree leaves daily, Li Hu said with a troubled expression. But those primitive chickens do not eat grass or tree leaves. We have been feeding them fish meat, but there are too many of them to keep up. Oh dear, Mu Feng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I completely overlooked that. He remembered telling Ming Guang to feed the sheep with grass and leaves, but had forgotten to mention the chickens. You've been using fish meat all along. Mu Feng could hardly believe it. Yes, Li Hu replied, puzzled. Didn't you catch the primitive chickens using fish meat in the first place? Mu Feng was speechless, torn between laughter and exasperation. Chickens don't exclusively eat fish. They also consume insects, flower seeds, earthworms, and the like. Moreover, a varied diet hastens egg production. Wait, have you been collecting eggs from the chicken coop these past few days? Eggs? Ming Guang looked bewildered. What eggs? After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, Is it that shelled thing piled in the corner of the chicken coop? Mu Feng nodded eagerly. Yes, that's the chicken egg. Ming Guang shook his head. I didn't collect any. I went in a couple of days ago and accidentally broke a few. They were sticky and had a bit of a fishy smell, quite unpleasant. But didn't he pick them up? Mu Feng inquired. No. What use is that stuff? Ming Guang replied, still confused. Can it be eaten? Mu Feng was at a loss for words. That is a chicken egg, and when cooked, it is quite delicious. That it is also highly nutritious and will help the children in the tribe grow stronger. What? Ming Guang was even more puzzled. But that stuff smells bad, and no one knows how to eat it. Mu Feng sighed and gestured to the two. Come, let us take a look. With that, he headed straight towards the chicken coop, and Li Hu and Ming Guang hurried to follow. Upon reaching the chicken coop, the tribesman tasked with watching over it quickly bowed in greeting. That Mu Feng waved his hand and went directly into the coop, where an overwhelming stench reminiscent of a chicken farm in his past life hit him. Li Hu and Ming Guang quickly covered their mouths and noses, only to see Mu Feng merely waved his hand to disperse the odor and approached a pile of dry straw. Just one glance, and Mu Feng nearly burst with joy. Among the straw were no fewer than 200 chicken eggs scattered about. These eggs were slightly smaller than those he remembered from his previous life. Yet they were quite similar. The colors also differed slightly, with white or brown shells adorned with speckles. This is it. Feng, disregarding the surrounding stench, broke into a wide grin. Gather all these eggs, lay them on dry straw, and place them in my cave. Handle them with care. Huh. Mingguang could not help but exclaim. Great chief, how do you eat these? They don't smell appetizing. Feng chuckled. Does chicken meat smell good when you slaughter the bird? Mingguang suddenly understood, his eyes lighting up. You mean the eggs need to be cooked to taste good? Feng nodded. He could easily list a dozen or more delicious ways to prepare eggs, but sadly, the ingredients here were insufficient. After a moment's thought, he added, I will explain how to cook the eggs later. Also, don't just feed the primitive chickens fish meat. Have the tribe members gather some yellow sorrel seeds and dig up worms from beneath the grass to feed them. Pausing, he continued, once we've caught the wild boars, we should harvest that patch of corn, leaving enough seeds for the tribe to eat for a while, and use the rest to feed the chickens. Du Shiking Zichuan? Mingguang asked. Feng's expression was peculiar, yet he patiently replied, they will eat it and will enjoy it immensely. That's wonderful. Mingguang beamed. As long as it's not fish meat. Feng was taken aback, then realized that Mingguang still had a soft spot for fish meat. All right then, Feng thought to himself. It seems fish meat will always be more precious than corn. After a long silence, Li Hu finally posed the crucial question. Great chief, how do we catch the wild boars? Chapter 58. The strange method of catching wild boars. Great chief, Li Hu and Mingguang exclaimed, their spirits lifted. Have you figured out how to catch the wild boars? The two were now utterly supportive of Feng, as every endeavor he had undertaken thus far had yielded unexpectedly delightful results. Yes, there is a method, but this time it may be a bit more troublesome. Feng nodded. Troublesome? The two exchanged glances, then turned to Feng. What method? The approach is similar to the last time we captured wild sheep, but it requires a bit more preparation. Feng pondered. That's not an issue. Mingguang grinned broadly. As long as you say we can catch them, we are willing to do whatever it takes. Indeed, Li Hu quickly agreed. Very well. Feng nodded. How about you peel the bamboo shoots and leave them in the straw pile overnight? Then go to the West Mountain to gather honey locust flowers and elm seeds. The more, the better. Honey locust flowers and elm seeds. I've already taught Baya how to identify them, so let her guide you. After a moment, Feng added, also, this time have the tribe prepare more animal sinew ropes, bone knives, rattan nets, and bring along the hunting sticks we used before. Understood, they both replied in unison. All right, begin your preparations. Feng gestured. Tomorrow at dawn, we will set out to catch wild boars. Yes, before dawn the following day. In accordance with Feng's instructions, everyone was already equipped and ready to depart. Then Feng had the bamboo shoots that had been covered with straw overnight brought out, wrapped in straw, and placed in the cage for transport. Surprisingly, even through the straw, a strange odor could be detected. Besides the bamboo shoots, there were also honey locust flowers, elm seeds, and some leftover mushrooms. Over 50 members of the hunting team were fully equipped and ready to go. Since they were heading to catch wild boars and were already familiar with the destination, they quickly arrived near the thicket where the wild boars resided. What is the plan now? Mingguang, at the forefront of the group, turned and whispered. Feng lowered his voice. Everyone, remember, whatever you do, do not make a sound. Keep all noise to a minimum. The surrounding members nodded silently, their eyes gleaming as they awaited Feng's next instruction. Now, half of you will dig traps here, Feng said quietly. Dig deep, at least 2 meters. He gestured towards a tree for reference and continued. Once you've dug them, cover them with a layer of branches and grass, trying to gather grass from elsewhere without disturbing the grass around here, and then cover it with a layer of loose soil. Do you understand? Everyone nodded silently once more. They were no strangers to digging traps. All right, just dig 2 traps in this vicinity. And once they're done, find a place to hide nearby and wait for my return. Yes. Then Feng turned to the other half of the group. Now, Ming Guang and I, along with you all, will head towards the cornfield. Ming Guang signaled, and soon half of the team followed him, crouching low, quietly advancing towards the cornfield. Upon reaching the vicinity of the cornfield, Mu Feng selected a spot not far from the thicket's exit and drew a large circle. Without needing further instruction, Ming Guang raised his hand, and everyone silently began to dig. The Mu Feng marveled at the primitive tribe members. Although their intellect could not compare to modern humans, their execution of commands was impeccable. Under Mu Feng's guidance, this trap was dug larger and deeper, exceeding 3 meters. After completing this one, he directed the tribe to dig 2 more traps on either side, connecting them to the thicket exit, creating an enclosed space that, in other words, the wild boars emerging from the thicket would face 3 traps or would have to return the way they came. During his last visit, he had already scouted the entire thicket, and the wild boars indeed chose specific entry and exit points that were quite concealed with sparse underbrush. Other areas could only accommodate smaller wild boars, making it challenging for larger ones to pass through in groups. Thus, he had chosen trap locations that allowed for the passage of larger wild boars. Before long, the traps near the cornfield were dug and concealed, thanks to their numbers. Ming Guang asked Mu Feng, Great Chief, "What should we do now?" Mu Feng nodded. "Collect some corn cobs to toss in the traps, then leave 10 people here, and the rest will return with me to Li Hu's location." 10 people? Ming Guang was taken aback, whispering, 10 people to catch over 40 wild boars? Yes. Mu Feng smiled and nodded, but there is no need for them to engage. Those 10 can merely watch to ensure the fallen wild boars do not escape. He paused for a moment before chuckling. As for the wild boars, if they choose to return the way they came, we need not concern ourselves with them. After all, we may not be able to capture them all this time. Indeed, Ming Guang nodded, selecting about 10 strong individuals to remain with him. Thus, Mu Feng led the remaining members back towards Li Hu. Chief! Li Hu, spotting Mu Feng from a distance, gestured discreetly. Mu Feng approached him, nodding as he quietly inquired, "Have we finished digging?" "Yes, we have. But what do we do now?" Li Hu responded, puzzled. "We have brought so many bamboo shoots, locust flowers, and elm flower buds, yet they seem of no use." "Just wait," Mu Feng replied with a smile. "Wait." Li Hu appeared perplexed. Upon hearing Mu Feng's instruction to wait, Li Hu fell silent. Standing still, he found it curious that, despite having brought bamboo shoots and locust flowers, they were now deemed unnecessary. However, Mu Feng did not offer any explanation, merely standing still while occasionally glancing at the sun above. Finally, when Mu Feng noticed that the sunlight coincided with the time the wild boars had previously ventured out, he quietly said to Li Hu, "All right, it's time to scatter some of the bamboo shoots and locust flowers over the traps." "Understood," Li Hu replied in a low voice, crouching down with a few others to hurriedly sprinkle locust flowers, crushed mushrooms, and elm flower buds haphazardly over the traps. However, after covering a layer, they still had quite a bit left. Li Hu turned back to Mu Feng. "Chief, what should we do next?" Mu Feng waved him over, signaling for him to hand over the cage, which Li Hu promptly did. "Everyone else, keep your distance. You and I will proceed," Mu Feng whispered, after taking a moment to check the previous markers. Ensuring he identified the location where the first wild boar had entered, he swiftly slipped inside. Li Hu followed closely behind. As Mu Feng navigated through the thicket, he scattered bamboo shoots, elm flower buds, locust flowers, and crushed mushrooms along the ground. The air soon filled with a medley of sour, faintly sweet aromas, alongside the peculiar scent of mushrooms. "Bait!" Li Hu began to grasp Mu Feng's intentions after a considerable distance. The two finally arrived near the clearing where the wild boars congregated. Mu Feng crouched down, cautiously parting the bushes to peer inside, discovering, just as before, that only a few large wild boars and a group of piglets remained. "Just as I thought," Mu Feng nodded, turning to Li Hu with a silent grin, and then, to Li Hu's astonishment, began tossing the mixed bait towards their position. A wild boar nearby suddenly sensed something amiss, shaking its head and looking around. Mu Feng immediately froze in place, gripping the remaining handful of bait tightly, refraining from throwing it. The wild boar scanned the area for a moment, but finding nothing noteworthy, returned to rooting around the ground. "Chief!" Li Hu whispered urgently. It's nothing to worry about, Mufeng replied with a chuckle, tossing out a few more handfuls before turning to signal Li Hu to leave promptly. Li Hu, still shaken, turned and made his way out. Mufeng increased his pace, quickly following behind. Fortunately, they made it back to their hiding spot without incident. Chief, Li Hu exclaimed, that was far too dangerous. If the wild boar had spotted us, we might not have been able to escape. In the future, you mustn't take such risks, Li Hu admonished seriously. You are the chief of the tribe, the hope of our people. Mufeng shook his head with a smile. If I cannot lead the tribe to strength, then what use is a chief like me? Li Hu was deeply moved, his expression filled with fervor, but he was about to make a promise when Mufeng quickly raised a hand, signaling for silence. He then crouched down, straining to listen to the sounds around them. That a commotion erupted from the thicket, clearly a group of wild boars scrambling about. They're coming, Mufeng whispered. That Li Hu, positioned right beside him, heard it clearly and clenched his fists in excitement. Indeed, just a few breaths later, a large wild boar emerged first from the thicket they had entered earlier, its small eyes darting about, clearly ensuring the surroundings were safe. Quite cautious, Mufeng held his breath, fearful of startling the wild boar. After observing for some time, the wild boar finally seemed at ease, turning its head to push through the bushes. That in truth, even if it had hesitated, the boars behind it would have forced it out. As soon as it appeared, the remaining wild boars surged out like a burst dam, a chaotic rush of bodies. Alongside them emerged several other large boars. Clearly, the mixture of the four types of bait was utterly irresistible. Once they showed themselves, the wild boars, as if discovering a new world, clamored and frolicked as they devoured the bait strewn across the ground. Li Hu watched in a daze. Just yesterday, when he had accompanied Baiye to gather locust flowers and elm flower buds, he had learned that these flowers were sweet, but he had been utterly astonished when Baiye demonstrated their edibility. That he never imagined the wild boars would be so fond of the faintly sweet locust flowers and elm flower buds. Not only that, but why were the bamboo shoots, which he found sour, also so appealing to the wild boars? Before he could process this, the wild boars that had just emerged devoured the bait around the thicket completely. Unsurprisingly, all the wild boars noticed the two large areas nearby that were also covered in their favorite food. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the wild boars squealed and bolted towards the traps filled with mushrooms, locust flowers, and other bait. Thus, the scene of capturing the wild sheep unfolded once more. The first boar to reach the traps fell directly into the pit, while the boars in the middle had no time to react before they were pushed into the traps by those behind them. As for the wild boars at the back, turning to flee was no longer an option. At this point, Mufeng need not give any further commands. Tribe members rushed out, wielding large sticks to block the entrance of the thicket, driving the escaping wild boars back towards the trap's edge. Helplessly, several wild boars found themselves pushed into the traps, while a few large boars bellowed and attempted to escape. The Jiang tribe members merely exchanged glances, their excitement boiling over as they shouted and brandished their sticks, intent on pursuing the fleeing wild boars. Everyone, come back! Mufeng quickly rose, calling out to stop them. At the same time, he approached the two traps, and upon glancing inside, he couldn't help but grin widely. Good heavens, we've captured the entire nest. In the two large traps lay around 40 wild boars, with only 4 or 5 large ones having managed to escape. The chaos within the traps was overwhelming, as the wild boars of all sizes cried out incessantly. Despite the noise, the Jiang tribe members showed no signs of annoyance, their faces flushed with excitement as they gazed at the wild boars in the traps. Chief, Liungria exclaimed, looking at Mufeng with glee. We've never captured so many wild boars before. Indeed, Mufeng laughed heartily, astonished that digging a pit had resulted in such a bountiful catch of piglets. Leave a portion of the group to handle the piglets, and bind the large boars with beast sinew ropes. That acceptable. No problem, the Jiang tribe members chorus. One individual shouted excitedly. Chief, rest assured, if these wild boars were to run amok, we wouldn't know how to handle them. But now that they're in the traps, they certainly can escape. Very well, Mufeng nodded, turning to Li Hu. 15 people will stay here to capture the piglets, while the rest will accompany me to Mingguang. Understood. Thus, this contingent of nearly 30 individuals split into 2 groups. One stayed behind to capture the piglets, while the other followed, moving towards the cornfield. They hadn't even reached the vicinity of the cornfield when they heard a commotion coming from the thicket, mixed with the shouts of the Jiang tribe members and the grunts of the wild boars. Mufeng listened intently, his expression one of uncertainty, signaling to those beside him, "Prepare your sticks. If any wild boars charge at us, strike them down. Those we can't fell, let pass." "Understood." Mufeng crouched low, gripping his military shovel, and pushed through the thicket. Fortunately, the tumult he had anticipated did not occur. Instead, he was met with a scene of disarray at the thicket's entrance. The 3 traps he had prepared contained some wild boars, but not many. Each trap held only 6 or 7, that the whereabouts of the others remained a mystery. Strangely, the 6 or 7 wild boars in each trap were all large ones, each one raising its head, baring its teeth, and roaring at the Jiang tribe members. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would leap high within the traps, seemingly attempting to escape. However, seeing the height of their jumps, Mufeng felt relieved. They could only leap about half a meter high, far from reaching the 3-meter height of the traps. Meanwhile, the Jiang tribe members surrounded the traps, shouting at the wild boars, while Mingguang and 2 others clutched their legs, groaning in distress. Mufeng swiftly approached, squatting down to ask, "What's wrong, Uncle Mingguang?" Surprisingly, despite his injury, Mingguang wore an expression of excitement. "Chief, look, we've captured 21 large wild boars." "Indeed, I see." Mufeng shook his head in exasperation. "Let us not worry about the wild boars for now. Is your injury from the boar's attack?" "Yes." Mingguang grimaced, clearly in pain. "One large boar tried to charge, and I struck it on the nose with my stick, but it collided with me in the process." "Let me take a look." Mufeng offered support to Mingguang. Attempting to help him stand, Mingguang winced, sweat beading on his forehead. Mufeng quickly withdrew his hand, cautiously examining Mingguang's leg. His expression turned grave. Mingguang's leg was broken. After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed Mingguang to remain still and placed his hand on his leg. Silently channeling the woodpath derivation technique that in no time, Mingguang was able to stand once more. Mingguang managed to rise from the ground, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Mufeng. Mufeng waved his hand dismissively and assessed the injuries of the other 2, which were comparatively less severe than Mingguang's. After pondering for a moment, Mufeng employed the woodpath derivation technique to heal them as well, and soon both individuals were restored to their former selves. Bowing in deep appreciation to Mufeng. "All right," Mufeng proclaimed as he stood up. "We must prioritize the matter at hand. Quickly bind these wild boars and take them away. Otherwise, once the herd regains its senses, our departure will become exceedingly difficult." "Chief, the issue is that these wild boars are too large and difficult to capture," Mingguang lamented. "We are unable to set any traps." He then offered a rueful smile. "Before we began, I had hoped to catch them all, but now we only have about 20, and we are at our wits' end." "How can that be?" Mufeng replied with a chuckle. "Bring me the thickest and longest beast sinew rope you prepared." "Beast sinew rope?" Mingguang promptly presented it. "Here it is. I thought it would go unused." "Unused? How could that be?" Mufeng laughed as he fashioned a noose from the sinew rope. Then, before the gathered crowd, he tightly gripped one end with one hand while spinning the other end in the air, causing the noose to dance gracefully. This technique was something he had learned during the door gathering in Inner Mongolia in a past life, but now he employed it to ensnare pigs. The wonders of life are indeed beyond the scope of mere words. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, he swiftly cast the noose towards one of the wild boars that was raising its head. Thud! The noose landed squarely around the boar's neck. Before it could react, Mufeng yanked the rope sideways, exerting his strength to tighten the noose. The members of the Jiang clan were left dumbfounded as Mufeng effortlessly pulled the wild boar down into the pit. "Gulp!" Someone among them swallowed audibly. "Chief, how can he be this strong?" Meanwhile, Mufeng called out, "What are you waiting for? Come help me haul this wild boar up." Chapter 61. The Monglong tribes ransomed the wild boars that had initially posed a challenge to the Jiang clan were easily subdued under Mufeng's noose. Approximately 20 large wild boars were securely bound, and the Jiang clan members used sturdy wooden poles to carry pairs of them back to the tribe that they passed by the lair of the tiger. They had already completed their capture and selection. There were 41 small wild boars for large wild boars, and an additional 21 large wild boars, totaling 66 wild boars. This count did not include one large wild boar that had been killed in the struggle and 4 small ones that had been crushed. 66. A most auspicious number. Feng beamed broadly, glancing at the raucous wild boars that he rubbed his nose. It seems a bit ruthless. We've wiped out the entire nest of the small ones and captured about half of the large boars. The members of the Jiang clan now regarded Feng with the utmost reverence. They had never imagined that so many wild boars could be captured in a single outing. I wonder if the wild boar king will seek retribution. Feng pondered to himself. Wild boars are known to hold grudges. In a previous life, while in the mountains, local farmers often set traps and snares to capture wild boars. And if a wild boar managed to escape, the crops on the nearby hills would suffer greatly. In the past, when the tribe had little to lose, he had no reason to worry. However, now that the tribe was cultivating corn outside their territory, if a wild boar were to come rampaging, the cornfield would certainly be in jeopardy. It seems I need to devise a strategy for when we return. Feng thought to himself. They quickly made their way back to the tribe. The Jiang clan members were ecstatic to see the hunting team return with such an impressive haul of wild boars. The chief is most wise. The hunting team is valiant. Heaven bless the great Jiang. Feng was left speechless, realizing that praise and adulation were ever present, just expressed in different ways. Fortunately, this was not his first encounter with such a scene. He waved his hand to indicate that the clan members should disperse, then led the way to place the wild boars into the pen. The wild boars, having just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, were clearly agitated, each one raising its head and squealing loudly. Occasionally, one would attempt to scale the walls in a bid to escape. Unfortunately for them, Feng had prepared a 2-meter-high, over 1-meter-thick stone wall, and no matter how they thrashed about, their efforts were in vain. Feng ascended the steps he had built outside the pen and looked down at the wild boars. Each one braying at him, that he smirked. Go ahead and shout. In due time, you will settle down. Indeed, before long, some of the wild boars began to acclimate to their new surroundings, rooting and rolling about. Feng turned to Li Hu and Mingguang beside him and said, find a few people to keep watch over the pen, that if any boar attempts to push against the wall, use sticks to drive them back, or else the wall may collapse. Understood, the two replied in unison. However, Chief, Mingguang scratched his head and asked, what do we feed the wild boars? Feng thought for a moment and replied, first, let's dig up some bamboo shoots from the northern mountain and throw them in. Later, we can send a few people to that cornfield to harvest some corn for the pigs. All right, Mingguang nodded. I will find people right now to gather all the corn. No, Feng quickly waved his hand. We can't harvest it all. We must leave some for the remaining wild boars. Why? Mingguang inquired. Puzzle. If you don't leave them something to eat, they will run amok, and they might just come to wreak havoc on us. Oh, Mingguang suddenly understood. You are worried that the wild boars will come down the mountain to retaliate against us. Aren't you? Indeed. Feng nodded, smiling. And also, we cannot fully capture all these wild boars just yet, but that may change in the future. Let them remain there for now. Once they have calmed down, we can return to capture the rest. Mingguang's eyes lit up with realization, and he began to grin foolishly. Feng was about to continue discussing other matters when he noticed a group of around 20 individuals approaching from the direction of the cornfield, all carrying furs and hesitating as they gazed at the protective wall of the Jiang clan. Visitors, Feng announced with a smile. Li Hu and Mingguang turned back, their expressions shifting from joy to anger. The Monglong tribe, they exclaimed as they dashed outside, ready to confront them. Wait, Feng called out. They have come to negotiate for the return of captives. Do not engage. Li Hu and Mingguang had no choice but to reply with a resigned yes, before heading to the tribe's entrance to discuss. As for Feng, due to his status as chief, he needed to maintain his dignity, and of course, would not go to the entrance to meet the people from the Monglong tribe. Before long, Mingguang returned with news for Feng. Chief, they have brought 10 jars of salt and 100 furs to ransom the captives. So little, Feng scoffed. Did I not say I wanted double? Well, Mingguang scratched his head awkwardly. We had previously lost fewer than 50 furs. What? Mu Feng silently cursed. Is the Monglong tribe really that pathetic? They raided the Jiang clan for just 50 furs and nearly led us to extinction. All right then. Mu Feng waved his hand in exasperation. Since they have already delivered something, let us release the captives. But Li Hu interjected. Their chief also wants the bone knives and gold items back. Bone knives, gold items? Mu Feng let out a cold laugh. How naive. If we give them bone knives and gold items, they will surely return to threaten the Jiang clan in the future. Then Mingguang hesitated. Let them leave. Mu Feng gestured dismissively. Chapter 62. Reunion with Chongning. Mingguang departed and soon returned. Mu Feng, curious, asked, What is it? Did I not say to let the people from the Monglong tribe leave? No. Mingguang scratched his head again. Chief, there is another group outside the tribe, led by that Yema duo from the Qingyao tribe. Kiskiviko Mengning. Mu Feng suddenly realized. She has come with people? Yes. This time over 100 people have come, bringing quite a bit of fur. Mingguang's excitement was evident. They are indeed here to deliver fur and salt to us. Mu Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had not expected Chongning to be so trustworthy and truly bring them supplies. Let us go see. Yes. Mingguang turned and led the way toward the tribe's entrance. From a distance, Mu Feng noticed that many clan members had gathered at the entrance. Curiously observing the two groups, not far away, one group was the people from the Monglong tribe, who were lamenting loudly, while the other group was the Qingyao tribe, standing together quietly watching the Jiang clan. The Qingyao tribe's people, in stark contrast to the Monglong tribe, appeared robust and strong, their heads held high as they all turned their gazes towards a young girl standing at the front of their line. The girl wore a white cloak and a white hat, her figure tall and elegant. She stood at the forefront of the entire Qingyao tribe. Beside her lay a dragon clad in armor, quietly resting. Just her presence alone captivated the attention of everyone around. Whether it was the members of the Qingyao tribe or the Jiang clan, even the irate members of the Monglong tribe found themselves drawn to the girl. It was as if she had an innate ability to command the attention of all. The girl seemed accustomed to such scrutiny, unfazed, occasionally rising onto her toes to peer deeper into the Jiang clan's ranks, until she spotted two figures emerging from the crowd, Mu Feng and Mingguang. Upon catching sight of the formidable Mu Feng, the previously serene expression of the young maiden transformed instantaneously into a radiant smile, akin to the blooming of a snow lotus. She called out exuberantly, Chief Mu Feng, I have arrived. While exclaiming, she hurried towards the entrance of the Jiang clan. Yema duo. Those behind her gasped in surprise. Mu Feng, who had just emerged from the crowd, appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain as to why this girl was displaying such enthusiasm upon seeing him. It seems we are not very well acquainted, are we? He mused inwardly. However, upon noticing the armored earth dragons laden with furs trailing behind her, he comprehended that she was bringing gifts, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Furthermore, after the girl had departed last time, he had genuinely worried for several days, concerned that she might return with hundreds or thousands of people intent on attacking the Jiang clan. Thus he smiled and said, Greetings, it is delightful to see you again. Seeing that Mu Feng responded calmly to Chongning without any signs of distress, the people of the Qingyao clan finally exhaled in relief. Hello. Chongning paused, perplexed. What do you mean? I merely wish to extend my greetings. Mu Feng did not want to dwell on such trivial matters. What brings you here this time? Chongning laughed heartily, revealing her pearly white teeth akin to crafted shells. She pointed towards the armored earth dragons behind her, saying, Look, I have fulfilled my promise to deliver furs and salt to you, and I wish to seek your guidance once more. After a brief pause, she leaned closer to Mu Feng, exhaling softly, and whispered, Who are those people over there? What have they done to provoke you, to the extent of stripping the furs from their backs? Mu Feng glanced at the Mang Long clan members and replied with a smirk. They previously raided our Jiang clan, seizing our furs and nearly leading us to the brink of extinction. Ah! Chongning exclaimed in astonishment. How can such a feeble clan even dare to plunder yours? Surely they could not breach your defensive walls. These walls were erected only after they plundered us. Mu Feng replied with resignation. I became chief only after our clan was raided. All for some furs and salt. Feng ni cuestionet. Skeptical. Before Mu Feng could respond, Ming Guang, who had been accompanying them, interjected, "They stole our sacred fire. However, the chief later taught us how to make fire." Mu Feng's brows knitted in concern. However, since Ming Guang had already spoken, denying it would be futile. "You can create fire?" Chongning asked, astonished. "Indeed. Every member of the Jiang clan can." Ming Guang boasted once again. Chongning was taken aback. "Everyone in your clan can make fire?" "Yes." Mu Feng nodded calmly, recognizing that denying it now held little significance. "Could you teach me how to create fire?" Chongning implored eagerly. "I have brought a substantial amount of furs." As she spoke, she gestured for her companions to hurry and unload the furs and salt. Mu Feng contemplated whether to impart his knowledge, but he soon realized that the Qing Niao clan was a large tribe and undoubtedly possessed fire, likely preserving it in batches. For him, it mattered little whether he taught them or not. The Qing Niao clan would have fire regardless. For Chongning, what she valued was the method that enabled everyone to ignite a fire, especially since she had indeed brought furs and salt and had not arrived with an army to annihilate the Jiang clan. It indicated a considerable goodwill and sincerity. With that thought, Mu Feng smiled and nodded. "Certainly, but you must offer something else in exchange." "Splendid." Mu Feng smiled at her. "The last time you visited, I taught you how to make a spear and how to carve ice for fishing. This time, you wish to learn how to create fire." Chongning's cheeks flushed slightly. "But look, I have brought 300 furs and 30 jars of fine salt." Mu Feng chuckled at her exuberance. Though she spoke loudly, her confidence was evidently lacking. However, Mu Feng merely remarked with a smile, "That is not sufficient." Chapter 63. Bestowing knowledge. Chongning remained overjoyed, nodding her head vigorously. "Yes, I will bring you enough supplies." Seemingly fearful that Mu Feng might change his mind, she hurriedly waved to her companions, signaling them to quickly unload the furs and salt. "Where should the furs be delivered?" Chongning inquired proactively. "I can have them assist in moving the furs inside." "Chief!" Ming Guang glanced nervously at Mu Feng. Mu Feng cast a glance at Chongning before stating, "No need. We can manage it ourselves." Chongning observed Mu Feng, then looked inside the Jiang clan, and reluctantly conceded, "Very well." Mu Feng then said, "All right, follow me, and I will teach you how to create fire." However, a warrior behind Chongning suddenly shouted, "Yemaduo, that is not permissible." Chongning waved her hand dismissively. "It is fine. We are here to deliver furs and salt." Harbeting no intentions. Mu Feng regarded the warrior who had spoken, then added, "If you are uneasy, you may send a few individuals inside, but not everyone." The warrior's eyes lit up, and he swiftly turned to select a few individuals, positioning them behind Chongning. Chongning furrowed her brow, sensing Mu Feng's displeasure, but he turned and entered the clan, choosing not to glance at the Manglong clan at all that in his view, with the warning from the Lihu clan. The Manglong clan would undoubtedly refrain from approaching the Jiang clan again. Chongning watched Mu Feng's departure, gritting her teeth in frustration before asserting, "You all need not follow. I can handle this alone." "Yemaduo," someone shouted. "You cannot." "Silence." Chongning interjected, her brows arched. "We are here to seek knowledge, and we must not give the impression of hostility." "But there are no buts." Chongning tostiset. "If I cannot muster such courage, how can I assist my father in strengthening our tribe in the future?" The individual fell silent. Chongning proceeded into the Jiang clan. Upon crossing the defensive wall, she was immediately astonished by the sight before her. Previously, she had not noticed the arrangements from the outside, but now she was filled with awe, her face adorned with astonishment. The walls towering at 2 meters, 2 clear water pits, and unfamiliar wooden implements before the thatched huts. Even more remarkable was the presence of a 2-meter-high structure resembling a wall at the foot of the nearby mountain. Although she did not know what to call it, she could hear the raucous calls of wild boars from within, suggesting there were at least 50 of them. Chongning distinctly recalled that these features had not existed during her last visit. Noticing her astonishment, Mu Feng deemed it sufficient and turned to her, saying, "It is not that I do not wish to allow your people inside, but rather that there are too many of you this time. Over 100 individuals pose a threat to the safety of my Jiang clan. Only then did Chang Ning begin to register the changes surrounding her, a look of apology crossing her features. I apologize. I brought so many people because I feared unforeseen circumstances while transporting the furs. After a brief pause, she slightly inclined her body. Please teach me how to create fire. Very well. Mu Feng, observing Chang Ning's humble demeanor, nodded in agreement. Creating fire is quite simple. He then beckoned to Baya, who had been silently nearby. Baya, please teach this young lady how to make fire. Baya, called upon by Mu Feng, appeared unexpectedly nervous, her typically lively almond-shaped eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. Approaching Mu Feng, she called out, Brother Mu Feng. Then, she cast a nervous glance at Chang Ning. That it was no wonder she felt anxious. The strikingly beautiful woman before her, taller and dressed in softer furs, had come from a large tribe, and the multitude she brought had caused concern for both her father and Uncle Ming Guang. She will teach me? Chang Ning queried, her lovely eyes filled with confusion. Yes, Mu Feng affirmed, looking at Baya. You may instruct her. Understood. Baya nodded, then turned to fetch dry twigs, decayed wood, and animal fur, beginning the process of creating fire in front of Chang Ning. Chang Ning watched in silence, her expression one of intrigue. She understood Mu Feng's intention. If Baya could do it, then she too could certainly manage it. Her gaze fixated on Baya's every movement. Her hands clasped the dry twigs, spinning them rapidly against the decayed wood, before placing the fur and gently blowing on it. In a short while, wisps of smoke emerged, and a flame ignited, flickering to life. Is it truly this simple? Tong Ninget Tloimet. Her face brimming with astonishment, before she too grabbed dry twigs and decayed wood to attempt creating fire. Without fail, she successfully produced a flame. This, Chang Ning stood in shock, never having realized that making fire could be so effortless. You are truly a great sage, she bowed deeply. I once again extend an invitation on behalf of the Qing Niao clan for you to join us. After a moment, she added, with your wisdom, I shall recommend you to my father as the prophet of the Qing Niao clan. Prophet? Mu Feng responded, taken aback. From the chief system, he had learned that clans like the Jiang, being small in number, typically had only a leader and a chief, lacking any totemic beliefs or ceremonial rites, and therefore had no related personnel. Even if such activities existed within the tribe, they were generally managed solely by the chief or leader. However, in the context of a large tribal alliance, roles such as chief, leader, prophet, and priest were distinctly defined. The position of prophet within a tribe held immense significance, free from the authority of others while enjoying the highest privileges afforded by the tribe. Chang Ning gazed at Mu Feng with eager anticipation, while Baya secretly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern. Nonetheless, Mu Feng simply smiled and shook his head. There is no need. Chapter 64. The need for more salt. Chang Ning was taken aback. She believed that if it were an invitation for individuals from other tribes to join the Qingyao tribe, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. She had witnessed countless individuals willingly undertake tasks that others would refuse, all for the chance to join a larger tribe. Yet, the young man before her, named Mu Feng, had the audacity to refuse outright without a moment's thought. Are you not aware of the might of the Qingyao tribe? Tong Ning venturet cautiously. The members of my tribe no longer worry about food. Our daily activities merely involve herding livestock. Mu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware that the Qingyao tribe is far larger than just a few hundred Jiang clans. However, joining your tribe would mean the Jiang clan would lose its name. And beyond that, the Jiang clan would not be able to act entirely according to its own wishes. Chang Ning wished to persuade him further, but Mu Feng raised a hand to stop her. If you have no other matters, you may leave. Wait. Chang Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. If what I said has offended you, I beg your forgiveness. After a brief pause, she performed a courteous bow. I kindly ask you to teach me other skills. Very well. Me then know that. According to our agreement, you may choose what you wish to learn, provided you are willing to exchange something of value. But before we proceed, we must first decide what you will offer in exchange for the knowledge of fire-making. After some contemplation, Chang Ning replied, Furs, salt. Feel free to ask for anything. If you wish to personally trade salt with others from different tribes, you may do so. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Salt was indeed a precious commodity and a form of hard currency in this era. Should the Jiang clan amass a sufficient supply of salt, it would undoubtedly pave the way for their development. He nodded in agreement. Then let it be salt. Bring me 30 more jars. Very well. Chongning took a deep breath to steady her emotions before pointing to a nearby well. I wonder if you could teach me about this water storage structure. You mean the well? Mu Feng nodded. I can teach you. This is called a well. When dug deep enough, it can yield water, which is cleaner than river water. How does one construct such a structure? Chongning's brows relaxed, her eyes sparkling with growing interest. This is not constructed. It is dug. Mu Feng shook his head. It requires digging quite deep, and the surrounding area must be lined with stones like these. Is it really that simple? Chongning's brow furrowed in confusion. Digging a well is straightforward, but the challenge lies in knowing where to find water underground. Water underground? Chongning's frown deepened as she pondered this. Struggling to comprehend, that Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. Yes, the water beneath the earth, but it is not found everywhere. You must learn to select the right locations. And how does one locate a water source? Mu Feng replied with a grin. That depends on the terrain. Follow me. Chongning hurried to keep up that as Mu Feng walked. He explained, I chose this spot for the well because it is a basin surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Do you see? Following Mu Feng's gesture, Chongning glanced at her surroundings and her eyes brightened with realization. I see, she then excitedly inquired. Are there other places where water can be found? Mu Feng considered the possibility that this area, being a gorge, was naturally defensible. If the Qingyao tribe harbored ill intentions, they might seek to seize this water source. No, we must lead them elsewhere, Mu Feng thought, though he smiled and continued. However, such terrain yields limited water and can accommodate only a small tribe like ours. If the population increases, one must seek other locations, beside great rivers, where springs flow continuously, where 2 valleys converge with gushing springs, where mountain peaks meet with good water below. The best places are on flat ground. Seek areas that are damp and situated at lower elevations. There is generally underground water. Do you understand? Mu Feng's thorough explanation left Chongning utterly astounded. That moment, her mind was in upheaval. She realized that the knowledge possessed by this young chieftain might surpass that of her own tribe's leader. Merely understanding how to dig a well and locate underground water, he had enumerated no less than 10 methods, at least 3 of which directly corresponded to the locations of the Qingyao tribe. The Qingyao tribe, being a large clan, had no issues with food, but access to clean water was paramount. She had initially come to seek Mu Feng's guidance on weaponry, yet she had unexpectedly acquired such invaluable skills. If only he could join our Qingyao tribe, Chongning thought with yearning, her eyes shimmering with hope. When she looked at Mu Feng again, her feelings had transcended mere excitement. That Mu Feng naturally noticed Chongning's change in demeanor, but merely smiled and shook his head. His willingness to share such detailed knowledge stemmed from his desire to redirect the Qingyao tribe elsewhere and to foster goodwill. With no other options, Chongning settled for a compromise. Can you teach me how to make weapons? Weapons? Mu Feng frowned Kropka. Sensing his hesitation, Chongning quickly added, I will offer you 100 jars of salt. Mu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Let me consider what weapon to teach you. Chongning immediately fell silent. Mu Feng was indeed contemplating, but not about which weapon to teach. Rather, he was considering how much to impart. That he recalled past experiences from his previous life, where certain nations would manufacture advanced weaponry while selling outdated second-hand products to others for profit. This practice extended to various industries, hoarding their most advanced technologies while offering only those that were decades old to others. Such actions not only generated revenue, but also garnered friendship from those less developed countries. Most importantly, they maintained a grip on the technical secrets of those nations, understanding their weaknesses and shortcomings, thus ensuring an upper hand in any future conflicts or competitions. Though such tactics were underhanded, they were clever means of maintaining a technological advantage. With that realization, Mu Feng knew how to proceed. How about teaching you about bows and arrows? Bows and arrows. Chongning appeared bewildered. What is that? Mu Feng nodded and smiled broadly. Since you have never heard of it, let us proceed with bows and arrows. Chapter 65. What is this? It smells wonderful. Mu Feng had previously crafted simple bows from willow branches, attaching jute to create his childhood favorite toy. Later, as he delved into history, he gained a comprehensive understanding of various cold weapons, including one of the earliest weapons recorded in history, the bow and arrow. The materials for crafting bows and arrows consisted of black bamboo, known for its flexibility and strength. Currently, the tribe's spears and bamboo forks were made from this very material. Furthermore, he intended for the hunting team to also possess bows and arrows, providing them with an additional weapon for both hunting and self-defense. To this end, he summoned Li Hu and Ming Guang to observe. The bows and arrows he was about to teach were the simplest, yet would become the most frequently used in the tribe. Considering Chong Ning's feelings, he also allowed 2 members from the Qingyao tribe to enter the settlement to alleviate any concerns they might have for her safety. That Mu Feng instructed Ming Guang to fetch several pieces of black bamboo from the northern mountains. And then he began crafting bows and arrows at the entrance of his cave. But he picked up a piece of black bamboo, approximately 1.8 meters long, raised his blade, and prepared to split the bamboo. However, just before he struck, he furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. The Tio marked the occasion formally. He turned to Chong Ning and said earnestly, "Chong Ning, before I teach you how to make bows and arrows, there is something I need you to assure me." "Yes." Chong Ning noticed Mu Feng's seriousness and immediately straightened her posture. "Please go ahead. I can teach you about bows and arrows, but I do not wish for such weapons to be used against my Jiang clan in the future." Mu Feng fixed his gaze on Chong Ning's eyes as he spoke. "If you can promise that the arrows will never be aimed at my Jiang clan, I will teach you that. If not, I cannot share this knowledge." Mu Feng spoke with conviction, yet in his heart he thought, "If you dare to turn against my Jiang clan, you will come to regret it." Those around them sensed Mu Feng's sudden gravity, each holding their breath, especially Li Hu and Ming Guang, who discerned the underlying meaning of Mu Feng's words. The bows and arrows could potentially threaten the Jiang clan. Yet if that is the case, why not simply refuse to teach her? Li Hu pondered, glancing at Ming Guang, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. In contrast, Chong Ning appeared momentarily stunned, her brow furrowed deeply. After a while, it seemed she suddenly grasped something, her eyes sparkling with delight. She then solemnly nodded, placing one hand on her chest and raising the other towards the heavens. "I swear by the totem of my Qingyao tribe that should I acquire the knowledge of bows and arrows, I shall never aim them at a single blade of grass belonging to the Jiang clan. Should I break this oath, my Qingyao shall never soar in the skies." "Yema Duo," the 2 individuals who had accompanied her exclaimed in unison. Before they could finish their thought, Chong Ning raised her hand to silence them. Mu Feng gazed into her eyes, which brimmed with sincerity and earnestness. That he nodded. "Very well, I believe you." Thus, the exchange of promises, the reactions of her tribesmen, and the bewilderment of Ming Guang and Li Hu were all keenly noted by Mu Feng, who inwardly chuckled. With this, she cannot help but view this as a formidable weapon. However, the process of crafting the bow is somewhat lengthy. "Baya, please prepare some food. Let's make a stew," Mu Feng commanded. "Understood." Baya quickly departed to make preparations. Only then did Mu Feng pick up his blade and begin to split the black bamboo, subsequently cutting one half into a bamboo strip. Then he grasped a bamboo strip and began to whittle away the excess, smoothing its surface until it transformed into a sleek piece approximately 5 to 6 centimeters wide. His objective was to craft a single-piece bow from this bamboo, which was, in fact, the simplest form of a bow. "Li Hu, start the fire," Mu Feng commanded. Li Hu, who had been quietly observing, hurriedly ignited the flames. Mu Feng then held the bamboo strip over the fire, focusing on an area about 1/5 from one end. "What are you doing?" Chong Ning couldn't help but inquire. "I'm softening the bamboo, so it can be bent," Mu Feng replied, removing the bamboo from the flames and pressing it against the ground with both hands. Indeed, it yielded a curvature surpassing that of ordinary black-skinned bamboo. However, after a few slight bends, Mu Feng refrained from exerting further force and instead returned it to the fire. This process of heating repeated no less than 7 times, consuming over an hour, before he successfully bent one end of the bamboo. He then proceeded to apply the same method to the other end. Lastly, he placed 3/5 of the bamboo strip on a stone platform, securing each exposed end with a cord made from animal sinew, with stones of nearly equal size suspended beneath. After completing these tasks, he clapped his hands, inhaled the enticing aroma wafting through the air, and cheerfully announced, "Dinner time. Is the bow and arrow finished?" Chongning asked, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion, clearly unable to perceive how such an item could be classified as a weapon. "Not yet," Feng chuckled. "We must first shape the bow. We can only continue after we eat." "Oh, I see." Chongning finally understood, sniffing the air and her eyes brightening. "What is this? It smells delightful." Chapter 66. The arrow breaks the flower branch. The aroma of the chicken soup left Chongning in awe. It was her first experience with chicken soup, and she was particularly fond of the bamboo shoots and mushrooms within. She completely disregarded decorum as she savored the soup. Even the 2 members of the Qingyao tribe, who usually held themselves with great dignity, abandoned their pretense and eagerly devoured the meat and soup from the stone pot upon catching the scent of the chicken broth. "Is this what you call stew?" Chongning asked, cradling the stone pot, a rosy hue blossoming across her cheeks, her long eyelashes fluttering. Feng smiled and inquired, "So, how does it taste?" Chongning nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How do you know so much?" Unconsciously, her address towards Feng shifted from you to you. Feng pointed his head with a grin. "I just think about things when I have free time, and then I understand." "Is that so?" Chongning tilted her head, mimicking Feng's demeanor, then furrowed her delicate brows and said, "But I have nothing to think about." "Huh." Feng laughed, shaking his head as he set down the stone pot. "It's not about thinking like that." "Then how should I think?" Chongning asked, puzzled. "You'll understand as you ponder over time," Feng replied, turning his attention to the bamboo strip, picking it up and noticing that the ends had already bent quite well. "It seems the bending and flexibility of the black-skin bamboo exceed my expectations." Feng nodded. "The bow is complete. Now for the bowstring." "What is a bowstring?" the others asked, their curiosity piqued. Feng offered no explanation, simply stating, "Mingguang, hand me a sinew." Mingguang promptly complied. Feng took the sinew and first drilled holes at both ends of the bamboo strip, then threaded the sinew through one side, binding it securely with a strong knot. He then placed the tied end on the ground, clamping the bow between his legs, pulling the sinew with one hand while stabilizing the other end of the bow with the other hand. Carefully, he applied force and threaded the sinew through the hole at the top of the bamboo, securing it with a knot. Thus, a bow fashioned from a single black-skin bamboo strip was complete. Holding the bow in one hand and plucking the bowstring with the other, a buzzing sound resonated. The elasticity is quite good." Feng nodded. Beside him, Chongning's face lit up with delight. "Is the bow and arrow ready?" "But how do we use it?" Feng chuckled. "The bow is ready, but we still need arrows." "Ah, how do we make arrows?" Chongning asked, surprised. "Making arrows is simple," Feng replied, picking up a cutting knife and selecting a slender piece of bamboo, sharpening one end to about 1 meter in length, then resting it on the bowstring. "This is the arrow. It's that easy?" Chongning questioned. "But how do we use it?" Feng glanced around and spotted a large tree about 20 meters away, adorned with a blooming white flower. "Do you see that flower?" he asked Chongning. "The flower?" Chongning followed his pointing finger and nodded. "I see it. What's the matter?" "Well," Feng smiled and nodded. "Consider it a gift." As he spoke, Feng knocked the arrow, drew the bow, and aimed with a sideways glance, inhaling deeply. Simultaneously, he silently admonished himself. "The stance must be impressive. I can't slack off on my archery skills." The others held their breath, captivated by Feng's peculiar actions, daring not to utter a sound. Feng smiled faintly, closed one eye, and focused solely on aiming with the other, before releasing the arrow with a flick of his right hand. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow soared forth, cutting through the air towards the flower. Crack! The flower branch was severed, propelled forward and upward by the arrow's force. Ah! Chong Ning shrieked. From Mu Feng's preparation to the release of the arrow and the subsequent breaking of the flower branch, she absorbed every detail, etching it into her memory. His demeanor and gaze, just now, were even more impressive than that of Aguli. Chong Ning thought, unconsciously lowering her head, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "Why is my face so hot?" she mused, completely overlooking the astonishment brought on by the bamboo arrow. In contrast, the others, Li Hu, Ming Guang, and the 2 members of the Qingyao tribe, were wide-eyed with shock. So, this is the power of the bow and arrow. Ming Guang, the hunter chief, inherently understood the significance of this moment. The ability of the arrow to sever a flower branch implied it could easily strike other targets, such as the most vulnerable spots of ferocious beasts in the wild. Meanwhile, the 2 members of the Qingyao tribe were even more profoundly affected, realizing that such a weapon, when wielded against an enemy, could prove devastatingly fast and slender, making it nearly impossible to evade. "What a marvel!" they exclaimed in unison. "This bow and arrow will be of great use to our Qingyao tribe." Chong Ning finally emerged from her inexplicable shyness and grasped the meaning behind Mu Feng's arrow. This is the power of the bow and arrow. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Mu Feng stroked his chin, noting that the outcome appeared quite promising. Yet he alone understood that this was merely a single piece in a genuine conflict. If the adversary wore armor, such a bow would hardly be more effective than a mere tickle. If it encountered someone with great strength, it would snap with the slightest pull, necessitating the crafting of a composite bow made of 2 or even 3 pieces. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. Adhering to the adage of teaching a cat to catch a tiger while holding back a little, Mu Feng smiled and nodded at Chong Ning, passing the arrow to Ming Guang, indicating that he should give it a try. Ming Guang attempted several times, managing only once to shoot past the tree trunk, feeling somewhat disheartened. Chong Ning's eyes sparkled with determination, eager to try. "May I have a go?" Mu Feng nodded in agreement. Thus, Chong Ning took the bow and arrow, mimicking Mu Feng's stance, then turned to him, filled with inquiry. Understanding her intent, Mu Feng nodded and instructed, "Close one eye. The eye on the same side as the hand holding the arrow should remain open. Align your eye, the arrow tip, and your target in a straight line. Then release." Chong Ning followed his guidance and decisively released the arrow. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow struck the trunk of the earlier tree. "I hit it!" Chong Ning cheered, joyously laughing and exclaiming in front of Mu Feng, her lovely face beaming with delight. Chapter 67. It's my fault. Chong Ning learned quickly and displayed a certain talent. What a pity you are not from the Jiang clan. Otherwise, I could truly impart everything to you. Mu Feng thought with a tinge of regret. Ming Guang appeared somewhat disheartened, lowering his head in shame. "I apologize, Chief." "No worries." Mu Feng smiled, waving his hand. "Hitting the target on your first try is certainly commendable. But with more practice, you will surely improve." Ming Guang felt reassured and nodded earnestly. Chong Ning gazed at the bow in her hands, once again filled with awe, exclaiming, "This is the bow and arrow." "Indeed," Mu Feng affirmed. "You have seen its power. Which is why I asked for your promise earlier." Chong Ning realized this and promptly bowed in respect. "Chief, rest assured, our Qingyao tribe values its word. Upon my return to the tribe, I will inform them of today's promise." "Excellent." Mi ven know that. Smiling. "I have faith in you." Chong Ning, filled with joy, her eyes sparkling, said, "I still have a few questions about the bow and arrow that I would like to ask you, Chief." "Go ahead. I just tried it." "And the power of the bow and arrow is substantial. But if someone exceptionally strong were to use such a bow, wouldn't it snap?" Mu Feng was taken aback, secretly admiring how perceptively Chong Ning had pinpointed the issue. Indeed, the strength required for archery was a critical consideration. However, he couldn't divulge everything at that moment. Instead, he smiled and nodded, saying, "That's just how bows and arrows are made, powerful yet prone to breaking. So, one must be mindful of the strength applied." "Oh!" Chong Ning seemed to grasp it, her eyes gleaming with understanding. "I see. All right." Mu Feng waved his hand. Having learned to make fire, dig wells, and now to craft bows and arrows. "Is that sufficient?" While it appeared as though Mu Feng was seeking her opinion, He was effectively issuing a subtle dismissal. Chong Ning naturally understood and respectfully said, I have already learned so much this time. I fear I may not be able to remember more. Thank you, Chief Mu Feng. Mu Feng, astonished, gazed at her deeply and couldn't help but marvel at how Chong Ning's intellect truly stands out in this era. Then he nodded with a smile and replied, Very well. Chong Ning then adopted a serious demeanor, placing her right hand across her chest, just as she had done when Mu Feng first met her, displaying a humble attitude. Chief Mu Feng, this time it was my Qingyao tribe that was unprepared. Next time, I shall return to seek your guidance, that if there is anything you desire, please feel free to tell me. As long as my Qingyao tribe possesses it, I will do my utmost to provide. Li Hu and Ming Guang, upon hearing this, exhibited excitement on their faces that Mu Feng pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, Good. I recall you mentioning that your tribe's people no longer need to hunt, merely tending to livestock each day. Is that correct? Oh. Mu Feng nodded, inquiring, Could you tell me what livestock you have? Chong Ning replied, The Qingyao tribe grazes sheep, horned deer, and curved-horned cattle. Deer and cattle? Mu Feng's eyes brightened. How many do you have? Could you spare us some? Do you wish for curved-horned cattle and horned deer? Chong Ning furrowed her brow in confusion. Is there nothing else you require? Not for now. Mu Feng shook his head. If possible, next time, please bring us furs, salt, cattle, and deer. Understood. Chong Ning cast a deep glance at Mu Feng, said nothing more, and bowed once again. I shall remember, and I thank you again, Chief Mu Feng. I will return to seek your counsel. With that, Chong Ning turned and departed the Jiang tribe, not pausing for a moment. Watching her leave, Mu Feng then turned to Li Hu and Ming Guang. Have you both learned? The two nodded enthusiastically. Yes, we have. If every member of the Jiang tribe possesses such weapons, not to mention a single Monglong tribe, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, they would not stand a chance against us. Indeed. Li Hu rubbed his hands together in excitement, looking at the bow and arrows in Mu Feng's hands. Chief, I would like to try the bow and arrows. Certainly, take them. Mi ven novet. Additionally, you both should attempt to craft bows and arrows yourselves. If you have questions, come to me. Once you can make them, then teach others. Moreover, if you encounter someone strong, let me know. Such bows are unsuitable and require more complex designs. More complex? Ming Guang asked, puzzled. Did you not say that bows and arrows are only made this way? Ha. Mu Feng shook his head and chuckled. That is because Chong Ning is a foreigner. I only taught her the most basic method of bow making. Ah, the two were astonished. I thought. Li Hu's face flushed with embarrassment. I thought the method you taught her was the most formidable. What if they turn around and attack our Jiang tribe? The most formidable. Mu Feng shook his head. Not even close. For the strong, we can use 2-piece bows, 3-piece bows, or even composite bows. At this point, he smiled and said, 2-piece and 3-piece bows are simply made by binding several bamboo pieces together. You can give it a try. Yes. The two left with great enthusiasm. After they departed, Mu Feng shook his head quietly. Besides bows, arrows also have their intricacies. Bare bamboo arrows can easily miss their mark. They likely do not realize the importance of adding feathers. And then there's the blood groove. There's no helping it. The tribes are different, and I cannot blame myself for not conveying everything. Mu Feng shook his head, preparing to turn away, only to find Bai still standing nearby. Baida? Mu Feng asked in confusion. Why are you still here? You need not worry about your tasks. Brother Mu Feng, Bai said timidly, I also want to learn how to make bows and arrows. You see, that sister from the Qingyao tribe can shoot arrows. Is that so? Mu Feng smiled and replied, Very well, I shall teach you. That would be splendid. Bai exclaimed joyfully, her delicate face alight with excitement. Over an hour later, Mu Feng had finally explained all the details of bow making to Bai, who then left in high spirits. After Bai's departure, Mu Feng communicated with the system in his mind. System, submit the tasks. System, resolve the tribe's survival issues. Task completed, earning 500 achievement points. The bow making completed, earned 300 achievement points. Spear making task completed, earned 200 achievement points. Current achievement points, 1,300. What? Why did I only receive the achievement points for the spear-making task now? Feng exclaimed, System. Tasks can always be submitted. You simply did not notice. What? Is it my fault then? Feng thought in surprise. Chapter 68. Lard Soap having seen off Chongning, Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Chongning had always treated him well, her tribespeople were not necessarily so kind that it was clear to see that Chongning was akin to a treasured jewel in a large tribe, holding an esteemed position. How could she afford to be humble and courteous toward Feng in such a small tribe? The reason Feng was willing to teach her some advanced techniques was not only to acquire resources for his tribe, but also due to her gracious demeanor. After all, she had never acted arrogantly, and he had no reason to put on airs, thus unnecessarily creating enemies for the Jiang tribe, as for the Monglong tribe. Feng had never regarded them as a threat. Otherwise, he would not have sent only Li Hu to deal with them. After bidding farewell to both groups, Feng submitted the tasks in the system, taking time to review the items and skills available for exchange, pondering whether to redeem something modern. However, upon seeing that a small tube of toothpaste required 200 achievement points, he promptly gave up. After all, salt could also be used for brushing teeth, and he could manage without other luxuries. How disheartening, Feng lamented. I am, after all, the chief of a tribe, yet I live so frugally. The real reason was that he now understood the significance of achievement points. He had to tighten his belt and live frugally. Moreover, having already caught wild boars, he had a way to create some washing supplies, which would also earn him achievement points. Feng chuckled as he looked at the task titled Make Soap in the system, which would yield 200 achievement points that he could not help but calculate. Exchanging for toothpaste starts at 200 points and is not a permanent exchange. However, making it myself not only allows for long-term use, but also grants me 200 achievement points, essentially earning 400 points in total. It seems I am quite suited to this way of living. Feng sighed inwardly. Earlier, when the Monglong tribe sought to raid the Jiang tribe again, he had realized that the mental state of the Jiang tribespeople needed improvement. Now that the crisis had been averted, addressing this matter must be prioritized. To change the tribespeople's mentality, he needed to approach it from two angles. Point one was external, and the other internal. Improving the external appearance would enhance their spirits, making them feel different. Just the thought of the tribespeople's disheveled appearances made him want to scoff. He was equally displeased with his own appearance. Make soap. Feng made a decision. First, let us ensure everyone appears cleaner. It would be a shame to waste Bai Ya's lovely face. Without hesitation, he began preparing the materials for soap making. The ingredients were simple: pig pancreas and wood ash. The wood ash was readily available, and the pig pancreas could easily be obtained from Jiyang. He was responsible for the distribution and slaughter of the tribe's game. He recalled that earlier in the morning, he had brought back a wild boar, one of which had already perished. According to Mingguang, it should be handed over to Jiyang for processing. Upon finding Jiyang, Feng requested a large chunk of pancreas and pig fat. However, upon witnessing Jiyang process the wild boar, he felt disheartened. While Jiyang had maximized the extraction of meat from the wild boar, he had discarded the offal and other parts, including the head, intestines, and blood. Braised pig head, dry pot intestines, spicy pig blood dishes. Feng's heart ached at the thought. What a waste. Yet, looking at the offal that had become excessively contaminated, he felt helpless. Reluctantly, he said, Do not kill any more wild boars for now. Many of the discarded parts can be made into delicious dishes. Jiyang looked puzzled, but understood that the chief would not speak without reason. So he nodded in agreement. That Feng returned with the pig pancreas. In fact, the pig pancreas resembled pig fat in some ways. He could only use the pancreas for soap making, while the fat had its own uses. The two needed to be separated. However, this was not a problem for Feng. He directly spent 300 achievement points to redeem a basic cooking skill, imprinting the various food preparation methods in his mind. There was no choice. Even though he wanted to tighten his belt and live frugally, he knew that necessary expenses must be incurred. He first procured the readily available wood ash, placed it in a stone jar, added water, and stirred it well. Then he gritted his teeth and spent 50 achievement points to redeem a piece of fine gauze. After that, he filtered the wood ash water through the gauze to obtain lye, lit a fire, and boiled it to further concentrate the lye. Finally, He separated the pancreas from the pig fat, placing the pancreas in the stone jar and starting to render the fat over the fire. As both stone jars began to hiss, Feng furrowed his brow and quickly grabbed a handful of locust flowers that Bayed sent over. Adding them to the it is important to note that the combination of lye and pig pancreas is the most ancient method of soap making. However, soap made this way often carries a strong fatty odor, that'd be why adding locust flowers. He hoped to mask the smell with their fragrant aroma as expected, a delicate and sweet floral fragrance soon wafted from the lye jar. After watching it simmer for a while, Feng delicately extracted the locust flowers with chopsticks, before pouring the prepared pig pancreas oil into the concentrated lye. Finally, Feng stirred the mixture within the stone jar with his chopsticks. Continuing to apply heat, the pancreas oil and lye rapidly saponified, transforming into a light yellow, viscous paste, savoring the subtle floral aroma mingled with the distinct scent of soap that filled the air. Feng extinguished the flame, grinning widely and proclaiming, "It's done." Chapter 69. Delectable pork scraps and scrambled eggs. The soap paste thickened increasingly. Feng turned off the heat and ladled it out, placing it in a small jar to cool, subsequently shaping it into a square. Alas, if only I had molds, I could create different shapes. System, submit the task. Transform it into soap to earn 200 achievement points. Current achievement points, 1,150. I had hoped to increase my points, but instead I spent 350 points and ended up with less. Feng lamented. Fortunately, the 300 points were exchanged for enduring culinary skills, so it wasn't entirely in vain. Regrettably, his culinary talents were currently rendered heroes without a cause, due to a lack of various ingredients. This won't do. Now that I have the skills in the wild boar, I cannot let a lack of materials prevent me from enjoying delicious food. Otherwise, what use is my culinary prowess? After all the hard work over these past days, I should be able to indulge a little. Yet, as he surveyed the entire cave, despair washed over him. The only consolation now is the pork scraps. He recalled how, in his childhood, his family would buy lard for a few coins and fry it in a pot, the resulting scraps exuding an irresistible aroma that as a child, he would eagerly anticipate the adults being in good spirits enough to reward him with a few pieces of the delectable scraps. Once he had the scraps, one piece felt insufficient, while two were too precious to part with. He was filled with inner turmoil. When the scraps met his palate, they were delightfully crunchy, bursting with flavor. At that time, Feng longed for the day he could fry scraps himself, indulging to his heart's content. Now, that wish had come true, not in modern Earth, but in this unknown primitive society of an indeterminate time. However, the surrounding simplicity and scarcity of food only served to accentuate the exquisite taste of the scraps. Feng meticulously processed the pig fat, heating the stone jar to begin rendering the oil. Watching the stone jar slowly emit smoke, finally heating up, he couldn't help but express his frustration. This stone jar is far too thick. I need to devise a way to create some lightweight pottery. He recalled that the task for pottery seemed to require 300 points. As the fat within the stone jar sizzled, an immensely rich aroma soon filled the air. Feng squatted before the jar, inhaling deeply, utterly entranced by the scent of the pork scraps, and with eyes squinted in satisfaction. He exclaimed, "This is the flavor I crave, so delightful." After savoring the aroma several times, he opened his eyes and used his chopsticks to stir the scraps, selecting a piece that had turned golden and extracting it. The freshly cooked scraps still crackled and emitted steam. Feng blew on it, and as the steam dissipated, he hurriedly placed it in his mouth. However, the scraps were still quite hot. He pouted, rolling his tongue back and forth until he could finally withstand the heat, devouring it with gusto. "Delicious!" Feng couldn't restrain his praise. Just then a lively voice chimed in. "It smells so good, Brother Feng. What deliciousness are you making?" Turning around, Feng spotted Baya, holding a jar of food at the cave entrance. Bringing him a meal. "Ah, Baya!" Feng swallowed the scraps in one gulp, stood up and said, come quickly, I have something tasty for you to try." "Tasty?" Baya's eyes sparkled, her face breaking into a smile. "What is so fragrant? You'll know once you try it," Feng said, extracting another piece of golden scrap from the jar and turning to offer it to Baya. She reached out eagerly. "Ha!" Mufeng exclaimed, causing Baya to startle, quickly grabbing another pair of chopsticks to receive it, blowing on it before placing it in her mouth. "Wow, it's so fragrant," she exclaimed, puffing her cheeks as she fanned her face with her little hands, clearly feeling the heat but unwilling to spit it out due to its enticing aroma. After a while, she managed to swallow the piece and, with her tongue out in curiosity, asked, "Brother Mufeng, what is this? It's so fragrant." "Pork scraps," Mufeng replied with a smile. "It's the fat rendered from the pig." As he spoke, Li Hu and Mingguang arrived at the cave entrance. "Great Chief, what are you eating that smells so divine?" "Goodness," Mufeng thought to himself. "Are you all dogs drawn in by the scent?" Yet he merely entertained this thought, not taking it seriously, and instead smiled. "Come quickly, it's the delicious scraps rendered from the wild boar's fat." "Ha, we just wanted to come and taste it." "Thank you, Great Chief." The two wasted no time, entering and eagerly grabbing chopsticks to sample the scraps. However, in a moment of distraction, Li Hu overlooked the high temperature of the scraps, burning his mouth. Even so, tasting the scraps for the first time, he couldn't help but spit out, covering his mouth and exclaiming in a comical manner, "Father!" Baya sighed, her brows knitting in a charmingly adorable manner as she stamped her foot. Mufeng had a sudden inspiration and chuckled. "Wait a moment. Let me treat you to another delightful dish." "Ah, there's more delicious food?" Baya's eyes sparkled like stars, filled with anticipation. "Yes, scrambled eggs," Mufeng declared, as he grabbed a clean stone jar, placed it over the fire to heat, and ladled in some uncoagulated pig fat. The jar sizzled in response. Mufeng then rushed outside the cave to gather wild onions, quickly cleaning and chopping them before tossing them into the stone jar. He stirred with his chopsticks, and in an instant, the aroma of pig fat and onions filled the cave. This, Baya and the others stood in wide-eyed astonishment. Meanwhile, Mufeng turned to grab a few eggs, cracking them into the jar. After a few more stirs, the egg solidified into chunks that he then sprinkled in a pinch of salt, stirring once more before ladling it out that a plate of modern-style pork fat scrambled eggs with wild onions was thus completed. Baya, Li Hu, and Mingguang stared at the golden, fragrant scrambled eggs, each swallowing hard. Chapter 70. So this is how you looked that evening. Baya and the others enjoyed a sumptuous meal at Mufeng's place. It was no wonder they were so eager. The scrambled eggs were simply exquisite. Wild boar fat, wild onions, wild chicken eggs. Each one was a primal, top-tier ingredient. Moreover, the scrambled eggs were prepared using a rudimentary stone jar, truly embodying the saying, high-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. The simplest cooking methods yielded the most delectable results. Mufeng took the first bite, finding it bursting with flavor. Such exquisite taste would be difficult for even the most skilled modern chefs to replicate. Silky, bouncy, and brimming with freshness. This was evident from the reactions of Baya and the others. "Brother Mufeng," Baya beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Is this how you eat eggs?" "You're incredible," Guang exclaimed in disbelief. "How did the slightly fishy eggs turn into something so fragrant?" Li Hu remained silent, focused on shoveling the eggs into his mouth, occasionally reaching for scraps, his face smeared with grease, entirely devoid of any semblance of a tribal chief. Mufeng couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood when he would sneak scraps, chuckling at the memory. Indeed, eggs can be sautéed in a bit of pig fat, or boiled in plain water dough, and when making soup, whisking them in an egg drop soup is also delightful. Mufeng spoke, swallowing hard. "These were common delicacies in my previous life." Upon hearing Mufeng's words and witnessing his reactions, the three couldn't help but grow eager. If it can make the great chief salivate, it must be exceptionally delicious. Seeing their expectant faces, Mufeng chuckled. "Rest assured, everyone in the Jiang clan will get to savor these dishes. Now let me show you something new," Mufeng said with a smile, retrieving the nearly cooled soap. The others looked on in confusion. "What is this?" Mufeng turned to Baya with a grin. "Come, extend your hand so I can take a look." Baya furrowed her brows, puzzled, but obediently extended her hand, due to the earlier indulgence in scraps. Her hands and the corners of her mouth were slick with grease. Mufeng chuckled. "First, wash your hands in water." Baya complied, only to discover that the oil stains wouldn't wash off, leaving her hands feeling uncomfortably slimy. What is going on? She asked, a bit flustered. Huh? Mufeng laughed, handing her the soap. Now rub it between your hands, then wash them in water. As Baya followed his instructions, she felt the soap making her hands even slicker, with white bubbles forming. What is happening? She asked, her little face a mix of surprise and delight. It smells so good. Can I eat it? As she was about to taste it, Mufeng quickly intervened. No, you can't eat that. It's for washing your hands. Baya was astonished, and after rinsing her hands, she burst into delighted laughter. Wow! The dirt is all gone. Mufeng chuckled again. Now use it to wash your little face. Baya nodded excitedly, her eyes alight with joy as she cradled the soap. Crouching beside the stone jar to dampen her face before lathering it with soap, that in no time, a rosy-cheeked, fair-skinned little girl stood before Mufeng. Oh my! Mingguang exclaimed. How beautiful is Baya! Li Hu was equally taken aback, despite Baya being his daughter. At that moment, he felt as though he were seeing her true appearance for the very first time. My girl, come here and let your father have a good look. Ha! It was no wonder. In the past, the tribe was constantly preoccupied with worries over food, salt, and furs. Who had the time to concern themselves with who was beautiful and who was not? Now, in a situation where they were free from worries about food and clothing, Li Hu discovered many things he had previously overlooked. For instance, so, my Baya, is this lovely? Baya touched her small face, feeling that both her hands and face were smooth and tender, a delightful sensation beyond words. Most importantly, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance on both her hands and face. It smells wonderful, Baya thought to herself. Seeing Baya's appearance, Mufeng couldn't help but praise. Indeed, Baya is truly beautiful, like a flower. Ah! Baya blushed deeply, her heart racing like a startled deer. Although she did not understand what Mufeng meant by like a flower, an instinctive shyness welled up within her, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. She asked, Brother Mufeng, what is this thing? Can you give me a piece? Of course, Mufeng replied with a smile. This is called soap, specifically used for washing the face and hands that it can make your hands and face cleaner. At this, Mufeng teased. It can also make our little Baya even prettier and more attractive. Prettier? More attractive. Baya's blush extended to her neck, making her irresistibly adorable. However, she clutched the piece of soap tightly, clearly reluctant to let go. Ha! Mufeng chuckled. Indeed, the love for beauty is a woman's nature. With that, he turned to the dirt-covered Li Hu and Mingguang, saying, You two should wash your faces as well. Mingguang and Li Hu exchanged glances, frowning and scratching their heads, feeling it unnecessary, yet they still complied with Mufeng's suggestion to wash their hands and faces. This time, both Mufeng and Baya were taken aback to Li Hu, with his square face and rugged stubble, had a bronze complexion, embodying the essence of a tough man. Mingguang, on the other hand, sported a steel mustache, his features sharp and defined, as if chiseled from stone, exuding a resolute demeanor. The two exchanged incredulous looks, each reading surprise in the other's eyes, and simultaneously exclaimed something particularly amusing. So this is what you really look like. Chapter 71. Searching for clay, the declaration. So, this is what you really look like, left Li Hu and Mingguang wide-eyed, and prompted Mufeng to recall an incident from his university days that a senior who had played basketball with them for 3 years, tanned to a deep shade from the sun, shared his wedding photos, drawing a flurry of comments from close friends. The most classic remark was, Thanks to the photographer and polishing techniques, we can finally see what you truly look like. Li Hu and Mingguang, having never considered the notion of washing one's face over the years, questioned who would care about such appearances. That in fact, the most exaggerated scenario was that some young members of the tribe, due to a prolonged absence of face washing, were so dirty that they could only identify one another by their animal pelts. But now, with the advent of soap, everything had changed. With soap, the tribespeople would no longer be filthy beggars. This was Mufeng's first step toward transforming the Jiang clan's outlook. All right. Mufeng smiled at the two, still staring at each other. You've seen the effects of soap. From now on, everyone in the tribe can use it to wash their faces clean. Yes, and when necessary, we should also wash our bodies. An idea struck Mufeng. I will soon establish a bathing area in the tribe, where everyone can wash themselves clean. Pausing for a moment, he could not resist adding, "You all are just too filthy." Li Hu and Mingguang felt an acute embarrassment, looking down and touching their noses. Li Hu mustered the courage to inquire, "Chief, how is this soap made? It has a rather pleasant scent. It's made from the pancreas of wild boars, along with wood ash." Feng explained, "It's derived from the wild boar and the ash left from burning wood." Ah, Li Hu was astonished. "But how do you turn that into soap?" "I will teach you the process of making soap later. For now, there are a few matters I need to discuss. The tribe requires some changes." Upon hearing that Feng had important instructions, the two immediately adopted solemn expressions. "Please guide us, Chief." Feng waved his hand and continued, "The stone pots we currently use for cooking are too cumbersome and troublesome. Most importantly, they're difficult to make that I want to create a lighter container for holding things." "What will that be?" Baya blinked her large eyes, asking. "Clay pots. Clay pots." The three of them were taken aback in unison. "What are those?" "You'll find out soon enough." Feng knew he couldn't explain everything at once, so he opted not to elaborate. "I need some special clay for making pottery. It should be sediment from riverbanks or mud from loch shores." He paused and added, "If we can find that kind of soil. White kaolin would be even better. River sediment, lakeshore mud, white kaolin." The three exchanged glances, none of them comprehending. Feng sighed inwardly, thinking as expected. Thus he said, "How about this? Tomorrow, Mingguang, you take a few people and lead me to the river where we previously fetched water. Let's go take a look." "Understood," Mingguang replied. "And Li Hu, you should take Baya and try to make some bows and arrows." "Yes." Both nodded in agreement. "Additionally, inform Ji Yang that there is no need to slaughter pigs for the next few days. Let us kill a few sheep for the time being." Feng rubbed his temples. "He has wasted far too much good stuff." "Ah?" Li Hu was taken aback. "Ji Yang is the fairest person in the tribe. How could he waste anything?" "That's not what I meant." Feng waved his hand. "It's just that many of the things he discards are still edible. It's just that no one knows how to prepare them." "Oh, I see." Li Hu finally understood. "All right, let's leave it at that for today. You all should return and rest early. Also, make some preparations." "Yes." The three departed. The following morning, Feng, carrying a bow and arrow and wielding an iron shovel, set out from the tribe heading southeast with a dozen companions, guided by Mingguang. They needed to navigate around the southern mountain and then head southeast along its base. There was a river in that direction, which had been the tribe's water source before the advent of wells, and no one knew the name of this river. They only knew it flowed roughly from the northwest to the southeast, with relatively clear waters. Since they set off early, Feng and his party of over 10 traversed the jungle and crossed a grassland deep enough to reach their waists before finally arriving at the riverbank. According to Mingguang, the jungle they passed through was home to many wolves and bears, yet fortunately, they encountered none. The banks of the river were lush with water plants, and the waters were thick with algae. No wonder the water had such a muddy odor before. Feng observed the mud at the riverbank, a mix of black and gray silt. Silt? Feng frowned. The riverbanks, overgrown with vegetation and water plants, had resulted in roots and decaying plants mixing with the soil over time, forming blackish-gray sludge. While this silt was fertile, it was unsuitable for pottery making. What Feng saw was the sediment formed below the silt, shaped by the river's prolonged erosion, that he used the iron shovel to remove the top layer of silt, scraping down several inches, revealing a layer of dark, soft soil beneath. Feng scooped up a handful, rubbed it between his fingers, and sniffed it, shaking his head before continuing to dig. After reaching a depth of 20 to 30 centimeters, the black silt gradually transformed into a soft mixture of black and yellow that in fact, at the deepest point, around 30 centimeters down, the soil had lost its blackish-gray hue, appearing yellow. "Yellow clay!" Feng exclaimed joyfully. "I've found it." Chapter 72. Unexpected discovery. Yellow clay is typically sediment from ancient riverbeds. Historically the earliest material used for pottery making. Feng had originally hoped to find some river sediment, or at the very least some lakeshore mud to create coarse pottery, which would be preferable to using stone pots for everything. However, he never expected to discover yellow clay here. Yellow clay can be fashioned into black pottery, known for its hardness and unglazed surface that boasts a rich, dark sheen. This means that pottery made from yellow clay would not only be lightweight, but could also hold water, ensuring it would not contaminate the water source. Seeing Mu Feng's excitement, those around him gathered closer, asking, "Chief, have you found what you were looking for?" "Indeed." Mu Feng laughed heartily, scooping up a handful of yellow clay from the pit and crushing it in his hands. "This is the soil." Mingguang looked puzzled. "What use is this soil? Our tribe has plenty of soil. Why do we need to come all the way here to find it?" Mu Feng shook his head. "It's not the same. Now, quickly, let us dig up this soil and take it back. It will be useful." "Yes." Thus, Mingguang took the lead, and one by one, they began to dig with bone knives. As they dug, Mu Feng seized the opportunity to poke around the area. Given how deep the surrounding grassland was, and the uncertainty of any wild beasts lurking nearby, he did not venture far, merely using the iron shovel to sift through the area for any discoveries. Unexpectedly, as he dug, he stumbled upon a familiar-looking plant emerging from the grass. Water celery? Mu Feng paused for a moment, carefully examining the leaves and stems, confirming that this plant, which stood nearly half a meter tall, was indeed water celery. However, the leaves of this water celery are somewhat smaller than I remember, yet the rhizome is considerably longer. What a worthwhile journey! Mu Feng chuckled mischievously. Wild water celery was indeed a rarity in my previous life. He reached out and snapped off a stalk of the water celery, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its distinct aroma, which was indeed potent. Where there is one water celery, there are surely more. Mu Feng once again parted the riverside grass, and to his delight, he discovered a small patch of water celery. "Ha!" he exclaimed. "Excellent! Excellent! Our recipe now has something delectable to offer." Although the name includes water, water celery can also thrive in less aquatic environments. However, in such conditions, the rhizome does not grow very long, while the leaves become lush and verdant. Nonetheless, water celery is naturally flavorful in its leaves, and the rhizome possesses a delightful texture, both of which are Mu Feng's favorites. The moment he laid eyes on the water celery, he resolved to transplant it into the tribe. It is worth noting that transplanting water celery is rather simple. Akin to bamboo, one can propagate many plants from a single rhizome. This small patch would surely suffice for a meal of stalks and leaves, after which the rhizome could be relocated to the tribe. Without hesitation, he seized his iron spade and began to excavate the water celery, quickly gathering a substantial amount. Meanwhile, Mingguang and the others had also collected a considerable quantity of yellow clay. "Great Chief," Mingguang gestured to Mu Feng. "The beeskin pouches we brought are now filled with soil. Should we head back?" "Yes." "Let us return." Mu Feng nodded, using the basket he had brought to carry the water celery as he stood up to leave. The group, laden with yellow clay, exchanged peculiar glances, feeling somewhat bemused. They were all members of the hunting team, accustomed to seeking game and food. Yet now, they were engaged in digging and hauling soil, leaving them puzzled about the great chief's intentions. However, after several hunting expeditions, they had come to understand that even if they did not grasp the rationale behind the great chief's actions, they merely needed to follow his directives. That at least thus far, the great chief had not led them astray. Moreover, they had not anticipated such a smooth outing, with their visit to the riverbank merely involving soil collection before returning. The group of 10 or so proceeded cautiously along the original path. This route had previously been identified as the safest for water collection, characterized by an abundance of grasslands, where large beasts were seldom encountered. The ease of their arrival further corroborated this notion. Unfortunately, their return journey would not be as uneventful. Mingguang, leading the group, suddenly halted, signaling everyone to remain still, before slowly crouching down to listen intently to the sounds emanating from the grassy terrain. Observing this, Mu Feng felt a sudden tightening in his chest that he had experienced the perils of the wilderness in his former life. Even in the modern era, where beasts were scarce, the deep mountains and grasslands posed dangers. What more in this primitive society? At that moment, everyone around him crouched down, carefully placing the yellow clay they had been carrying onto the ground, while grasping their bamboo spears. Mu Feng furrowed his brow, setting down his basket and readying his iron spade in anticipation. Suddenly, a rustling sound arose from the surroundings, clearly indicating that something was scurrying through the underbrush. What could that be? A question stirred in Mu Feng's mind. Just then, Ming Guang turned his gaze in a specific direction, silently parting the grass before him. Everyone followed his lead, peering through the opening he had created that in an instant, all were struck with astonishment. Including Mu Feng, for not far beyond that gap, a massive python, with its head held high, was swiftly slithering through the meadow like a yacht. Despite the distance, Mu Feng estimated that the python's head was nearly the size of a human. If this were the case, the length of the python was surely no less than 6 or 7 meters. Titanic python? The term that first sprang to Mu Feng's mind.